What if Naruto became Orochimaru's ultimate experiment? Part 2. Orochimaru was inwardly cursing. His disguise was ridiculously hot, his carefully manipulated puppets were failing him. And to top it all off, Kabuto still hadn't given the signal. He needed more time. Kankuro, his match was next, so a single gesture to tell him to extend it as long as possible. Kankuro caught the signal, absorbed its meaning and nodded even as the proctor called for the next match up. Unfortunately, what neither had considered, as obvious as it may have been, was the differences in signal language between Konoha and Suna. __. 11. Sabaku no Kankuro vs 12. Nusuma Suzume. As Suzume began to head towards the stairs, Kankuro put together a rationale, both a public one and one related to his family's secret mission, for what his father had told him to do. A single, no, signal like that, he knew since his father had taught him this, meant he should throw the match. So obviously they needed to keep his puppets' new capabilities hidden, which in turn meant they would need them soon. He leaned over the rail and called out, "Proctor, I forfeit this match. I have no real defenses against a genjutsu user of this girl's caliber, so this match would be a waste of precious time." The tiny Kumo girl looked up at him, then calmly pulled out her sketchbook. Found the page with his picture on it and drew a red circle and line across it. Then she returned to the contestants' waiting area. In the cage's box, Orochimaru resisted the urge to drive his face into his palm barely. Tenten stared. She didn't have to face anyone in this round, so she had been studying everyone as they fought, and looked carefully at those who won. She had a good eye for weapons, and had perked up when she saw the Zanbeitu, and even more at the sight of Shino's weapons. Shino had even been willing to let her see them even closer. Before the second round was to begin, the new lineup was tallied and had to be announced, and caterers had already begun to deliver the midday meals. Looking around, she wished Neji had still been here. She saw Naruto and Hinata sharing their meal, a large bento that Hinata had brought and a few cups of instant ramen. She blinked as Shino sat near them eating, sharing some portion of his meal with his Kikaichu. That meant all of Team 8 had made it this far. That was a shock. Few teams manage that in any Chunin exams, especially as rookie genin. The announcement came as Gecko Hayate spoke into a microphone. Luckily the sickly Jonin hadn't tried to clear his throat, or they might have been there all day. "Lords, ladies, Kage and other observers and shinobi, if I can direct your attention to the large board at the end of the stadium, the results and new matchups have been determined." Sure enough, the board displayed the next round's fights, and the matchups were easily seen. As the winner of the first match, Gaara got a free pass into the third round, something he seemed somewhat upset by. Glaring at anyone who came close, he stalked over to the rail where he sat on a stool made of sand that came from his gourd. The first match was to be Naruto, and he was facing the Kumo genin called Kura, who seemed at least as good a strategist as Shikamaru. A challenge for the Konoha Jinchuriki. But not an insurmountable one. The second match was Shino against Hinata, something that Team 8 had seen coming. Looking at the board also told them that it was very possible that Naruto and Hinata could be fighting each other, not an event that the couple were looking forward to. The last match of the second round was much less controversial, with Tenten facing the Kumo Genjutsu genin, Suzume. Looking at each other, Team 8, the only intact team to reach this point, nodded, and put their left fists together. Naruto led off. "We seek and scout, and GHT with our very lives for those we love," he intoned, a solemn note in his voice that their fellow genin, even Gaara, took note of and looked around to see what they were doing. "We are Team 8, and we are one." Hinata took up the chant. "We aid and protect, and our strength is others as much as our own," she said, equally solemn. "We are Team 8, and we give our all." Shino spoke next. His solemn tone seemed to fit him far better than the other two. "We scatter and swarm, and give of ourselves for each other. We are Team 8, and we keep our word." Together they finished it. "We are strong alone, and stronger together. And that strength grows by the hour. We are Team 8, and we always will be." Finally, they lowered their hands and nodded to each other. Not that far away, Kakashi heard them, and smiled. He was sitting with Team 7, who had also heard the declaration. Team 8 didn't seem to be trying to keep it secret, Anyway, so a number of people, including the various judges and proctors, heard it, and beneath his mask, the copycat ninja smiled. If those three didn't make Chunin, he would go hunting for the reason why. Sasuke glared, not at anyone in particular, but he glared nonetheless. The inoffensive section of wall that was the victim of his attention ignored him, as was to be expected. Deep in his mind a faint and foreign whisper hissed at him that this power should have been his. That he would need it, so he should take it, or find a way to. He shook his head, clearing away the thoughts as he pushed them into a mental corner. Apparently the third ring of seals was working, making him aware that the voice of greed and envy was in this case foreign to him. Yes, he wanted power and revenge, but more than anything, he wanted the freedom to choose, or it was all empty. What price had to be paid for this power? Where did it come from? Why did it exist, and why did he feel he needed a long, hot shower with lots of scrubbing when it brushed against his thoughts? Savagely, he devoured his meal and looked at, rather than glared in the general direction of, his teammates. They didn't have the same bond as Team 8, but they could build something. The meal over, the proctors signaled for the first two fighters to step into the stadium. Blank, underscore, blank. Hiruzen had finally nailed it down. Keeping himself out from you. Ender, whatever influence Danzo had been wielding was doing wonders for him, and a new visitor to the cage's box, seated on the opposite side from the cage, was giving him good news. I've had a look at that Iwa girl. And her sensei was willing to allow it, Tsunade told him. Her condition was a result of a childhood trauma from before Ishiguma adopted her. Apparently he found her in a very interesting place. And couldn't bear to leave her to die. Since she was all stone, specifically marble, for so many years, no one knew her hair was red until we washed the marble dust out 20 minutes ago. Red, Hiruzen noted. Any particular shade of red? Tsunade grinned. Uzumaki red. He found the Hyaku Hoseki bloodline lying under a bush in Uzu no Kuni. If that gets back to Iwa, they're both doomed, she said. Hiruzen nodded. Good news indeed. He needed to speak with the Uzumaki clan head after this. Blank, underscore, blank. Uzumaki Naruto vs Ginkumo Kura. Naruto had seen the previous fights of this Kura, and knew about his two techniques so far, the cat's cradle and the lightning step. Either alone was impressive, but both together would be killer. Sliding out his claws, and charging in, he attacked. The best defense he could think of was to keep his opponent too busy to throw around his kunai. Up close and fighting hard was not Kura's preferred method of combat. But he knew the tune and could dance to it. A kunai in each hand, parrying like crazy, and ducking and dodging as much as he could see the scratches and grooves in the metal as he blocked. This was annoying. Of his mind's 5 paths, a trick he'd used for years, 3 were devoted to his defense, while the other 2 tried frantically to formulate a decent plan for victory. He'd seen the gravity seals. So if his opponent released those, he'd have no choices left. He saw the flaring of his opponent's nose. The clones he could use wouldn't work, then. As he used Hikawarimi no Jutsu to switch with a boulder. He took the few seconds he needed to catch his breath even as Naruto dragged his claws from the stone. His mind clicked, and Kura charged in, putting himself on the offensive, 2 parts for attack. 1 for defense, 1 for analysis, and 1 for planning. As the kunai and wires lashed around and about, he saw a hand seal being formed and paled. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto stood before him, all 50 of him, and all ready to fight. There was just no way he had enough wire or kunai to deal with all of them, and his opponent could, and likely would, use the Sub-Saint. The Tushin technique to bounce around the field. Uzumaki had his own equivalent of his lightning step, now, and worse. He wasn't even sweating, unlike the Kumo strategist, who was physically exhausted. He had 1 shot, 1 guess. And then he'd be swarmed. He raised his right hand above his head, and the kunai tumbled to the ground as he opened his fingers. I yield the match, he declared. Given time, I might be able to be you. With the right resources and preparation, but here and now no chance. Naruto walked with the young man to the stairs as the proctor called the winner. As the 2 of them entered the doorway, they passed Hinata and Shino on their way to the stadium floor. As Naruto paused to hug his Hinata Heim tight, murmuring his love for her, and shook his other teammate's hand. Kura saw the bond, one not unlike his with his sisters, and knew where Naruto's weakness lay. But he caught Naruto's eye as he did, and the vicious promise that lay behind it. hurting, or the 1001 kami forbid. Killing one of this shinobi's precious people would destroy the man, but no one wanted to deal with the monster that would replace him. As for the thought of killing the girl, Kura shuddered. Might as well set fire to the world and be done. He spotted Fukuro and their sensei, and approached them quietly. This was important intelligence for their mission. The Raikage must want them dead. In the stands, a ninja in the Anbu cloak and mask slipped a little closer to where Team 7 sat, and glanced around. This might be a problem. He was good, but was he good enough to face Copycat, Kakashi? Illusion Queen, Kurenai, and, oh number not her, please anyone but her, Anko. Not without a major distraction, and setting off his signal would be a dead giveaway, an invitation for them to hit him hard. He needed to wait. Blank. Aburame Shino vs Hyuga Hinata. Shino knew he wouldn't have much time. Hinata had developed her gentle storm even further than he'd have dreamed possible if she'd integrated a third element into the style. He unleashed the full force of his colonies. The second Hayate said, Hajime. He channeled earth chakra through them, allowing the Kikaichu to become far stronger and sturdier than any insect should be, and rushed in. Hinata's weakness used to be that she had smaller reserves and less endurance than others, but if she was training under a gravity seal, that changed things, especially since he didn't remember her reactivating it after her last fight. Still, he had a few surprises of his own as he swept his fist around. Hinata jumped back enough to avoid him, but when his Kikaichu formed a fist in the shadow of his own, passing just behind and outside his own swing, she was caught by surprise and struck in the ribs. UNFF, she grunted. And then spoke up. Good one Shino, what do you call it? He pushed his glasses back up his nose. I was thinking, bug shadow boxing, but it doesn't feel right. I'll get back to you. She nodded as she took a new stance, loosely based on the gentle fist's 8 trigrams, and Shino's eyes widened behind his glasses, taking in every detail, including her just activated Byakugan, which meant that his first flurry had been avoided without the heightened perception of the Hyuga Dujutsu. As she began to spin and strike, apparently wildly to those in the stands, he felt his Kikaichu fall, one by one, until all he could feel were his 2 queens. The Kikaichu of the Aburame were somewhat unique that way, in that queens could coexist if their hosts were strong and focused enough. He didn't feel the other insects die though, he realized as they fell. Hinata was reaching out in an incredibly precise and focused application of her chakra and tapping at the tin. Y Beetle's chakra across empty space up to 15 feet of distance, to knock out his Kikaichu without killing them, something no other Hyuga would have managed. As he took a half step back, she was suddenly right there, thrusting her palm against his solar plexus and letting him feel the chakra she could have unleashed into him. Proctor, he called out. I yield. That last blow could have delivered sufficient force to injure me severely, and destroy my colonies and queens. I have lost. He bowed politely to his teammate. Congratulations, Hinata-chan, he said. Now go hug your fiancé while I gather my Kikaichu. The Aburame were impressed, both by Shino's taijutsu modification, and by his teammates' concern for his Kikaichu, rendering the CTS incapacitated where a little more force and chakra would have eliminated them completely. Team 8 was certainly a team to keep an eye on. Nor were they alone in this regard, with Hyuga Hiyashi sitting straighter and more proud of his eldest daughter with every second, although not so proud as to not keep an eye on the stands as much as the stadium. That would have been quite silly after he received that message from Hazashi's old teammate. A simple origami crane didn't seem like much of a warning, but the gray paper with the white backing was one nonetheless, so he watched the failed Kumo ninja, not too far away. HSST. Sakura. Naruto hissed, catching the pink-haired girl's attention. As she approached him, warily, she was astounded as he sketched a quick bow. Thanks for the tip-off about the CRA, he told her. In return, I've got a suggestion for you. Think carefully, and answer honestly. Do you still want Sasuke to notice you? Her glare was answer enough, he thought. Thought so. Now, you watch Sasuke more than almost anyone else I know, so think, does he like fangirls? Sakura shook her head, and glanced over her shoulder. Sasuke had been distracted lately. Likely by that curse mark. He hadn't noticed their conversation, and if they kept the volume low, he wouldn't. Of course not, she hissed, well aware that her crush considered her part of that horde. Just smarter. What do all these girls have in common, what are they doing, that he can't stand? Naruto's questions were really hitting home, and Sakura was getting uncomfortable about this line of questioning. They constantly chase him and praise him, he doesn't want that. Now she thought about it, that was pretty much behavior that guaranteed them not to be noticed by him. So you should do something different. I'm not saying ditch him or forget about him, he held up both hands as she clenched her fists. But it looks to me that if you really want him to choose you, you have to make him chase after you. He respects strength, get stronger, and show him how you did it. Share what you learn, without asking, and maybe he'll do the same. See ya. He darted away as Hinata came up the stairs, hugging her and giving her that light affectionate kiss that Sakura envied. Looking over at Sasuke, she made up her mind, but no one was ever going to learn tea. Had she taken relationship advice from Naruto? Blank. Tsunade nodded as Jiraiya stepped past her. Whoever that was in the cage's box, they were wearing dead flesh over their own. Part of a jutsu Orochimaru had been experimenting with before he fled the village. Jiraiya on the other was shaking his head. There had been no sign of Danzo for the entire day, which meant that he knew something was up. And wanted it to take place a damning attitude. Making sure the Hokage was never alone was a good plan, but keeping it subtle enough to not set off their former teammates' warning bells was trickier. Nusuma Suzume vs Yanagi Tenten. As the young weapons mistress leapt backwards, her hands filled with kunai that she'd launched blindly in the general direction of her opponent, she was remembering the training her dad, adopted as she may be, that was who he was to her, had given her, along with several pieces of advice. The first piece was already in use. Close only counts with horseshoes and exploding tags, he'd said, so exploding tags covered the kunai she'd just thrown and the resulting gouts of dirt and rock and smoke obscured the area. The second item was next as she hurled packets of glass marbles and fragile bells across a large area inside the smoke, building a quick picture with the sounds that came from within as the Kumo Genin was struck by either, and sending more kunai in. Finally his last adage was put to use. There is no overkill, only open fire, and I have no ammunition left. Twin Rising Dragons. Her two storage scrolls began to release weapon after weapon after weapon towards her foe, still unseen, as Tenten's leap continued to carry her upwards. The dirt and dust was settling by the time Tenten landed from her jump. And the masses of steel had formed a very sharp and dangerous web with the other girl at the center, scratches and cuts here and there, including a kunai in on thigh and a chain and javelin through the opposite arm, pinned to the ground by her own clothes, a panicked expression on her face. As the proctor called the match, Suzume began breathing again. The girl had not held back, and hadn't given her time to use a genjutsu, and rightly so. If she'd given her even an instant of breathing room, Suzume's most dangerous genjutsu, the Senten Yumi, or Thousand Heavenly Dreams, would have had her. What made it so dangerous was that the victim didn't want to break it. She had been overmatched and overwhelmed in what may have been the only way for the Konoha Kunoichi to win. She noted that this one was the one who hung around with that Hyuga boy from earlier. If they were strong like this as Genin aiming for Chunin, what must their Jonin be capable of? Maybe Kuro was right again, damn it. The Cage frowned beneath his hat and veil. Something was wrong. That mix-up with the signals had been a horrible oversight. But not one he could do anything about. Outwardly, he was a little upset. After all, Suna's monster was the only Genin left, and there weren't as many people here to witness his victory as he might have liked. His old teammates were both here as well. That blasted experiment not only didn't die, but got so strong it wasn't funny, and had found teammates that seemed to match his own potential worse. Although he'd felt the chakra of the Ikibi clearly in Gaara's slaughter of that Iwa boy, he'd not even felt a flicker of the Kyuubi, a worrisome thing as it meant that the experiment was that strong without it. He'd not have believed anyone could create that many shadow clones. Even the Yondaime's limit had been 20 or so. He glanced towards the other spectators. This had never been intended to get to the semi-finals. And as the board revealed the next match, Orochimaru nearly howled in frustration. With no Uchiha, this would be a waste of time unless he could destroy Konoha. His original plans were trashed. If Kabuto didn't give the signal, he would into Jigoku with the costs. Blank, underscore, blank. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara rode his sand, a disc of it forming beneath him and lifting him down to the stadium floor, while Naruto jumped over the railing, dragging his claws down the wall, striking 6 trails of sparks as he went, ing shallow furrows in the wall as he went. As they took their positions, Gaara turned to his opponent. Mother is happy, she will finally have your blood, so we mustn't waste a single drop. The Suna. Jinchuriki's killing intent skyrocketed, an immense emotional pressure that everyone in the stands felt, a terrible, inhuman hatred for everything, a presence that would happily light the fires just to see the world burn. No one was immune, even Orochimaru felt it, and for a brief period of rational sanity, wondered if this plan had not been thought out very well. As the monstrous feeling washed outwards, those trained to leaned into it, for lack of a better term, flaring their own chakra within themselves to resist it. Naruto ignored it, bolstered from within by the Kyuubi, inured to such a presence by dint of having one inside him already. A vulpine grin crossed his face as he released his gravity seal and discarded his weights, leaning his scroll against the wall. Then he stood taking his low, loose stance. But with a difference to it. His claws were out, and low touching the ground with his hands open, palm upwards, as though holding a sphere the size of a baseball. His elbows were bent as he braced for combat. And his eyes were on his opponent as Hayate yelled, "Hajime!" and ran for it. Gaara's sand lashed out, faster than anyone could believe, a lance of it thrusting to pierce Naruto's side. But the boy slashed across the incoming sand with his claws, and called, "Warashi no Sume!" Claws of the storm. As he did, and the resulting spray scattered the sandy spear wide as tea. He blonde Jinchuriki spun around what was left of the tendril and lashed out at Gaara's arm. A wall of sand sprang up between them, spraying back onto Gaara at the 3 points of impact, but holding. And spikes shot from the wall to attack Naruto. Taking a few hits to the arms, hits he ignored, pushing the pain to one side, Naruto struck again, and when the sand countered him, attacked those. The red-haired Jinchuriki was in heaven, the voice inside him cackling with insane glee as the other boy's blood flew, but the injuries closed too quickly and the exchange of blows was taking too long. He tapped into the yellow chakra of the monster inside him, just a little, to make the sand faster and struck, spiraling several tendrils around his enemy and trapping him in a great mass of sand. Sand coffin. His harsh whisper, somehow clearly audible to everyone in the stands, announced his enemy's fate, and every one of Naruto's friends and enemies, rivals and allies stood and watched closer. Orochimaru smiled with glee. Almost time. Then he could wait a few minutes to let the shock and despair on Hiruzen's face take hold. Hiruzen lifted one hand, wishing he could stop this, but by the time he acted, Hiyashi paled. And Hanabi with him. Hinata would be devastated. Kurenai had her fist in her mouth and was barely holding back tears and screams. Kabuto savored the brat's imminent demise. Ignoring his target no 10 feet away. There were only 3 people who did not react in the slightest, who could see what was happening. Kakashi frozen to the spot with shock. Sasuke fig. Hting the roar of the curse mark to take vengeance for Naruto's death and Hinata. The girl stared at the sand her fiancé had disappeared into, and whispered. "You promised me, Naruto. You know our Nindo. Keep it." In the stadium below, Gaara closed his outstretched hand crying out with joy and triumph as he did. Sand burial. The sand compressed as Gaara closed his hand, intent on crushing the ninja inside. And a look of unholy glee decorated the Suna Jinchuriki's face for a moment, then the sand exploded outward in a spiral, spraying over the stadium floor, revealing Naruto, his coat shredded and his bone metal extruded. The row of spikes along his spine had edges to them now, and from his elbows emerged a blade each, 4 inches long, of the material that now made up his skeleton, and the spikes from his knees and shoulder blades were also edged, more like knives than spikes. He'd retracted his claws and plated over his knuckles, and every bone in his body, including those that stuck out of it, hummed with barely contained power as he held above his head twin balls of blue spiraling chakra, visible to any who looked, driving back the sand in an absolutely impossible, yet impressively incontrovertible manner. Jiraiya collapsed back into his seat, breathing a sigh of relief. "Forgot that I taught him that," he muttered, making himself the immediate target of his friend and his sensei. You taught him the Rasengan. Tsunade gritted out between her teeth. And you, what was it again, forgot that you had. Was that because you knew I'd tear you a new one if you'd told me? Jiraiya seemed surprised. You'd have stopped at one. Maybe I should have told you then. Tsunade was still overjoyed that Naruto was alive, so she didn't hit the perverted Sannin too hard, just enough that he cratered the wall behind them. All across the stands, and around the stadium there were people who saw this as a miracle. Konohamaru and his friends, Hiashi and Hanabi, Team 7, Team 10. Team 9. The list was much bigger than anyone could imagine. Orochimaru couldn't understand it. How did the child do this? He needed to give the signal soon, but with the other Sannin nearby the sound 4 were in place. Even if he still didn't know where the Uchiha was. Blank. Down in the stadium, Gaara stared, while in the back of his mind, Shukaku the Aikibi ranted. The sand burial hadn't killed the boy. Why not? If he was that strong, his blood would be perfect to feed to mother, but if he was that strong, how was Gaara supposed to get to the blood? Naruto breathed deep as everyone stared. His mind darting back to when he'd asked Jiraiya what he could teach him, and Jiraiya had shown him his first Rasengan. A jutsu of the Yondaime Hokage's invention, albeit an incomplete one. Now he was glad he had his bone metal. May have been able to take the pressure Gaara's sand burial subjected him to, but the rest of him wasn't quite so sturdy. As the sand had closed around him, Naruto had poured his chakra into his bones, along with the wind and lightning elements, creating a resonance that agitated the sand, keeping it soft around himself. Not that he thought of it in those terms exactly. Of course, and had then forced not one, but 2 Rasengan into existence. Now, as the crowd came to its feet roaring with excitement, Naruto again extended his claws. Letting the plating on his knuckles draw back into his skeleton, absorbing the Rasengan into them as they pierced each, blending the destructive jutsu with the wind and lightning already present. The result was a constantly shifting corona of blue chakra around the claws, and as Naruto attacked, he roared out the new move's name, Rasenjutsu. Uzumaki no Tsume, Claws of the Maelstrom. Gaara had not been scared like this before. No one lived when he buried them. Mother always got her blood, but this one was different. This boy, a year younger than he, had survived. He did not show fear like everyone else did. He did not hate, and Gaara had not killed him. That was impossible. It kept coming back to that. The monster inside him wanted to kill and to murder and slaughter, while Gaara just wanted to run away. Placing his hands before him as Naruto charged, Gaara enacted the only genjutsu he'd ever been taught. Forced sleep jutsu. As Gaara toppled over, Orochimaru acted, smoke bomb. BS concealing the cage's box with massive clouds, a huge distraction and the signal to begin his invasion. His agents enacted their jutsu. Kabuto went to snatch his target. The sound 4 threw aside their disguises and leapt to their places, ready to throw up the barrier, and chaos reigned all over. Shukaku emerged at once, a massive outpouring of sand, yellow chakra and malice. And Naruto paused as the massive monster took form, lifting Gaara up and away, barely holding his maelstrom claws technique in place. He snarled and slashed at the Biju's face before it was beyond his reach. To incredible effect as the monster dropped its container and its face seemingly exploded from the discharge of the jutsu. The pain that rocketed through Naruto, a bone-deep, searing agony, told the young shinobi that this jutsu had a terrible cost. If he didn't heal like he did, that would likely have destroyed his chakra coils for good. Even now, as Naruto felt his bone metal retreat back into his flesh, he had to mend, but he didn't have time, and that thing's face was already reforming as the sand poured into place. On the rooftop of the stadium, Orochimaru held the Hokage by the neck as a second explosion destroyed the now obscured cage's box, and as the smoke billowed across the roof behind him, his elite sound 4 took up positions at the corners of the roof and raised the barrier as he'd instructed, each including a second, smaller barrier to protect them from anyone inside the first. This was marvelous. Today was finally going right. And then Sarutobi Hiruzen dispersed in a burst of white smoke as 3 figures emerged from the cloud of smoke that was even now rapidly dissipating. Hiruzen stood at the front in his black silk and steel battle armor, while Jiraiya took the left flank and Tsunade the right, and the renegade Sannin ground his teeth together. He'd been hoping to play with Sarutobi sensei a little. But these two changed the whole game completely. His hands began to make the signs for a jutsu he'd hoped to use later, and he hissed the technique's name, Edo Tensai, Impure Resurrection. He didn't expect what happened next. As the first coffin appeared, Tsunade saw the writing on it and was right there, shattering it with her chakra-enhanced strength before it could fully manifest. Even as Jiraiya did the same thing to the second with a Rasengan. The third coffin, Sarutobi began to act, but paused when Jiraiya laughed at the name on the front. Even as the coffin opened, the other two Sannin turned to Orochimaru. That was a big mistake, Orochimaru gloated. The fourth Hokage, the greatest Hokage, he paused as the sacrifice tumbled out of the coffin unharmed. What? The look of shock on his face as his perfect jutsu failed, had him enough off balance that Jiraiya had the time to explain. You want to know how it failed? It wasn't a question. All I can tell you is that the Shinigami doesn't like those who try to steal from him, and Minato's soul was sealed inside the Shinigami's stomach. If you had summoned him, you would also have brought the Shinigami. But the Shinigami would not have been bound to your will, and might have been a little upset. Blank. The Suna ninja beyond the walls received the signal and the O. To summoners among them began the summoning. In short order, 5 massive vipers were slithering towards Konoha's defenses, with the armies of Suna and Oto behind them. The hidden infiltrators sprang into action at the signal, starting to slam out a forced sleep genjutsu, and that's where things began to go downhill. Without someone on the inside to modify the records. As Kabuto could have if he'd managed to pass undetected, they'd been spotted right away, and each had been tagged by a particular Anbu. As they began their hand seals, one by one they were hit hard, and taken down. As they focused on the targets that would have crippled Konoha's recovery and left the village with no one to turn to except for the one person not present, Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Hiyashi's Byakugan had been active at the time that the would-be assassin made his move, as had Hanabi's, so the genjutsu would have had no effect on them. But he was surprised when a man in a Kumo headband struck down the apparent Anbu who was performing it, to the shock of the 3 Kumo students with him. Sighing, the Jonin sensei of the Kumo team snarled at them. I'll explain later, and give you all a choice, he said in the low voice he often used when something mattered. Until then, defend the leaf, especially the Hyuga. I know about the secret mission Raikage Baka gave you, but bear in mind he is not here, I am, and so are you. The gray, crane-embroidered cloak that whirled about the man's shoulders told Hiyashi everything he needed to know of this man's identity. Even as he raced away to battle. Ishiguma Daikenshi stood in the courtyard of the hospital, with his daughter on one flank and Koshi on the other. The thought that Otome was actually related to that boy who'd defeated her, forcing her to recklessly fuel the huge amounts of chakra that the Iron Bear required an accident. Ally giving her an off-switch for her Kekkei Genkei, was nothing short of ludicrous, far too unbelievable to be anything but the truth. As the Oto and Suna infiltrators arrived, he made a choice. Never liked Iwa Winters anyway, he said. Taking the same fighting stance he drilled into his daughter. Maybe I'll get a chance to spar with that Maida guy. These invaders would never realize what hit them. Naruto knew a bit about genjutsu, thanks to Kurenai-sensei. He was no great shakes at it himself, but penetrating them with his enhanced senses it was far easier to notice them. As almost no one ever thought to do anything about the sense of smell, and when they did, they were limited by their own senses. But the self-enforced sleep that Gaara had used was a problem. Even as new as he was to Fuinjutsu, he could tell that Gaara's seal was faulty, that it leaked far too much of the Ikibi's emotions into its host. There were only 3 ways to win this. The first was unpleasant, kill the host. If he had to, he could, but Gaara had probably had as much choice in this matter as Naruto had, so that was a last resort. Especially as it wouldn't immediately disperse Shukaku. The second option would be to fix the seal, but Naruto had no idea where to begin with that. The third option was to somehow wake up the host, since he apparently had to be asleep to release the monster. The blonde Jinchuriki knew of 3 ways to dispel a genjutsu, too. Strange how things seem to happen that way at times, he mused. Agitation of the chakra would work. But it looked like most of his chakra was in the monster that could take a while. Taking down the chakra anchors in a pulse of chakra was a good one, especially for wide-area genjutsu, and Naruto was able to shred those over a much bigger area than anyone else could have dreamed of. Then there was the third way, the way he felt would work best. Physical pain. Naruto drew back his fist and broke Gaara's trance in his nose. The scream of despair as the Aikibi scattered caused everyone in the stadium to flinch, even as Gaara's siblings appeared beside him, ready, but certainly not eager to fight Naruto. Even as the redhead stared at the blood pouring down his face into his hands. His own blood that was meant to be on the inside. He looked up at the younger, saner Jinchuriki and asked, "Why?" A soft flare, just a touch of the red chakra, and Naruto turned away. "Because I know," Naruto said as his eyes searched the stands for Hinata and found her just as the Suna Jonin, Baki, was hammered into the wall by her gentle storm. If it weren't for her, he pointed her out, then we wouldn't be having this talk because Konohagakure no Sato would have been the first thing destroyed. But she is here, so I am here. And I have found those precious to me, because I am precious to them." With that, Naruto was gone in a blur, grabbing his scroll as he disappeared, reappearing where Hinata and Shino were as he swallowed a soldier pill, and then all three were away. Blank. Sasuke glared at the white-haired man who had him in his grip. Kabuto's mask had fallen away when he'd grabbed Sasuke. And the scalpel held to his throat was a threat that Kakashi couldn't ignore as the renegade medic pressed it against the Uchiha boy's throat, the curse mark. Hissed its terrible promises and Sasuke was, considering his situation, hard-pressed to resist the blandishments. He tensed, ready to move at his sensei's word when a kunai was jammed into the older Genin's knee from the side and twisted so the very bones themselves would hold it in place by a girl who had seemed to be sleeping, a girl with pink hair, and as Kabuto flinched, the pressure was off Sasuke's neck. And he substituted with a chair using Kawarimi, wincing as the curse mark tried to pour the black chakra into the jutsu. Sakura had just struck and jumped back as Kabuto swiped, barely slicing at her dress. As the silk parted, dropping the front flap to the ground, but it was just the silk. A sudden hiss drew the renegade ninja's eyes to the kunai and the exploding tag on it with barely enough time to realize he could not avoid this. The explosion blew his leg to shreds. Alone against the old man, Orochimaru might have won. Against her of the other Sannin the fight would have been harder, but he'd have managed. Against all three, he didn't stand a chance, and that barrier kept him in as much as it kept others out. Twisting away from Tsunade's assaults while avoiding Jiraiya's and Sarutobi Sensei's ninjutsu assaults was wearing him down faster than it was them, as he had to stay 3 times as active as they did, and his physical stamina was beginning to falter. To make matters worse, if he did have his followers drop the barrier, he'd gain 4 allies, but his enemies would gain so many more. The Anbu around the barrier were looking hard for a way through. And drawing a blank, as Team 8 and their sensei appeared on the edge of the roof. "What progress?" the Jonin sensei asked. "None," the Anbu captain spat, his rabbit-shaped mask muffling his vitriol. "The barrier prevents the passage of both chakra and physical objects by destroying them, and even continues underneath the tiles." He stomped on the roof in explanation. "In theory, there's a gap. But we can't take advantage of it." He paused as Naruto lifted the bright blue orb of a Rasengan, even as he shook the sand out of his sandals. "I said that won't work." Naruto's grin had him halt in his tracks. "Oh, this isn't for the barrier," the Genin said, and slammed the destructive jutsu into the roof by the barrier's corner. The massive detonation of chakra undermined the roof. And it collapsed out and away from the barrier, carrying with it the youths who were maintaining the barrier at this corner, who looked like Siamese twins, and panicked as EY passed through the very deadly barrier they were holding in place. The death of Saken was quick and clean, and the barrier fell. As the Oto elites were quickly swarmed under by Anbu, Orochimaru grimaced. This was not working. He had to get away and formulate a new strategy. As he shinned away, shedding his skin as a distraction and decoy, he vowed again that Konoha would fall. Hiruzen looked around as the reports came in. It was a depressing picture. "I need messengers, guards for the civilians, and something to stop those blasted snake summons," he snarled once the reports came in. Team 8 glanced at each other and smiled. If the Anbu, Jonin and other shinobi can hold out, we have those covered, Hinata said, and as one, the three genin swung their scrolls from their backs. Jiraiya recognized the seals on the summons contracts he'd helped create, but he didn't know what had agreed to be bound to them, only the terms of that binding. The third one, that was the Mantis Ridge contract. There were no finer guards among the summons than they. Aburame Shino, bearer of the Mantis Ridge contract. We can handle the need for guards for the civilian bunkers. Hyuga Hinata, bearer of the Squirrel Hollow contract. No finer messengers exist. Naruto surprised them, as most would expect him to summon toads, like Jiraiya, or foxes, like his prisoner. However, the boy had discovered that the seal on his belly prevented him from connecting to any foxes in such a manner, so he'd gone a little further afield for his summons. Uzumaki Naruto, bearer of the Mongoose Hill contract. Leave the snakes to us. The Hokage nodded. Then you know what to do. Go do it. As the three teens began their summoning, Hiruzen shook his head, and waved Tsunade over. I'm getting too old for this, he complained. I need you to succeed me. Blank. The invasion was done, a total failure. The summoned vipers had reached the wall to find a young man and twice their own number of mongoose summons waiting for them. With intact walls and ready defenses, a continued attack was suicidal. As the Oto Nin started to abandon the Suna to their fate, a wave of surrenders began. With the squirrels as messengers, coordination was good, and the Mantis guards, along with the shinobi, made certain of the safety of the civilians. Stalking into his camp, Orochimaru wondered what exactly had gone wrong. Where had he made his mistake? And he remembered a day, long ago, when Kabuto had sent him a boy who healed rapidly. Experiment on his rage focused to a pinpoint hatred. When Danzo and his root soldiers emerged from his hidden base, he had not expected Hiruzen and the Anbu to be waiting for him. Shimura Danzo, you are hereby under arrest for treason, to be exact, concealing resources and hindering the operations of Konoha shinobi in a time of war, Hiruzen announced. Danzo took refuge in his words, sweeping out with his stolen eye. No such state of war was declared. It seemed reasonable until Hyuga Hiyashi struck several of Danzu's tenketsu, shutting off flow of chakra to Danzu's crippled eye and arm, and his genjutsu fell apart. An invasion by foreign shinobi obviates the need for such a declaration, absent invitations and authorizations from Hokage, and they didn't have anything like that, Hiruzen said, turning to Ibiki. He's high risk. Keep his chakra sealed, and his movements restricted. No visitors without the signature of the Hokage. The genin from the exams were assembled in the stadium. The prisoners from Suna had been interrogated, and those who actually had some authority had been negotiated with. Jiraiya had looked at the Suna Jinchuriki's seal, and modified it, making it more secure against the Biju's presence. The only way the insane demon could influence Gaara now was if he let it. They were presented to the Sandaime Hokage, who had gone over the reports and information from the exams, as well as the battle afterwards. Suna's cage had, by their own medical experts' analysis, been dead for over 3 months before they'd found his body, so Orochimaru had tricked them, and Hiruzen did not press them over much for reparations, save for a free hand today. The Kumo-ji Group were looking somewhat lost without their sensei, and the Iwa team had a glaring absence. Those who'd been in the hospital for various reasons were present as well, and now the Hokage was passing his judgment. It has been decided as part of the negotiations and peace settlements, that none of the Suna genin here today shall be promoted to Chunin at this time. Instead, they will be returned to their home under escort. They are forbidden entry to Hai no Kuni for a period of 2 years. Of the other participants, we have come to our decisions. First, we raised Kyoseki Koshi to the rank of Chunin, the only shinobi from beyond Konoha to achieve that result today. Next, from Konoha itself, we promote Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations to all of you. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Further, I take the chance on this occasion to step down and allow my successor, the Godime Hokage, to take my place. It seems I shall be known as the only Kage to ever retire twice. He reached up and removed his hat. Senju Tsunade, I give you this burden, and the full authority therein, to guard our precious home, and the even more precious people who make it so. As the female Sannin accepted the hat, she muttered through gritted teeth. You do remember I only agreed with this because you threatened to give the job to Jiraiya. Blank, underscore, blank. Rumors flew through the land of the Chunin exams in Konoha, and the invasion. As more and more heard it and passed it on, it grew, as such stories do. In Iwa, a nervous Koshi, who had been unwilling to leave his family, had been carefully interrogated about why he was the only one from Iwa to be promoted, and the only member of his team to return at all. To say the Tsuchikage was no pleased by the results would have been an understatement, but he could hardly punish the only Chunin promoted by the Konoha judges. At least he wasn't alone. In Kumogakure no Sato, a very upset Rake, Age was left to glare at the hole in his wall that he'd thrown the messenger through, a hole that had not been there before the messenger was thrown. The news that a promising team of genin had defected, partly because of that secret mission to acquire the Byakugan, but largely because the loyal Jonin sensei he'd handpicked to guard the shinobi he'd had raised from abducted children, had actually been a deep-cover spy and infiltrator. He was furious. Send me the Jinchuriki teams, he barked out, I have a job for them. Blank, underscore, blank. Kurenai looked at the stack of Ryo she'd won. She'd forgotten about this bet, placed to show her confidence in her team. She'd forgotten the bookie quoting her 1,000-to-1 odds, and now that she had it, what was she going to do with 50,000 Ryo? Blank, underscore, blank. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at the paperwork he'd been filling out, and nodded. He didn't like it, but it was the only way to do this. If he delayed it too long, certain interfering people might take it into their heads to try again. He signed the papers and applied his seal and infused it with his chakra signature. 2 weeks. It was not a long time, but perhaps it would be enough. Blank, underscore, blank. Kabuto opened his eyes, and found himself secured to a hospital bed. He could feel the restraints on his arms and his left leg. The fools. He idly wondered why they hadn't bound the other leg as he began to channel his chakra scalpels to the free limb, only to realize it wasn't there. A tall scarred figure entered the room. Morino Ibiki. I think you might have a few things we're interested in knowing, Yakushi Kabuto, he said slowly, as the white-haired ninja's stomach sank. And trust me, you will want to share them with us. Blank, underscore, blank. Team 8, including their now wealthy sensei, sat on the top of the Hokage monument, on the fourth Hokage's head, watching as stoneworkers and sculptors began to measure and sketch to begin work on the next face to decorate this mountain. They were all alive, they were all Chunin, and life was good. Naruto held Hinata close, and looked around as the sun set over Konoha, and daydreamed of the challenges of tomorrow. After all, Orochimaru was still out there, and he was hardly the only person or group that had to be dealt with. But for now, Hiyashi cleared his throat, attracting the attention of the new Chunin and their sensei, nodding to the latter, who grinned as her students approached the head of the Hyuga clan. When he spoke, Hiyashi didn't beat around the bush. Naruto's answer echoed across the village. The wedding is in how long? Naruto was intimidated, almost scared, of the reactions of many of the citizens of Konoha in the aftermath of the Chunin exams. As one of the handful of promotions for this event, he'd expected to be in the limelight, but at some deep, terrified level, he was certain that people would believe he'd cheated somehow. That he'd used the demon fox within him to take the title from someone more deserving. However, aside from some of Sasuke's more rabid fangirls whose number no longer included Sakura or Ino, for example, the people around the town were actually treating him well. As this was a major attitude change for them, he kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. Naruto took note of the time and hurried along. Hinata was doing some shopping with Ino, Sakura and Tenten this morning, while he had been summoned to see the Godime Hokage and her most prominent advisor, the former Sandaime, before he had to meet his Hinata Heim for some mysterious shopping of his own. As he raced toward the Hokage tower over the rooftops, he wondered why he was needed. Blank, underscore, blank. Ishiguma Daikinshi had always hated his first name, and the strict laws of Iwa had caused his adoption of Otome to be an informal thing, rather than anything on paper. Now he sat here in his waiting room as Otome read from a scroll on the Hyaku Hoseki traits and bloodline, wondering how impressive this clan head for her family would be. When the new Chunin that Otome had faced in the Stadium entered and strode up to the desk, Otome put down her scroll and watched him. She couldn't see any resemblance between the two of them, and surely what little she'd heard about him had to be exaggerated. But then he did manage to shut down her Kekkei Genkai, or more accurately, force her to shut it down. She owed him something for that, so perhaps she could give him the benefit of the doubt. The boy was passed in to see the Hokage, both the old one and the new, and Ishiguma grunted in resignation. He didn't quite see why a freshly minted Chunin, even one as formidable as that one, was just allowed to waltz in. He must have missed the boy leaving, he assumed, when the dark-haired girl with the pig informed him that the Hokage would see them now. As the two former Iwa nin entered, Ey saw that they had not missed the Chunin's exit. He was still here. The Sandame sat in a comfortable chair to one side and behind the desk, while the Godime, a mature woman late 30s, maybe, rose from her own. The two available chairs looked comfortable, but since the boy was standing, so would they. Tsunade acknowledged the two with a nod. Ishiguma-san, Otome-san, welcome. I believe everyone here at least knows of each other, but for completeness, allow me the introductions. She gestured to each person as she named them. I am Senju Tsunade, the Godime Hokage, known as the Queen of Slugs and Elixirs in some circles. And one of the Sanin. This is my advisor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Sandame Hokage, now retired once again, also known variously as the Professor and the God of Shinobi. Finally we have Uzumaki Naruto, our latest Chunin, and head of the Uzumaki clan, of which the Hyaku Hoseki blood was one of 3 cadet lines. As the information sank in, Ishiguma had a blistering realization hit him full force. They weren't here so Otome could be adopted. She already was part of the clan by blood. They were here so she could adopt him. Wait a moment, please, he said, and thought furiously. If I am correct, he continued after a few moments, then you wish to adopt me into this clan, yes. I am uncertain what I can offer you. Are you certain you wish to do this? Naruto rose and bowed. Once things had been explained to him, that this girl was family, he'd known exactly what was needed. Ishiguma-san, everyone has been tiptoeing around this issue, but what you say is true. As Otome is part of the Uzumaki by blood, and sees you as her father, then it makes sense that you also join the clan. All you need to offer is to keep being her dad. But before you accept, there is information you must both be made aware of. 2 things actually. Naruto's words had their attention now. Ishiguma and Otome from curiosity as to what might change their minds, and Hiru Zen and Tsunade from what information the boy had come across besides being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. The first piece of information, Naruto said, is that I am the prison of the Kyuubi no Yoko. The second is that my father caused that scar. Hiruzen was speechless, and Tsunade wasn't much better. Otome gaped for a while, switching her stare back and forth from her father to her cousin. Kinsman. She didn't know which term was best. Ishiguma on the other hand was scrutinizing the Chunin, little more than a boy. There were similarities, yes, not a perfect match, with enough of his mother in him. His mother. She had to be that Uzumaki Kushina, the Crimson Blade, that was feared by both Iwa and Kumo. Still, he had to be sure. Who told you this? He asked. No one, Naruto replied. I figured it out quite a while ago. And it was independently confirmed by those with reason to know. Besides, if the Hokage monument was in color, the whole village would have seen it long ago. Blank. Hinata stood in the center of the group as she quietly explained why she needed their help. And so, you see, I'll be marrying Naru-kun in 2 weeks' time. I need your help. She bowed a little. My father has made arrangements for the formal kimono, but I need advice and assistance in other ways. Kurenai-sensei has agreed to stand in for my mother, and Tenten nodded. You need your attendance, but can't figure out how to ask. Hinata blushed a little, embarrassed, but nodded. I don't want to seem arrogant, or like I think I'm above you or anything. It's just this is important to me. It's for Naru-kun. Ino shook her head. It's your big day too, Hinata, she pointed out. So keep that in mind, alright. Now, let's start with the shopping. Lingerie first, that's over there. The whole tale had taken a while to tell. Otome had been shocked, and tears had actually come to her eyes. She'd been unable to meaningfully touch people. But she'd at least had her father. Naruto's closest contact as a child had been the Hokage, a busy man who couldn't devote all his time to looking out for the boy, and then the abduction, the changes the experiments caused. The pain from those, the alienation she was sure that a lesser person would have given up long ago. And this council, about this CRA they can't force it on someone, can they? The Hokage nodded. That's why I consider it a particularly vile piece of work. I don't have quite the support I need to overthrow it and remove it yet. Removing Danzo helped, but I really need another seat from the council to get it, a seat that Naruto isn't old enough to vote. Ishiguma's smile was not something one would like to see in a dark alley. It was almost feral. Whereas I, should the head of my clan so choose, can stand as proxy. That's how I can repay him. Now, how do we do this? Blank. Shino passed the invitation to his parents, and as their eyebrows rose, he smiled. Few people invited the Aburame to grand occasions such as this wedding, but here it was in some of the neatest calligraphy they'd seen. Shibi turned to his son. You believe we should go? Shino nodded. They are my teammates. They wish to share this day with my family. I doubt that either will be able to pay attention to anyone else, but we will be seen to be there. It is good for our clan. And I get to support my best friends outside my colonies. The conclusion is inescapable. In Sunagakure no Sato, Tamari and Kankuro peered into their brother's room. That horrible grating noise like sawing logs had dragged them through the house to find Gaara, fearing some new torture for some poor soul. But there he lay, eyes shut. The terrible noise emerging from his sleeping form as he snored. Naruto stood on the bridge where he was to meet Hinata. He was early, but he had things to think on. Ishiguma and Otome had insisted on taking the clan name as their own, so now he had a cousin and uncle, and fitting family into his life was new. He felt disoriented, as though everything were twisted to the side. And was fighting to understand how these complete strangers could feel so indebted to him as to swear the kind of fealty they'd offered as head of the Uzumaki clan. The first thing he'd stated was a bald, Uzumaki aren't sealed against their own choice. At which point the newly named Uzumaki Ishiguma smiled even wider. He smiled. That was two more people for the groom's side of the ceremony now. There was a bright side to it, after all. There was, he decided, a fate worse than death. Neji looked on as Naruto was Maya. Served and fitted for the formal kimono by Kujaku Dansei. This was it. The formerly fate-obsessed boy, he acknowledged himself that, the way he'd behaved towards his family was not the attitude of a man. Stared at the young man. There was no way to deny Naruto that title, with a wry self-deprecating smile. The elders still had some holdouts over this matter, but by and large, Uzumaki had overcome their objections with the events of the Chunin exams. It was ironic that one of Naruto's most fervent supporters was once the same man who'd called for his death for, how did he put it again? Oh, yes. Corrupting the heiress and weakening her resolve and abilities. Of course, said, weak girl, was well on the way to becoming the strongest kunoichi of her generation. Obviously it took more than T having the Byakugan to give someone clear sight. The three young Kumo genin looked around at the house they'd found themselves in. It was decorated with a definite crane motif. A portrait in particular caught their attention as they waited for the person they were supposed to meet. He looked somewhat like their sensei, but older, the hair almost silver. They looked. A familiar voice spoke up behind them. My great-grandfather, Suru Tetsu. Turning, they found the familiar features of their sensei, but in clothes they'd never seen before. The crane motif was extended here. And the silver-trimmed blue of his clothes fit him in a way the gray and black he'd worn in Kumo never had. He seemed happier, more comfortable, and for a moment they couldn't figure out why. Then the realization struck, he was home. At his invitation, they made themselves comfortable. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? He asked, and continued as they nodded. A bit under a decade ago, Kumo's current Raikage came to power, and decided that the way to make Kumo stronger was to take in the people of other nations, an admirable goal on paper, but his method of applying the principle was less so. He started by abducting children from other villages, usually the smaller villages, but then he saw the power in the bloodlines that Kiri was persecuting, and started expanding his plans. After successfully abducting children from other nations under the guise of diplomatic relations, he set his sights on the Byakugan. At that time I was simply Suru Shikunshi, a name I have once again taken. And when the main plan failed, he began to make noises of war to claim the body of the killer. The Hyuga instead gave him the body of the killer's twin, but I realized that this would not satisfy him. So I went to Hokage-sama with a plan, to infiltrate Kumo, and investigate these things, with the distraction caused by the detonation of the explosive tags I left all over that body, and so began the life of Sagi Giso. __. Sakura looked at the targets, huffing as her body caught up to her actions. Only 2/3 of her kunai had struck the mark. And that was simply not good enough. She glanced at the shadows. There was still time for another round, and she was improving faster than she'd thought she would. Maybe if she asked Sasuke for some tips. He was the best at this back in the academy, after all, and it wouldn't put any strain on his chakra. If he felt useful, perhaps that would help. He just seemed so depressed lately. __. Naruto stood at the edge of the training grounds, watching with Hinata beside him as their shadow clones fought a huge battle. To be fair, they had only created 5 clones each. And as the last dispelled and they both gained the memories, they sighed and leaned against each other. Another draw, Naruto said. His Hinata Haim nodded. He had the masses of chakra. She had the precision and efficiency it balanced out, but they weren't able to determine who would have won that last fight in the exams. Annoying, but still, they had wondered. The past week had been hectic. And now there was nothing left but the waiting. __. Hinata was getting fed up with the waiting, impatient to be able to call herself Narukun's wife. They knew very well why Kurenai-sensei was sleeping so near them, and the only hiccup in the whole 2 weeks would be the night just before the actual ceremony. By tradition, she had to take a ritual bath to purify herself. A washing away of the old life, so she was ready for the new, and could not spend that night with her intended. The two were worried that their nightmares would return and had voiced their concerns on such. Their weekly therapy sessions with the Yamanakas were going well, according to those two, although Naruto had overheard one of Inoichi's comments to his wife. How Hatboy has gone through all that and not broken, I'll never know. I'm surprised that Konoha is still here sometimes, what with all that has been done to him. __. Haruno Mebuki had been up all night, scouring the archives for some way to overturn the ruling of the Kyuubi brat's promotion, and enact the CRA. Her daughter would be perfect, once she got over the whole thing with that Uchiha, but why was there a nagging feeling at the back of her mind that this was wrong? Brushing aside the tiny voice that was protesting this set of actions, she strode into the council chamber. The Godime Hokage had relieved the elders Homura and Kaharu of their burdens, despite their protests, and installed the former Sandaime in their place. Between that and Danzu's incarceration, it resulted in a tied vote, but one that Mebuki was certain she could swing in the right direction with this little piece of legislation. She frowned as she passed the large man with the scar and the ruby eye in a kimono. Black with orange trim with the Uzumaki spirals on the shoulders and back, as well as over the heart, a configuration that only Uzumaki could wear, since when was the Stone Baron Uzumaki? As the counselor for the clanless shinobi took her seat, the Godime took one look at the proposed agenda for today's meeting, snorted and tore the inch-thick pile of paperwork in half. There was polite applause from a number of the shinobi clans. Today's agenda has not been sent to my office for confirmation, Tsunade began, her voice daring them to interrupt and find out why that was a bad idea. No one did. So today runs to my agenda. Item 1. The Uzumaki clan has accepted one Uzumaki Otome into their ranks, and has extended a clan adoption to her father by choice, Uzumaki Ishiguma. Citing his age and lack of experience in dealing with politics, Uzumaki Naruto has given his proxy to his newly adopted uncle. This is not a request, as the clan's business is just that, it is a notification. As a further notice, with this expansion, Uzumaki Naruto is no longer the last male of his clan, and thus the CRA no longer applies. Mebuki was stunned, and the voice in the back of her head got louder and started cheering. With difficulty she pushed it back, but now she felt a migraine starting. Tsunade's voice broke through the pain. Item 2 is the Abolish Me. NT of the abomination known as the Clan Restoration Act. It is nothing less than legalized slavery, and I will have nothing like it in my Konoha. Tsunade's vehemence on the subject was infectious. Higuma voted with the other shinobi clans as the Hokage wished, and smiled a promise at the civilian council, who recalled that he had a daughter who this law could have applied to, and several of them also voted for the abolishment. Those who did, however, winced with pain as headaches spontaneously manifested bad ones. Tsunade noticed. Until certain issues can be ironed out, she announced, I will not be convening the council. Until then, you can all rest easy. Dismissed. After they'd left, she turned to Shizune. Get word to Jiraiya, she said, and quietly make sure that I'm the one to do the checkups on the counselors, medicals, and bump up those medicals to just after the wedding. Blank. I looked at the border. He was certain this was a bad idea, but the Raikage gave the orders. A team of 3 Chunin under a Jonin was the standard team for an assassination, but for Konoha, he'd seen some of the reports that had been sent back by Kumo agents. One of their genin admittedly. He was made Chunin afterwards, but at the time he'd still been a genin. Had stopped a Biju. He shook his head. There were times he thought his dad had to be going senile. This felt like one of them. He scrutinized his team as he drew a deep breath. There was B Killer B, as he styled himself. He was Ai's little brother, adopted by the Raikage, whose imaginati on when it came to names seemed to be sorely lacking. B was the Jinchuriki to the Hachibi, a monstrous blend of octopus and ox to puss, as B himself had put it once. It had taken 12 GHT hours of classical music to convince Killer B that such a nickname for one of the most powerful things on the planet was not respectful. Somewhere along the way, the youth had become addicted to rap, although until he figured out how to properly balance the rhythm and rhyme schemes, it should be pronounced with an invisible C at the start. Then there was Niyugito. She'd always been an independent sort, paying barely a lick of attention to authority. That might have been the influence of the Nibi no Nekomata inside her, but it could have some other cause, too. The only reason she and B were on the same team was because it was easier to keep an eye on them that way. The girl always wore gloves, rumor said, to stop her death touch from killing people, but no one knew for sure. He last member of the team was one of twin brothers, with a unique jutsu that let them share thoughts and memories, even their senses, across the hundreds of miles between them. He was a spy, not on Konoha, but on this team, keeping the Raikage updated through his brother on exactly what was going on here. I shook his head. The man's personality was so arrogant and superior, you'd have thought and Uchiha by the way he carried himself. If he knew a way to do it without getting caught, Kokura Ichiro would have had an accident long ago. And how exactly were they supposed to assassinate the Konoha Jinchuriki if they didn't know who it was? Otome looked around. This was her team, then, at least for now. She bowed to the others. My name is Uzumaki Otome, she said. I am new to Konoha. So please, excuse any ignorance I display. The blonde girl beside the larger boy nodded. You're Naruto's cousin, aren't you? I'm Yamanaka Ino, and this is Akamichi Choji. Our sensei is Sodetora Shinshi. He said he'd be here later, and to show you where and how we train. The night before their wedding, Naruto did not have nightmares. Instead, he and his beloved Hinata Hime spent their separate time holding a sort of vigil, a period of contemplation on what life would be bringing them as well as how they got this far. Forced by circumstance to grow up far too fast, the young shinobi stared meditatively into the flame of a candle, watching as it burned. It felt oddly refreshing when he realized that he'd spent the entire night awake. He'd found question after question, doubts had risen, and fears had been found, and he'd looked carefully at each. The answers he came up with were his own, and he dressed the next morning in the formal kimono he'd purchased with the assistance of Neji and Hinata. The black wide-legged trousers, and the black kimono with orange trim, and the white spiral of Uzumaki on each shoulder, beneath the white haori, or sleeveless coat, that bore the red spirals on the back and over the heart, and the clan's new emblem, an orange spiral, on the obi about his waist, were striking and suited him well. As he strode past the guests, including the newest members of his clan and a few others such as Kakashi, Jiraiya and Iruka, Naruto was nervous, no, terrified, that Hinata would for some reason change her mind. But when her father led her into the room, all Naruto's thoughts disappeared like snow in an active volcano. The bride wore the traditional formal kimono, pure white, with a cloth over her head like a hood. and pale makeup, and the traditional tanto, intended to represent the severing of ties with her old family. The thin line of red silk, showing at the edges, was a second kimono. Meant to be revealed after the ceremony was concluded, a sort of rebirth, a new life for the bride. For the white kimono bore the emblems of the hyuga, while the red would have the Uzumaki spirals. The second she saw him, their eyes met, and other than each other's faces, the rest of the ceremony was a blur, although they must have been paying enough attention to get by, making the right responses in the right places. And before they'd realized it, the white kimono was removed and Tsunade-sama, in her office as Hokage, was declaring them wed and granting them permission to kiss. They were both so focused on each other. When the time came for them to go to bed, they found that Kurenai's futon had been moved. They'd known that it would be, but it still came as a shock of sorts. That their sensei didn't believe they needed a chaperone anymore. The two made their way across the bedroom, dropping a garment every few feet, until they were in the bed, kissing with a passio. And they'd not realized they'd been waiting for, and shut off the lights as they fell into each other's embrace. Blank. Outside Konoha, on a hill overlooking the gates, two men in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds waited for dawn. When the gates would open again, they had seen the fireworks of some celebration. The Chunin exams had been 2 weeks gone, so STILL celebrating that was unlikely and had decided to wait until morning. Hungover shinobi were, after all, easier to deal with. Naruto and his new bride made their appearance at the Hokage Tower to register the final paperwork for their marriage. Hinata's change of address forms. The celebrations the previous night had apparently not been confined to the Hyuga estate, so many of the shinobi, and more than a few civilians, were a little hung over. The terrors of bureaucracy vanquished for now, the happy couple decided to see what their fellow rookies had gotten up to. So where to first? Naruto asked. Knowing they'd be in demand, the newlyweds had chosen not to take a honeymoon, but to be available if the Hokage needed them. Now he made the same decision as many wise husbands through the ages. The opinion of your wife matters. Shino will be helping his family with their hives and unattached Kikaichu colonies. I think his little sister Shikibu is supposed to be getting her first kolo NY in about a month or so he'll be busy today. Ino was going to visit Sakura, and probably train with her. Hinata's decision was a long time in coming. Kiba. Naruto shook his head. Nah. It's Friday, and he's not on a mission. So he has to clean the Inuzuka dog runs today. He cleans himself well, but I can smell it. What about Shikamaru? It was Hinata's turn to shoot down an idea. He did have a mission today. Apparently he's the ambassador Hokage-sama is sending to Suna, to keep an eye on the treaty. It seems they still haven't chosen a Godime Kazekage yet, too many factions, and Tsunade-sama is hoping he can find the one best suited to the job. As they wandered down the street, they found themselves in front of the academy, where the students, including Konohamaru and his friends Moegi and Udon as well as Hanabi, although she was on the opposite side of the group from the others, were setting into spar with each other. There was a moment that the ninja cadets smiled to see the newest and arguably most famous Chunin in the village, before their gazes were drawn to someone or something behind the couple. Reacting on instinct, Naruto ducked, even as Hinata jumped upward to balance for a moment on Naruto's hand, thrust into the air in the wake of whatever had nearly taken his head off, at least as far as most people could see. There in the middle of the street air two men in black cloaks covered with red clouds. The one on the right was taller, and held what looked like it should have been a two-handed sword, although as covered in bandages as it was hard to be certain, in one hand. The man himself was strange, no other word fit. The black sclera of his eyes, contrasted against the golden iris and the dead-looking pupil, the blue hue to his skin. The gill-like marks on his face. Everything about this man screamed, killer. No, not killer. Naruto and Hinata knew they could kill if they had to. This man was the type of psychopath who would cut you just to see you bleed. And to hell with whatever another thought of this. The other man's face was obscured beneath his wide-brimmed hat, but there was an air about him that said, dangerous, a capacity not just to kill, but to make it last until the victim was begging for it. Uzumaki Naruto, he said in a dead voice, you will be coming with us, or we will kill your friend here, and then those children, one by one. While you won't be able to stop us. Naruto snorted as he and Hinata took fighting stances, and various other people in the streets shook their heads as these two strangers apparently appeared from nowhere. As the civilians backed away, and the academy teachers hurried to move the cadets back into the academy building, the shorter of the two reached for his hat. "Remember Kisame. The leader wants him alive and we don't have much time before they come for us." The shark-featured man grinned, his teeth all jagged, like a row of broken bottles. "Don't worry, I don't Hink taking off his legs so he can't run is going to kill him," he retorted. Blank. There was a pounding on the door of Tsunade's rooms, and the Hokage was jerked into sudden, painful awareness. The bottle before her was once full of prime-quality shochu, Sake's stronger cousin, and now it was not. That would certainly explain the hammering as she noticed Jiraiya. Slowly lifting his head from the couch opposite her, the Godime Hokage realized that the pounding was not just in her head, and struggled to her feet and stumbled towards the door, even as her old F. Riend made his way to the kitchen to make coffee. Yanking the door open, she glared at the terrified Chunin outside. "What is it? I warn you, if it's not important, I'll have you busted back to the academy so fast." "Hokage-sama," the ninja interrupted, voice filled with panic. "Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. They're here in Konoha, outside the academy. I think they're after the Uzumaki couple." His report delivered. The ninja braced for the reaction, even as Jiraiya dropped the coffee cups on the way out the window, with the Hokage shouting orders back over her shoulder as she followed. "Get all available Jonin on capture crews, and call out Hunter Nin in case we aren't in time. I want all Anbu to drop what they're doing, whatever it is, and assemble for interception. And let the hospital know we'll need more beds. Blank. I don't suppose you'd let us take this somewhere you can't threaten innocent bystanders," Naruto said to the shark-like man before him. Even as his wife he couldn't get enough of calling Hinata that moved to intercept the other missing nin. Kisami's answer was another swing of the massive sword Naruto assumed that was what was under the bandages. Based on how Kisame was wielding it, sidestepping as the weapon came down wasn't much help, as the blade moved, twisting its shape to strike him anyway. Naruto reacted by pouring a measure of chakra into his bones, bringing the bone metal plating to his shoulder just in time to catch the blow, which drove him to his knees, even as he brought out his claws. The sudden extension of his bone metal widened his opponent's eyes as the sword hit, and the claws had the man leaping back to avoid the slash that came with them. "Okay, that's something new," the missing nin muttered. "Hey, Itachi. I think your agents are slipping, they didn't tell us about this." He swept the blade again, this time aiming for soft tissue. No one could say he wasn't a fast learner, and as the sword called Samahata swept across. Aimed at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's abdomen, Naruto caught the blade on his crossed claws, even as he pushed wind and lightning chakra into them. "Arashi no Sume," the younger shinobi yelled. "Claws of the storm." The technique's been effective on oversized swords before, the fresh-minted Chunin thought, why mess with a winning combination? "Blank. You have bitten off more than you can chew, girl," the renegade Uchiha stated. "It is unfortunate, but I will have to finish this before we can be interrupted, but that doesn't mean I can't take my time with this." Guessing he was about to use a genjutsu, Hinata threw her chakra into her Byakugan, watching, not the physical world, but the chakra flows, even as Itachi spoke the name of his dreaded technique. Tsukiyomi. The world was an illusion, a vast and complex construct, and despite the obvious distortions, she was trapped in it. Itachi couldn't help but lecture her. "The Byakugan is a most wonderful tool for piercing deception," he said as he stepped up to the girl chained to a cross, with an unsheathed katana in his hand. "This is going to hurt, and you will die eventually. You can do nothing here, for all that you have the Byakugan. To the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is just another way to seize control of your senses. And when we are done here, I will leave your corpse lying in the street. And we will extract the Kyuubi from your little boyfriend, and he will join you in death. And still, you can do nothing about it." Hinata forced her attention away from his voice. She instead focused on Kurenai-sensei's lectures about genjutsu, and what little the Jonin had said about the Sharingan's illusions. The Byakugan let her see the chakra flow, and she was in a lucid state. With some control of the shifts, or she would be unable to feel the pain that Itachi obviously wanted her to. If he'd had that much control of the illusory world, he'd not have bound her. She felt the katana enter her chest, piercing her breast slowly as it was forced through her heart. Then suddenly it was gone. Itachi spoke again. This genjutsu's subjective time will last 72 hours, 3 days, he said. That was 1 minute. Now, he again raised his katana. Hinata was so close to breaking this. Naruto was obviously fighting out there, he was fighting for her, and she would fight for him. For their future, a soft pulse of chakra washed through her belly as she thought of that future, of their children as yet unborn, or even conceived for them, the sons and daughters for her Naru-kun to teach and spoil. She would not let this criminal defeat her. She couldn't move her hands to form hand seals, so she'd have to do this without them. In the real world, this would be impossible. Since she didn't have the necessary chakra reserves, and likely wouldn't for years, or even decades, if ever. But, here, in a world that was pure illusion and chakra that was just begging to be shaped. Blank. Kisame jumped backwards, landing on the fence across from the academy, staring at the bleeding wound in his sword, pouring out the liquefied chakra onto the ground, where it hissed and steamed away. Looking over, he could see where Samahata had made contact with the boy's arm, flaying it to the bone, metallic bone at that, but even as he watched, the injury was closing, healing over and filling out beneath the crusted blood. It obviously hurt, but it just as obviously wouldn't slow the boy down for long. He'd need an edge. His eyes lit on the children in the academy yard, even as they were being ushered inside, and he saw one girl, looking quite like the one Itachi had trapped in his genjutsu. He'd have threatened her, she was obviously important to him. But he was between them now. Kisame sprang into motion, leaping the fence in a single bound, and driving the teacher with the scar on his face back with Samahata's hilt as he reached for the girl. He didn't expect the boy, a scarf-wearing brat who hadn't even received his Hitai-8, racing between them and driving a kunai into the outstretched arm with Kisame's experience. It wasn't a serious wound, and he pulled back the arm in time to avoid it becoming any more serious, as he thrust across with Samahata, a glancing blow at best that shredded the brat's shirt and made his chest look like someone had used it to go sledding on gravel. The killing intent that exploded behind him froze him to the spot, even as the girl was screaming her classmate's name, or was it the village's name? Kisame had other things to worry about as he forced himself to look back at the boy, little more than a child. This menacing presence came from. That was a mistake, snarled Uzumaki Naruto. Itachi was vaguely interested in this child's maneuver. Even if it was futile, he would let her try, and when she failed, well, he would have to punish the attempt. But he would respect her while he did. Hinata focused her lucid mind on the patterns she'd seen Naruto utilize a handful of times, and struggled with it. The first step, rotation, was easy enough. And the second step, power, was easy to obtain here. She simply took it from the genjutsu around them. The third and final step was control, something that any half-trained Hyuga had in spades. And at least one Uzumaki, now. The chains on her arms and wrists shattered as the impossible blue spheres appeared in her hands, tearing away at the solidity of the nightmare. As she dropped to her feet and the sword, or rather the image of a sword, was raised, she concentrated on the very real feelings of the night before, and the inevitable future where she would be nursing her children and would not let go. Screaming out as she launched her illusory assault, making up the name on the spot. Uzumaki hidden technique. Razanento, spiral mind. The spiraling spheres W or E is illusory as the rest of the Sharingan enforced genjutsu, and that was precisely the problem. By placing himself in the genjutsu, Itachi had rendered himself vulnerable in a way he'd never imagined. As the twisting, rotating energy of an attack he'd never believed to be passed on stripped away the substance of the illusion, and as Hinata drove these balls of spiraling energy into the face of her captor, all the power of Itachi's own genjutsu was forced to feed back into his own Sharingan. Jiraiya heard the screams of agony and pain as he landed, and saw Hinata collapse to her knees. And thought he'd arrived too late, until he saw Itachi Uchiha clutching at the ruins of his eyes as they exploded outwards across his face. A quick glance toward Naruto saw him driving Hoshigaki Kisame back into a corner, his sword damaged badly, and with wounds here and there, while Naruto's own injuries barely lasted seconds. As the newly made Chunin maneuvered his foe into a position with no one behind him, the Toad Sage saw the body of Sarutobi Konohamaru lying on the ground in front of a shocked and silent Hyuga Hanabi. No, not silent, she was whispering the boy's name over and over. Pointing, knowing Tsunade was right behind him, he moved to cut off the escape of these missing nin. Naruto was enraged by this stranger's attack on Konohamaru, and his attempt to take Naruto's new sister-in-law hostage was, to the Uzumaki credo he was assembling, unforgivable. He reached out mentally as he kept up the assault, to the one deep inside him. Kyuubi no Yoko, I don't have your name. But I ask for a little of your chakra. He sent the message direct, mind to mind, and the Kyuubi paused. These strangers came to our home, and threatened us, so we fought. And they threatened the children of the village, and I need to stop this one before he hurts another child ever again. The one he hurt is a friend, a little brother in type if not blood. Better be ready, Kit. The Kyuubi said as he extended a little more chakra through the seal. This is going to hurt, and by the way, you who fights for the younglings, the kits of your people, my name is Kurama. Naruto didn't have time to respond to that, as the flow of chakra, of Yuki, into his body did indeed hurt, as if a full-body gravel rash were dipped in salt water, and he was forced to consent. Rate to channel this chakra to where he needed it. The flare of red chakra over Naruto's body was not missed by any of the arriving shinobi. All the rookies saw it, as did their senseis. The killing eye. NTENT Naruto had been pouring out intensified, although somehow, there was an inhumanly precise control to it, as Tsunade, Hanabi and Konohamaru didn't feel so much as a nervous flutter. Nor did Hinata, but that was because she knew. On a level so deep it was impossible to shake, that Naruto was this scary to those who threatened his precious ones. The red aura condensed, melding with his own blue chakra into a vibrant purple color. And this energy was channeled into the spiraling orb of the Rasengan as he struck forward with his left claws as he forced the barely contained purple orb into the claws on his right. And he drove them forwards as Kisame brought up Samahata to block, roaring out as he did. Rasenjutsu. Uzumaki no Sum, Demon Strike. Blank, _, blank. Samahata held up for a few seconds before the spiraling, wild energy of the chakra-enhanced claws tore away at the blade, drilling a massive hole in it that had 3 ridges to it, top and bottom. He burst of spiraling chakra then continued outwards through the body behind the sword, leaving a similar if somewhat larger hole through Kisami's chest, and grinding 3 gouges from the sparring field. Across the street and through the wall on the far side. The sheer energy released was staggering, and even Jiraiya was struck mute by the event. Turning, his claws retracting into his arms with a hiss of heated metal. Naruto's eyes sought out Hinata, and even as shell-shocked Anbu took the renegade Uchiha into custody, weighing him down with chakra restraints, Naruto walked a little unsteadily to his Hinata Hime and embraced her. As the two nearly collapsed against a nearby wall, Konohamaru was delivered quickly to the hospital where trainee medic Nin would regenerate the skin on his chest. While Hanabi ran to her sister and hugged her, crying aloud now. The Hokage looked around at the damage, Kisami's body, and the Anbu dragging away their prisoner. This was going to be Jigoku's own paperwork. Blank, blank. I's right eye was developing a noticeable twitch as he looked through the binoculars at the scene of that fight. The chakra-powered devices that H.E. and his team carried had allowed them to witness the fight as if from a nearby rooftop, while actually standing in the park above the Hokage monument. A low whistle caught his attention. Yo, bro, I think we know where they Jinchuriki's at, but I ain't willin' to fight the brat. B's rap struck a more annoying nerve than usual, but for once, Yugito didn't call him on it, instead speaking the older Jinchuriki's lingo. Word. She peeled her eyes from her own binoculars, turning to the third Chunin. Ichiro had a look of concentration on his face as he relayed the information to his brother Nijiro. Then he paled. Raikage says not to abort, he said, and we can't let Konoha keep such an asset. Secondaries are targets of opportunity, primary is essential. Nijiro says screw that for a game of soldiers, he wants to live. At the blank looks on his team's faces, he sighed. A major drawback of our family jutsu is how closely it links our life forces. One dies, both do. I don't like the thought that I'm expendable. And neither does he. I was assessing the situation and picking out what details he could, before turning away from Konoha. Initial reconnaissance has raised questions as to the quality of current intelligence assets. Several problems have been raised in regards to target's current abilities. Said target and his teammate have both recently made Chunin and Althaug. They were almost certainly underestimated by their opponents. They did take down 2's rank missing Nin. In my opinion as team leader, this requires we withdraw, acquire further intelligence and revisit the plans to eliminate a threat to Kumogakure. Ichiro was busy relaying I's report, so he missed the look that passed between B and Yugito as I said this. They nodded to each other and then to I. They were with him. They had noticed, even if Ichiro, new to the field, hadn't, that their leader hadn't specified the exact threat he was thinking of. Blank. Sasuke stared at his brother as the Anbu carried him away, feeling the curse mark nudging at his desire for revenge, trying to amplify it to the point that he would act madly for the power. But Itachi had just had his eyes blown out by a Hyuga, somehow, and from the way he screamed at the time, the injury of that far outweighed the physical loss. He beat back the urge to take out a kunai and attack his brother. With the thought that he'd let him marinate in his own misery for a while. He almost missed Kakashi-sensei's presence until the one-eyed Jonin spoke. Sasuke, perhaps you should look at it like this. Kakashi said as his student trembled with rage and bloodlust. Perhaps the best form of revenge you can get on Itachi is to render him irrelevant. To say, you have had no effect on me. And you aren't worth enough of my attention to scrape you off my shoe. I hadn't thought of it like that, sensei, the young Uchiha said. Sakura fell. A shiver of fear running down her spine as she looked at Naruto, and then to the damage he'd done. It was terrifying to think that she had once been willing to antagonize someone who could do that. It was a good thing Naruto didn't hold a grudge or she would really have something to be scared of. She peered through the gashes in the wall across from the academy's sparring field. The gouges had continued through here. For another 5 feet, ruining half of a backyard picnic table, and she again looked over at Naruto, who was nestled in Hinata's arms as much as the other way around. And she goes to bed with him, she thought. Wondering how it came to pass that the shyest girl in their year had become the gutsiest kunoichi. Otome looked up as her FA. There entered the yard which their house shared with Naruto's. His face was grim. 2 of the Akatsuki arrived today, he said with a dour tone to his gravelly voice. They were apparently here for Naruto-sama. As she placed her hands over her mouth, the red-haired girl went white literally. She'd raised her keke genkai and was standing as she did, ready to go to war to bring back her cousin, but her father's raised hand stopped her. As he continued speaking, it was Uchiha and Hoshigaki, Otome-chan, neither of us would have stood a chance. Before you go to raise an army, it's fine. Naruto-sama and Hinata-sama are already back under their own roof. Otome breathed a sigh of relief as her skin of stone retreated. So the Anbu arrived in time, or the Hokage herself, and Jiraiya-sama. Ishiguma shook his head. They did manage a timely arrival, but by the time they did, it was all over. He paused, savoring the puzzled look on her face, then the widening of her eyes as she realized exactly what that meant. Hi, Otome-chan. Naruto-sama and Hinata-sama stopped the top pair of the Akatsuki unaided. It makes me very proud of my new clan. Otome nodded as she collapsed back into the seat. If her cousin was that strong, she was a very lucky kunoichi. The messenger was lying on Orochimaru's floor, rapidly cooling, and the man, if the term could be accurately applied, was currently destroying things in a towering rage. He'd never been able to defeat Uchiha Itachi, and here some half-grown girl not only beat him, but destroyed his eyes doing it. As he threw another glass jar, filled with some body parts harvested from his experiments, scattering the formaldehyde-soaked organs across the room, he began to calm. He'd been doing this for the past 5 minutes. And all it was getting him was fewer research materials. As he sat on his throne, he recalled the circumstances of his own leaving the group that had just lost its 2 best members. Perhaps he could convince them of a mutual benefit. A shared goal. This would need finesse. Itachi woke, but his eyes wouldn't open, and he heard a familiar voice. I've been hoping to have a little chat with you, Uchiha Itachi, said Morino Ibiki. There are 3 ways this can go: the easy way, which is very easy, the hard way, which is less so. And then there's my way. Konohamaru opened his eyes in his hospital room. His chest still hurt, but it felt a great deal better than when that shark freak had hit him. His torso was swathed in bandages, and his only clothes were his boxers, with the spiral leaf emblem of Konoha patterned all over them. There were a few minor scrapes on his arms, nothing big, that had also been treated and glistened with the look of fresh ointment. He wasn't alone in here, either. Looking at the chairs beside his bed, he noticed his grandpa leaning back in one, sleeping, and Naruto with Hinata in his lap in the other. The two of them looked pretty tired. But Naruto's eyes were open, and he prodded Hinata into wakefulness. Konohamaru didn't fully understand why the two had gotten married so young, but he'd been a guest at the wedding, standing as part of the groom's family, and the dancing had been kind of nice, even if he was new to it. As Hinata wiped the sleep from her eyes, she stood, and Naruto tapped the former Hokage on his shoulder, even as his wife stepped out of the room. "Don't worry, Kono-kun," Naruto told him. "We were only allowed in if we kept an eye on you for the nurses, and there's someone else out there who wanted to know when you woke up." Konohamaru was wondering what he meant as his grandfather hugged him. "You did well, Kono-kun," the old man was saying, tears in his eyes. "You made me proud. Although you need to work on your defensive skills." Okay, Oji-san," the boy said, as he looked to Naruto for help. The older boy merely shook his head, "You're on your own," gesture, and turned his head towards the door, where Hinata stood with the girl Konohamaru had danced with the previous night, the very one he'd just reacted to save today. Hyuga Hanabi knew that her two-san was behind her, and that Hinata was here, and so were so many others, but still she walked carefully up to the bed, stopping right next to the boy who'd avenued her life as she leaned over and put a kiss on his cheek. While he was still stunned by that action, as it seemed everyone in the room was, she whispered to him, "Thank you for saving me, Konohamaru. I enjoyed the dance last night, too. Please call me Hana-chan." What courage she had gathered for this deserted her, and she fled, a bemused father behind her. Konohamaru still sat shocked on the bed, slowly raising his hand to the cheek she'd brushed against. "Naruto ni-san, why'd she do that?" he asked, turning to his surrogate big brother. "And why'd she run off?" Naruto glanced around at the suddenly attentive faces, eager to see him explain the minefield of relationships to the younger boy. "Well, I'm not the best person to ask," he temporized, gathering his scattered thoughts. "I mean, she's Hinata's sister. She's known her longer, and Jiji-sama here has been around for years." Konohamaru shrugged aside Naruto's excuses. "Yeah, but you're the one I can understand when you tell me stuff." Naruto sighed as Hiruzen chuckled, and Hinata stifled a giggle. "All right, then," he replied. "I'll give it a shot. Hanabi is basically a princess, right?" At Konohamaru's nod he expanded on the metaphor. "Well, when the princess was attacked by a monster, the gutsy little ninja came out of nowhere to save her, so she wanted to thank you. You got hurt because you were saving her, so she wanted to give you something important. So you'd know she was grateful, and that she would always remember what you did. So she gave you a kiss. But then she got scared that you wouldn't like it, and he didn't want to find out if you didn't, so she ran away." Konohamaru thought hard, unconsciously mimicking Naruto's thinking pose, his chin gripped in his fingers. "Okay, I can see that," he said. Then as he recalled some of the girls in the academy yard trying to do the same, not that he'd ever let them get close, it didn't feel nice the way they were hunting him. There were only 2 girls in his year that weren't trying to do this to him. Moegi, who he saw as a sister substitute, a good friend who just happened to be a girl even if she looked at Udon a lot, and Hanabi. She was usually apart from the rest in class. The others all calling her stuck up, just because she was a Hyuga. He didn't realize he was touching his cheek again, nor that he spoke aloud when he murmured, "So why did it feel so nice? The bounties that had accumulated on Itachi and Kisame were substantial, and those monies were directed into the coffers of the new Uzumaki clan, and used to improve the estate and the finances. Naruto was still rather frugal, but now that most of the merchants in Konoha were no longer overcharging him, the little he used to spend was going further. All told, the next few days as Konohamaru recovered were pleasant, even if he and Hinata were spending a large proportion of the daylight hours training even harder. Hinata's gravity seals had been increased to 4. Even as his reached 6, and they were working on adding other jutsu and improving their fighting styles, a course of action Otome and Ishiguma were only too happy to help with. It was nearly a week after the incident with the 2 Akatsuki agents that the former Team 8, now known as Team Kurenai, were called to the Hokage's office, where they were greeted by Yamanaka Inoichi and Morino Ibiki. With the Godime Hokage and her advisor. "We have received these from an agent in Kumogakure no Sato," Tsunade said as she placed 2 books on the desk in front of her. They were bingo books, the collection of bounties placed on various ninja by the hidden villages. Each of the 5 great villages published their own, while several lesser villages shared another few such publications. The 2 in question were from Iwa and Kumo respectively. Iwa's was expected, of course, with prices on the heads of Ishiguma Daikenshi and Daraseki Otome. They were certain that Iwa knew that they'd been taken into the Uzumaki clan by now, and that this was the Tsuchikage's method of saving face. The other book contained some disturbing changes. Every member of Team Kurenai was in there now. The price on Shino's head was the lowest, a mere 10,000 ryo, where Kurenai, who'd been in the books for some time, was at 30,000. As a further example, Itachi's status in this book had been 100,000, but he was no longer in the pages, and nor was Kisame. Hinata's value was 30,000 alive and unharmed, and half that dead. Naruto had the dubious Hano of having a 50,000 ryo bounty on him from the start. Alive was apparently preferred, but dead kicked less. Naruto looked up from the books. "So what now, Hokage-sama?" he asked. This was an official team meeting. And protocol mattered. Tsunade sighed. "This actually limits where I can send you until the matter is resolved. I've sent an envoy to request the crimes you've supposedly committed to be in this book. And to have the evidence of such crimes perused. We may be able to get him to retract the bounties, but until then, I can't send you too close to Kaminari no Kuni. And that's a problem, because I was going to schedule your team to perform a border patrol out that way. What this means is that I have to send Team 7 to do this border patrol, while I send you to investigate this sighting of Kumo ninja in the region of Tanzaku-gai. Your primary mission is reconnaissance, but if you're challenged," the Hokage paused as she assessed her shinobi, "then I want prisoners. Biki has a much more difficult time getting information from corpses. Blank. Since Kabuto's capture, or betrayal he wavered between the two, depending on which day it was. Orochimaru had trouble getting good intelligence out of Konoha. The few agents he had available were either too obvious, and thus would be caught in a matter of hours, or they were ineffective, only netting him gossip and rumors. It was a pile of such that he was sifting through, in an attempt to pry the few golden nuggets of actual information through the dross of hearsay, make-believe and innuendo. Then one report caught his eye: Kumo ninja were seen near Tanzaku-gai if he could get those on his side. I looked at the assassination squad his father had sent him. Their gear was bloody, and looked seldom cleaned as it was covered in grime that must have been weeks old. Each and every one of this lot was indeed a killer, he was certain, but the question arose in his mind: exactly what they had been killing. Unarmed civilians, most likely. They seemed to have been chosen as throwaway assets, never intended to survive the mission. He looked up at B and Yugito as they watched from the trees behind the would-be assassins, which the fools hadn't even looked at twice. Both shook their heads, not recognizing any of the 6 people now before I. The tall, dark-skinned man stood, flexing his arms as he did, drawing attention to the massive bracers he wore there. A glance at the Hittite 8 each killer wore told him they were cheap knockoffs of real Kumo emblems. And bad ones at that. A quick glance at the once arrogant, now decidedly nervous Ichiro. According to him, his brother was now under constant guard. If these are the best that he sent us, Kumo has definitely fallen. I'm beginning to wonder if there's any way to save it, I muttered. Ichiro nodded slightly, and held out a scroll. I'm worried. I know Nijiro and I have been a bit puffed up on our own importance, but look, I wrote out the jutsu that links twins like Nijiro and me. It only works for twins, but it's not a Kekkei Genkei. If Nijiro and I don't make it, well, this and 2 Jinchuriki should be enough to get Konoha to take you in, I hope. Taking the scroll, I slid it inside his flak vest. Turning to the leader of the assassination squad he began to speak. So how do we get into Konoha? Then, The lot of you stand out far too much to simply walk through the gates, and B and I are too obviously from Kumo. On the whole, I have to say your infiltration and stealth is subpar. The lead assassin threw the latest Kumo bingo book to the larger man. With those bounties, the Bleeding Hearts won't send them to our border. We've spread around that we're in the area. Now we just kill any Konoha ninja they send until we get their team. Simple. I looked up at him, shocked. He waved the bingo book. They've done nothing to be put in here. What possible crimes could justify this? Well, you see, we have some orders for you. Blank. Team Kurenai had been making good time through the thick forests of Hinokuni. With Naruto on point, and Shino as rearguard, the team were moving fast, but not so fast they couldn't discuss the mission. Kumo shinobi are supposed to be better than this, Kurenai said. Their training is about as good as Konoha as well. Probably better since the civilian council was interfering. That's being fixed now, thank the kami. Hinata, Byakugan active as she scanned for threats, agreed. It's almost as if they wanted us to know where they were. Naruto had stopped dead in his tracks as he caught the sense ahead on the wind. Raising his fist brought the rest of the team to a halt, 2 fingers signaled Hinata's attention. Tapping his temple told her to use her Byakugan, and the sharp pointing of those fingers told her where to focus. Sure enough, she saw them, a total of 10 Kumo ninja, although 6 of those were wearing cheap and obviously fake Hitai 8. Relaying the information took a few seconds, but Kurenai knew the orders to give in this situation. Moving in stealthily, the Konoha team listened in. Yugito and B joined their teammates as I looked at the orders on the scroll in disbelief. So we've been ordered, as a diplomatic mission, to help Konoha smooth out the problems in the bingo book. Good. He put the scroll in his vest, next to the twin link jutsu scroll. Maybe his dad wasn't as crazy as this whole mess was telling him. The unprovoked murder of peaceful envoys is a big enough crime for those rewards, wouldn't you say? The lead assassin said as he drew his sword, a suspiciously well-maintained blade for such a grubby little man. Ichiro's eyes widened as he gasped, and collapsed. Nijiro, he managed to croak out. Poisoned, he shuddered and breathed out. He did not breathe in. And then again, maybe not. From what Naruto could tell, the second lot of Kumo nin were going to kill the first lot. They'll try, his passenger said. 2 of them are Jinchuriki. Although I doubt they've shared their names with them yet. He looked to his team captain for orders, and as Kurenai had all their attention, she sketched out the orders with the Konoha hand signals. Simply translated, they would protect the diplomats from their assassins. When the first Kumo nin dropped for no reason Naruto could see, and with that one drawing his sword at the same time. Team 8 leapt from the trees. B saw Ichiro drop, heard his last words and frowned. They'd been set up, for sure. This kind of crime would secure places in that bingo book. But the odd thing would be the timing. Pop was always better about the small details than that. It was almost like he wasn't himself. And killing his own sons just for the ruse, okay, that was pure Pop. He led from the front and didn't ask others to sacrifice what he wouldn't, but he would sacrifice anything and, it seemed, anyone. His swords began to dance their arcs as he took his stance. All 7 blades at once in the strangest combat art anyone had ever encountered anywhere, equal parts swordsmanship and juggling. But the handful of Senbon that hit, and the burning paralysis that was overtaking him, were not good signs. Yugito had managed to avoid the first batch of needles, but as she started to remove her gloves, a poisoned kunai grazed her thigh, leaving behind a deep, bloody scratch. And the same paralytic poison as B had been struck with. Ai's Inazuma no Yoroi deflected the Senbon and kunai that were hurled in his direction, but apparently the assassins were ready for that, too. They were exceedingly well prepared, and the smoke bomb they lobbed at him was filled with some kind of paralytic incense. By the time it had dispersed, I was already down, and sword-bearing lead assassin was stepping closer and thrusting with his blade when a black and orange shape interposed itself, one arm swiping out wide as the assassin jumped back, his sword and his cheap Hitai 8 being cut into 4 parts. Straining his eyes, I saw the rest of his team being protected by a girl in an orange jacket and a boy in a long greatcoat, and a beautiful woman in Konoha Jonin uniform. All those extra pouches on the vest must be so handy. The Jonin was apparently administering an anti-paralytic, as within a minute, he could see them moving, and when the boy Ing man guarding him dragged him towards his team, the Kumo Jonin managed to growl out an admonishment to watch his own back first, which had the Konoha Chunin laughing. That back? He asked as he pointed and turned eye so he could see the very same ninja who was carrying him. I'm just the Kage Bunshin, Kumo-san, that's the boss. Naruto's clone having gotten the Jonin to safety, Naruto's full attention was available for the assassins in front of him. They may not have looked like much, but they were far better than they seemed at first glance, and he sliced at an incoming smoke bomb, as its contents poured over him. The cry of triumph as one of the assassins charged in sword drawn was cut short by a spray of blood, and the man stumbled back less his sword arm, and a second ninja turned to apply a medical jutsu. In the short time this took, Hinata had received the go-ahead from Kurenai, and dashed forward to help her husband. The newlyweds stood back to back, and waited. Shino stood guard over the Kumo diplomats, as they recovered, and Kurenai began the hand signs of a genjutsu she'd recently learned from a genjutsu genin prodigy. As she finished the last seal, Hinata nudged Naruto and both closed their eyes as the genjutsu washed over the area. Senten Yumi. __. With the assassins mostly contained, excepting only their medic who, being somewhat intelligent, did not want to keep fighting, and the one-armed man, the Kumo Jinchuriki and their captain were free to recover, and after what had just happened, they were only too happy to share their concerns about the Raikage's sanity. There was plenty of evidence of this half-baked plot, and once they got some prisoners back to Ibiki. Turning to Hinata, Kurenai spoke quickly. We need your fastest squirrel. This information has to get back to the Hokage at once, she said. Shino, we'll need some guards if your allies are up to it. Almost at once a circle of sparking Kikaichu surrounded the Kumo assassins. Naruto, what are you doing? The Konoha Jinchuriki was digging in his pack as one of his clones boiled water. He's making coffee, Hinata replied for him. These are special circumstances. And there is something you have to remember about my squirrels. Curious, Kurenai raised an eyebrow, and Hinata went on. Barring dire circumstances, you should never, ever, caffeinate a squirrel. __. It took the coffee-jazzed squirrel less than an hour to reach Konoha, a trip that had taken Team Kurenai 3 days in the other direction. The scroll was in the Hokage's hands shortly after that, and the squirrel had returned from whence it came. Tsunade was chuckling as she read the report, and Hiruzen was overcome with curiosity, as she called for a message scroll. What trouble did they get into now? He asked. Team Kurenai have managed to find the supposed crimes that they're in the Kumo bingo book for. Apparently, and let's see if you can follow this closely. They killed some Kumo diplomats. These diplomats received their orders to help straighten out the misunderstandings in the bingo book mere moments before the messengers turned out to be their assassins. And Team Kurenai showed up just in time to save them. So, Hiruzen picked up on the train of thought. So they saved the people there in the bingo book for killing. After they were put in the book for killing them. Kumogakure is going to be such a laughingstock after this. On Tsunade's orders, a response team was quickly assembled and sent to take custody of the assassins. And to deliver new orders for Team Kurenai. __. Orochimaru was disappointed by the showing these so-called assassins had put on. He didn't want to tip his hand too soon. And if what he'd heard had been even halfway accurate, the girl had destroyed Itachi and the boy had eliminated Kisame, the rest of the Akatsuki would be looking into that problem. Although their leader's unreasoning focus on Jinchuriki was of such intensity they'd have been looking that way anyway. But if what the lost Sanin suspected was true, then there were Kuri. NTLY3 Jinchuriki down their odds he doubted even he could overcome. No, there would be another day, another place, and perhaps he'd still be able to get some Uchiha eyes. He just needed the right plan. As he slipped away, his mind forming and discarding schemes, he vaguely wondered why the Akatsuki were so obsessed with the Biju, beyond the obvious, of course, but if it was just power they wanted, then why did they want to collect them all? __. In a hidden chamber, before a truly ugly statue, 8 shadowy figures gathered. One of them, a man with a spiral mask with a single eyepiece, was uncharacteristically silent, where he would normally have been annoying the others with a strange voice and half-mad antics. The news about Itachi had hit him hard. There was some weakness to the Sharingan after all, like the blind spot of the Byakugan, that an enemy could take advantage of, but he didn't know what it was. And the bad news didn't stop there. The Sanbi is no longer contained. Yagura was killed in the Kiri uprising, and even now they are replacing him. They received assistance from some new hidden village calling itself Shiogakure no Sato, and the Sanbi's essence was dispersed. It could be anywhere from 2 to 20 years before that blasted turtle reappears. The speaker, Akasuna no Sasori, was a former Suna ninja, and seemed more Han a little upset that his target had been lost. I recommend that we move on to the next target. The leader, who was easily recognized by the black metal piercings all over him and the purple eyes with 6 concentric circles in each, spoke. That will not work. We have come across information that has caused us to re-evaluate our current methods. All the Biju must be manifest and contained at the time, or this will not work. In addition, the Biju must be returned in the same order from how they were separated from the original, from least powerful to most. So we will gather our information and recruit back to full strength. Can we recover the missing rings? One of the shadowy figures looked to be wearing a Venus flytrap to hide his face. I doubt it, he whispered, but the attempt will be made. Do we know of any who will be strong enough to replace the renegade Uchiha and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? We do not, the only woman among them said. I will be keeping an eye on those who might fill such a role. And will do the recruiting personally. Again the leader spoke, addressing 2 of the others who had not yet spoken. I don't care how much is offered in any bingo book. The 2 of you are not to pursue Uzumaki or his team until I give the go-ahead. Once we have his Biju, then we can worry about the bounties, not before. The spiral-masked figure spoke up. Perhaps if we wait long enough, Konoha will gather the Biju for us. One-stop shopping, fun for the whole family. Blank. The journey back to Konoha was a little more difficult with a half-dozen assassins as prisoners. Naruto was not confident in his ability to place living beings into storage scrolls, and have them come out alive at the other end. Once the retrieval team caught up to them, they could travel faster. The arrival of the Kumo diplomats that the messages said that the Uzumakis and their team were in the bingo book for made quite an impact, especially Why when it came out that the only reason that they'd survived was the people who supposedly killed them. And that they'd been given orders stamped as having been issued before the killing, after the bingo book was released. It was a huge tangled diplomatic mess, and a great embarrassment, not only for Kumo itself, but also for the holdouts, those who felt that Naruto was the demon within him. Regard less of the evidence to the contrary and had called for him to be turned over. Surprisingly, very few of them had been tampered with, as the civilians and shinobi on the council had. Tsunade chalked it up to ignorance and stupidity. And let the pig-headed fools be until they broke a law, of course. Kanhamaru was back at the academy that day for the first time in a week. Once the Hokage had pronounced him fully recovered and who would know better. He couldn't wait to get back. It was here that he found a slightly miffed pair of friends, Moegi and Udon, who'd been very worried about him since the incident. They knew that adults tended to put the best spin possible on things for children, and weren't sure if he was really okay or not. After greeting them, and blowing off their worries as nothing major, he turned and looked around the classroom. Hanabi was sitting alone, as she had gotten used to, since most of the class insisted on judging her by her family name. She'd visited the hospital several times to see Konohamaru, but only when she could see he was about to go to sleep. She wasn't sure why he had this odd effect on her, but she always felt like hiding when he was near now. She'd put her forehead against the cool wood of her desk. Now I'm acting like Oni-chan used to around Naruto ni, she thought. But I don't want to take that long to figure things out. What do I do? Quote, "Hey, Hana-chan," she heard, and she froze. There were exactly 2 people who could call her that. She raised her head a little, and saw Konohamaru and his 2 friends. This is Moegi, and Udon. You ran off before I could say you're welcome, you know. By the way, call me Kono-kun, like my grandpa and Naruto ni-san do. We have to do what? Naruto almost couldn't believe what he'd been told. Hinata and Shino were also surprised by their next mission, but were a bit quieter. Tsunade sighed as she prepared to repeat herself. Since I've had to send a Jonin team on this mission, and it seemed tailor-made for them, I sent Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko with Sarutobi Hiruzen to deliver our discoveries to Tetsu no Kuni for impartial evaluation. As a result, I have your team sitting around with nothing to do but train, and since the Academy's standards for our ninjas seem to be so lax, I felt that having a team of Chunin teaching for the next few weeks would be a good thing. You just happen to be the first on the roster. Why is this so important to you, Hokage-sama? Shino asked. Usually a Chunin who is assigned to teaching duties has some INJ. Yuri or other complication to prevent them from assuming regular duties, or they have chosen that path. While I do not deny that teaching is important, it is difficult to see the cadets as willing to earn from those barely older than themselves. Tsunade shook her head. You've caught me there, she admitted. This mission was also requested by the teacher assigned to a particular class, the entering class this year, who believes that his students would benefit from meeting the heroes of the invasion up close. Naruto nodded. It certainly sounded like Iruka-sensei's line of thinking. Tsunade, however, hadn't finished. I don't know if you're aware of it, but one of the requirements before a Chunin can be promoted is a period of duty at the academy. Since Jonin-sensei must be able to teach effectively, they must learn how. So some time at the academy is needed to assess that. Each of you will need to figure out what field from the curriculum you will specialize in, and prepare a lesson and grading plan. Shizune will give you some scrolls on the curriculum and possible teaching methods and styles. Dismissed. Blank. On reaching Ichiraku's Team Kuren, I had been discussing the shortcomings of the listed curriculum as compared to what they'd actually been taught. Hinata had decided to snap up the option to teach chakra theory and control, where Naruto knew she'd excel. Shino surprised him by opting for the physical side of the learning, claiming taijutsu and weapons as his new domain. Naruto was still glaring at the list of subjects as he devoured his beef ramen. He had an idea, but it had been quite a while since he'd done anything like it. Almost 4 years. No, it would be 4 years in just a few weeks. Team 10 arrived while they were eating, not such a surprising event. As Otome and Choji both ate quite a bit, and had convinced Ino that more exercise would help keep the extra food away from her hips. Their last mission, with Shinshi-sensei, had been an escort task for a small caravan, and the bandits they'd faced had been numerous, if not particularly skilled. From the story they told, Ino had been very glad for Shinshi's harsh training on more than one occasion. On learning of Team Kurenai's next assignment, Ino was startled. No way. You haven't even been out of the academy for a year, and the Hokage already wants you to teach. It makes sense, kind of. Choji said between bowls. They made a big name for themselves at the Chunin exams, and the kids at the academy will have heard a lot about them, maybe enough that they'll pay attention. Otome frowned a little. She was sure they were overlooking something. Which class is it? She asked, hoping to jog her memory that way. Entering year, Naruto said. We're apparently young enough to be a novelty. And old enough that they might listen. You mean, the class with Sarutobi Konohamaru and Hyuga Hanabi, among others. Naruto stopped in shock. You're right, he realized. What am I going to do? Jiji-sama's going to kill me. Why? Hinata asked, and he handed over the sheet with the course he was planning to teach: stealth, situational awareness and traps. Team 7 arrived at the gates of Konoha exhausted. The border patrol had not gone as planned, with ambushes and traps laid out for them on the Hai no Kuni side of the border. Most of these were by Kumo Nin, although not very strong ones, rather it felt like some kind of test for the Kumo Genin. Kakashi's orders had been to return the prisoners they took to Kaminari no Kuni. A task that he'd been able to accomplish by dropping the Genin teams into a box on a wagon going that way. His Genin had been forced to push themselves as never before, and as far as they were concerned, their relief had not been soon enough. The masked Jonin looked them over. Despite the rigors of their mission, the team was in fairly decent shape, although the curse mark H had forced Sasuke to be miserly with his use of chakra and especially his Sharingan. If he used either for too long, the black chakra tended to leak into his own. No one had the least idea of what this stuff was, nor of where it came from. But the effects were unpleasant enough that avoiding its use was a good plan. He was the worst injured of the team, with a gash on his outer right thigh that I'd barely managed to keep from infection as it slowly healed. Now if only I had Naruto's Kekkei Genkai, Sasuke thought, then I'd have been healed within seconds, and this whole patrol would have been a walk in the park. Naruto's presence in the Kumo bingo book they'd captured had been a startling revelation, as had the rest of Team Kurenai, and the disbelief that they belonged there yet lingered in Team 7's minds. Kiba was nursing Akamaru. The poor hound had taken a kunai to the hind leg in their last fight. It wouldn't have been a serious wound for a larger hound, but as it was, Akamaru was unable to walk. Guys, I have to get home and get Hana to help Akamaru. You take care, he called over his shoulder as he took off. Kakashi nodded. I'll take care of the report to the Hokage, he said. The two of you should visit the hospital, get something to eat, maybe visit the hot springs to relax, take care and take it easy. As their Jonin-sensei disappeared in a swirl of leaves, Sakura wordlessly offered Sasuke her shoulder as they turned towards the hospital. She'd somehow instinctively figured out the secret behind Tsunade-sama's incredible strength, although not her endurance. She didn't ask or force him to do anything, she was just there. It was somehow easier to accept, when she was pretending not to offer. They were passing the academy when they saw the members of Team Kurenai well, Hinata and Shino. Anyway, Shino was leaning against a tree while Iruka-sensei watched his students. Hinata was demonstrating the leaf floating technique, but with a difference. To truly achieve better control, she said as she twirled a leaf over each finger on her hand, practice until you can manage this, and then, she paused concentrating a moment, and the leaves began to twirl in opposite directions to their neighbors. Sakura didn't think she could manage that. This can take a while to master, but if you can manage this, many other techniques will come to you far more easily. As Sasuke grunted, Naruto stepped out of the shadows behind Hinata, delivering a quick kiss to her cheek, which caused the children to giggle. All right, he announced, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. And I'll be teaching you the last third of our lesson. Now, all of you have different levels of and control of your chakra, and Shino already covered the regular combat arts, so I'm going to teach you the equalizer. The art of fighting without being there, and how to maintain situational awareness. Each of you has a number on a note taped to your back that I put there a few minutes ago. These numbers will tell you your teams for this exercise. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed a number of boxes. The teachers here will recall the days when I was a terrible prankster, pulling pranks on Anbu, villagers and shinobi alike. It would make people angry when I caught them like that, and then I would get chased all over the village. After my abduction I became a bit more serious, and it came to me that had I chosen, the harmless pranks could have been so much worse. Substitute exploding tags for the paint I used, and we wouldn't have such a wonderful monument of the Hokages to admire. At this, every child looked up at the mountain. Naruto smiled, a foxy grin that conveyed a sense of great mischief. The key to all pranks is that they are simply non-lethal traps, intended to amuse Eve. Ryon except the poor person caught in them. You need to plan. Remember this, prior planning prevents poor performance. As the class chorused after the blonde youth's words, Sasuke snorted but not contemptuously. As might once have been the case. As he and Sakura continued their journey to the hospital, he spoke. I wonder if the Hokage realizes exactly what she's let Konoha in for. Blank. The biggest gossip around the village, Ino found, involved the name Uzumaki in one way or another. If the people discussing the name were older, there was often puzzlement in the voices. Or someone firmly setting out some information. If they were younger, it was awe, almost hero worship in some cases, especially if the kids involved were of an age for the academy. Shish. Ino seemed to be granted status as an honorary Uzumaki, as far as they were concerned, and the lessons their team taught were talked into the ground. As for those people of their own age, the talk of 10 centered around the surprise of their marriage. The new Team 8 and their sensei, Tsuru Shikunshi, were originally the team from Kumo that had taken part in the Chunin exams before defecting, and now there were other Kumo nin here. But whether they would stay Kumo or not was a matter of much discussion, and once again the Uzumaki name was right in the middle. As the blonde Kunoichi hated to be the last with the news. Even if all she wanted to do was say, oh, that, dismissively, she had begun to research the name. There were only 2 entries in the records before Naruto, although now there were 3 others, a total of 6. But Ino felt she could safely disregard them at this point. Uzumaki Mito had been the Shadaime's wife, taking up the Senju name, and she had died something over her years ago at over 100 years of age. The exact age was not recorded, but she'd been part of Konoha for at least that long. Still, she was unlikely to have any direct connection to Naruto. The other Uzumaki was named Kushina, and originally came from Uzushiogakure no Sato like Mito for an unspecified reason, and remained here until her death on October 10, almost 14 years ago now. Just 2 weeks shy of it, in fact. She paused and flicked the pages of the registry to Naruto's name. Born October 10, almost 14 years ago. Flipping the pages back to the entry for Kushina. She checked the cause of death: childbirth complications. But wasn't October 10 that year the day the Kyuubi attacked? What did that have to do with these two? Setting these questions aside, she began reading and taking notes. Locating all the information she could on the woman who was most likely Naruto's mother. Blank. Tsunade looked at the complaints that had piled up on her desk. And turned to Naruto. "Do you see that?" she asked, pointing. He nodded. "So explain to me why I'm getting all these complaints from citizens of Konoha, please. They all seem to be the sorts of things you used to get up to, and that's why I wanted to speak to you." Naruto smiled. "While I did not perform any of the actions that engendered these reports and complaints, I freely admit that I have had a hand in their conception and execution," he said, placing a copy of his lesson plan on the desk. At first glance it seemed to be a list of pranks and mischief, but then he provided a list of substitutions for the components that nearly turned Tsunade white. "I'm teaching them stealth, situational awareness and traps," he went on, "and any of the pranks that the Y have performed could easily have been a lethal trap set in its place. Contact poisons in place of itching powder, explosive tags instead of paint, razor wire instead of trip cords, and my students' Avenue been tested on harder targets each week, sort of grading assignments. If they do get busted, they have to run, which also helps their fitness and evasion skills. I make sure they're not caught outright. And I grade their work on the Monday. If you have this many complaints, ask how their security was so poor that academy first years could find ways around it." Tsunade turned to face the young man she'd always seen as something of a grandson for the past 5 years or so. "When do you test them on the Hokage's residence?" Naruto shrugged. "Someone has to prank Anko successfully first. Naruto had arranged the class so they worked in 4-member teams, with a randomly chosen leader. In the group that wound up bearing the number 8, this turned out to be Konohamaru. The luck of the draw had his cadet team consisting of his closest friends, Udon, Moegi, and finally Hanabi. As a team, they meshed incredibly well. Udon was a good strategist and long-term planner. Hanabi made a superlative scout. Moegi had memorized several variations of each prank that used the materials they brought with them and showed a genius with improvised materials. ND Konohamaru had an instinctive grasp on improvised tactics when things went sour. Like now, for instance. They'd managed the planning, and snuck into their target's apartment, and Hanabi had kept an eye out while Moegi directed the boys in placing the prank. Hanabi's hissed warning alerted them to the target's return, and Udon and Moegi got away clean, but Hanabi was caught in the open and panic. Konohamaru had plenty of time to escape, but the tiny part of him that had thrown him between this girl and that missing nin was in charge, apparently, as he quickly moved to her side and planted his lips on hers like he'd seen Naruto Ni-san do to his wife, just as the door opened. Mitarashi Anko was astounded to see 2 kids kissing in the middle of her living room, and paused. "Sorry, must have the wrong door," she said, closing it behind her as she pulled back. Then she checked the number, and realized it was her apartment, but by the time the door was open, the 2 brats had gone. Tearing, she went to get herself some dango from her fridge, dango that had been treated with a serve of wasabi. At the scream that echoed across the village, Naruto turned to Tsunade. "That'll be next weekend, then, Tsunade-sama," he said, as the Hokage pushed back her hat and dropped her face into her palm. Kei Kono-kun, Hanabi said quietly. "Why'd you kiss me?" "I'm sorry I had to kiss you there, Hana-chan," the boy said. "It should have been someplace special, and I should have asked, but it was an emergency." And you froze up and I had to do something. I hope this doesn't make you mad. Hanabi thought carefully. That had been how Oni-chan kissed Naruto ni, she knew. It wasn't bad. It was kind of nice. The next one had better be in the right place and time, then. Konohamaru's mind blanked as they hurried to meet the other two. Next one, he thought, and a goofy smile spread across his face. Blank. Hanabi has been telling me about the lessons you are giving at the academy, Hiyashi said, as his eldest daughter carefully and precisely prepared the tea. Naruto preferred coffee. But there was something relaxing in the ceremony, she found. He'd learned how, for her, but it was still far and away more her style than his. Now, she offered her father the tea. What tea exactly is it that concerns you about this, father? She asked as he sipped gently at the brew after the requisite pause for contemplation. Have I done anything wrong? No, he replied. Far from it, you have instituted a grand change. One I had failed to convince the Hyuga elders to permit. Your mother believed that the cadets would benefit from instruction in art chakra control exercises, the elders forbade her from teaching them something they seemed to have forgotten to do with you. And now it is far too late for them to forbid you anything, as they have no authority over the Uzumaki. It is well, daughter. It is well. They sat there for a while, sipping their tea, with Hinata basking in the glow of her father's pride in her, and waited for Naruto to return. Ino was patient and careful, with her plan forming quietly. Her first accomplice had been successfully recruited within days of her locating the information on Naruto's mother, and at that accomplice's suggestion. She had expanded her list to a large number of academy students and the Hokage, as well as a number of others from around the village, and she was waiting for the last 3 possible accomplices to invite into this little conspiracy. As the trio of targets entered the village, she approached them, putting her request in quick, simple terms, to which they agreed. As Ino walked away, knowing the preparations that were taking place, she smirked. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto, she mused, soon you will get exactly what you deserve. Naruto woke on a day he normally considered the worst in his life, to find himself strapped firmly into a chair in a dark room. He wasn't alone, he could hear the others, and with a bit of effort, smell them too. No one was scared or fearful, and there were no scents that he associated with stress, pain or other things to be expected from captivity. A single candle lit, and Ino stood before him. Uzumaki Naruto, she said solemnly. There has been a great injustice arrayed against you. Those of us here gathered stand here to make this right. I am the one responsible, and so I am the one to lead you through this night. A right that each and every one of us, save only you, has been subject to. A second candle lit, revealing Hinata, and Ino continued. Despite the darkness of your life, you have found a companion. Someone to show you how to walk in the light of love, and you had the good sense not to let her go when you stumbled into her heart. Shino appeared, illuminated by his lightning Kikaichu. And Kurenai lit her candle. When others saw you as you should have been seen all along, and accepted you for who you are, you did not push them away. You valued them, and grew strong. For them and for their own sakes you helped them grow as well. Ino signaled to everyone in the room, and they all lit their candles. Everyone here has been touched by your life in one way or another. And we have all come together for this most solemn rite. Naruto was starting to worry, now, as things seemed to be getting serious. What injustice did these people set themselves to right that would be this dire? That it took all the people whose lives he'd touched. As each and every person in the room drew in their breath, he braced himself for the worst as they began to sing. Happy birthday to you. After he'd been set loose by Hinata and kissed and hugged soundly, he guessed it could have been worse. Hinata had to have helped the pranksters. Or he would have woken in a moment at the unfamiliar sense, and Ino had been the instigator of the event, so Naruto's first real birthday party could be considered a success even if the usual festival was going on outside. The presents tended towards the practical jutsu scrolls, dining vouchers, even Tenten gave him a voucher for a free weapon fitting at her father's store that covered both him and Hinata. Ino's gift, however, a collaboration with several Jonin and the Hokage, was different. A large book, an album of pictures and stories about one Uzumaki Kushina. The book was only half filled, though. I'm sorry Naruto. Ino said. I tried, but I couldn't find anything about your dad, not even his name. Naruto waved aside her apologies. I'm sure several people know who he is, Ino, he said. I know his name, and why he's stayed a secret, and exactly what it means. Maybe someday I can tell everyone, but for now he has to stay a secret. He held his Hinata Hime close and tight. He'd shared the secret with her and she'd agreed, if reluctantly, with his reasoning. Still, it was a good night, he felt. Enko was staring at him. How do you do it? She asked, and he quirked an eyebrow up to invite her to clarify. I bribed your star pupils, the ones who pranked me, to put laxatives in your drink, and they should be kicking in now. So how? She took a swig from her cup. Oh, that, he said offhandedly. I switched cups with you. Blank. Naruto looked at the grades he'd assigned for everyone in his class. Shino had found the various students one of the several styles in Konoha that suited them, and although for most that was the standard academy style, there were others for whom this didn't fit. Udon, as an example, was better suited to an improvised weapon art, whereby anything from paper clips to chairs, garden tools to ladders, could become a deadly weapon. He set him some exercises of an interesting nature, any room he walked into. Udon had to find 10 things he could use to attack an enemy. The boy was managing a solid 8 out of 10, and blending it with academy-style taijutsu. He pointed Hanabi towards her sister, as well. For the Hyuga girl was better suited to the gentle storm that Hinata was developing than the main gentle fist style. Hinata's classes had obvious results, as her students were well on their way to mastering the leaf floating exercise. Even Konohamaru had managed it with 1 leaf, and several had progressed to 2, while Hanabi had 4, and was now working on their direction. Perhaps it wasn't surprising that Naruto's class had become the most popular amongst the students. An entire course wherein you not only were taught how to prank people, but got graded on how well you did. What kid wouldn't love it? Add to that a teacher who gave extra credit for pranking him, and it was a recipe for instant success. It was as he was about to leave as his last class finished that Konohamaru interrupted his exit. Naruto-sensei. Wait, he called, and the blonde shinobi turned, as the class rose as one. Naruto-sensei, they chorused, as they bowed deeply. Thank you very much. It has been my honor. He replied in a voice that hitched on the last syllable, and as he left the room, only Hinata saw the lone tear of happiness as it made its way down his cheek. Tsunade looked at the Ishin requests before her as she contemplated the past weeks while Naruto had been teaching at the academy. The children had loved it, of course, but the parents not so much. Overall, it had been a success, she decided. Now she had to find their next mission assignment. Flicking through the orders from the daimyo and the requests from everyone else was not easy. There were reports from years back mixed in with this. And Hiruzen had shared with her his deduced secret to dealing with paperwork, but she didn't have sufficient reserves, what with her constant henge and the focus point on her forehead. For more than a handful of clones. Opening the next scroll gave her just what she was looking for. Naruto and Hinata were awake almost instantly, and re-up by the time the door chime's melody faded away. As Naruto, quickly dressed in his working clothes, opened the door, Hinata was already preparing a quick breakfast of rice balls and tea, or coffee for her husband. Naruto's shadow clones were doing a quick cleaning run, and by the time Kurenai had reached the table, a place had been set for her, as well, and the clones were dispersing, their chores complete. As they ate, their sensei explained her arrival. The Hokage wants Team Kurenai for a specific recovery mission, she said. She recently received a request from an old friend in Cha no Kuni, and sent Team 7 on the B-rank bodyguard mission. However, Master Jiraiya's spies have reported the movement, from AIM, of a renegade Konoha shinobi, a traitor by the name of Rokusho Aoi. He was of similar mind to Mizuki. And we believed he tricked the genin who was actually accused of the crime into running with him, although it was reported by the ninjas sent to deal with them that the boy was dead. She paused, and looked at the couple in front of her. We have since discovered that the boy is still alive. In fact, he is most likely the runner that we just sent Team 7 to guard. Morino Idate. Both Chunin gasped, and Hinata was the first to recover her voice. Is he any relation to Ibiki-sama? At Kurenai's nod, the two looked at each other. Ibiki was also the ninja sent after them that day. I believe it was 5 years ago, plus some months, Kurenai added. I doubt he'd have let even his little brother go if he wasn't convinced of his innocence in the theft, bu. He never did think Idate was suited to be a ninja. She sighed. But that's not important now. Your mission is to deal with Aoi, and recover the artifact with which he bought his way into becoming an Aim Jonin. The sword of the Nadaime Hokage, the Raijin. Wait a second, Naruto said, rising quickly to his feet with his hands on the table. What do you mean, your mission? Aren't you coming with us? Kurenai shook her head. Tsunade-sama wants you to do this without me. Apparently the results from your last mission were impressive. Now she wants to see if the quality stays the same on other missions. Instead of leading you, I'll be covering the basics and practice of Genjutsu at the academy for 3 weeks. Oh, and Naruto, Enko would still like a how did she put it? A franken point. Ed discussion with you about one group of cadets and 2 switched drinks, whatever she means by that. Oh wow, look at that, we have a mission to do, what awful timing, he said quickly, a large and nervous grin across his face. Blank. The forest flashed past as the 3 shinobi, operating as Team Uzumaki for this mission, with Hinata in charge, raced towards the border with Kawa no Kuni. Unless this Aoi was a complete fool, he would avoid Hai no Kuni like the plague, which meant that to get from Amegakure no Sato to Cha no Kuni, he would have to go through the river-studded nation and charter a boat at the port. If they could intercept him, Team 7's job would be a lot easier, but if not, they were certain they could track him down. The silence as they ran and leapt, their pace eating away the miles, was comforting, especially to Naruto, who didn't hear an irritated Enko coming after them. I see him, Hinata said, staring out at the ship receding on the horizon. He's out of reach, unless we could suddenly fly. Neither her summons nor Shinos that were capable of flight were able to carry anyone that far. Running on the water would leave them in the open for far too long. Civilian transport was dicey at best, and they had no Hai no Kuni contacts here. If they stopped here, their target would truly escape, and likely reach Cha no Kuni before Team 7 and their civilian guide. It was frustrating. Hinata, Naruto spoke up suddenly, after looking around the waterfront. As she turned to her husband, he pointed at a ship that had the blue wave emblem of Nami no Kuni. Do you think they might be willing to give us a lift? As it turned out, the captain was very cooperative. Their reputation as some of the people responsible for taking down Getu gave them some credit with the sailors, and shortly thereafter, they were in pursuit of the slower passenger vessel. The Nami ship was able to keep the ferry in sight, but from the start, it was obvious that the other ship would still make port before they caught it. The open sea was too new a challenge for their water-walking abilities. Something they all took note to get practice in once they got back, since they could not always be guaranteed a peaceful surface to the water they had to traverse. As the passenger ferry began to dock, the Konoha shinobi could wait no longer. Thanks, Captain, Naruto called back over his shoulder. We'll just have to walk from here. With that, at Hinata's nod, the 3 ninja jumped over the rail, pushing chakra through their feet to begin their run to shore. Rokusho Aoi glared back at the Nami vessel in time to s. 3 figures leaped from the side and began to run towards the shore ninja. Turning to his team, he pointed. Those ninja, I need you to scout and tell me where they're from, and what they're after. Then we can meet up with the client. Oh, and if they spot you, kill them. As he went to leave the boat, he glanced back over his shoulder. Perhaps the Wagarashi weren't the only ones hiring ninja to manipulate the race, although all the stories of the Wasabi had them as more honorable than that. Oh, well, all men bleed the same color. Mubi looked across at Kagari and Oboro, who each signaled their readiness. As they held themselves still, they were alert, ready to act as soon as the traps went off. The 3 ninja that were following them entered the clearing and froze right in the middle of the traps, and the AIM ninja revealed themselves on the branches as their targets stood there helpless as the ninja wire entangled them inescapably, and the explosive tag-laden kunai thudded into the ground around them. They were from Konoha by their Hitai 8, the one in the long coat and dark glasses wore his on his brow, and the other 2, a boy and girl in matching jackets of orange and black, wore theirs around their necks, and all 3 were clad in the dark green utility vests that marked Konoha Chunin. Despite being mere genin, they knew Na'v always passed that he wouldn't want any Konoha nin chasing him down. They also clearly remembered these three as passing those blasted Chunin exams last month, when the AIM nin had been disqualified from the exams in the second round in minutes. It had to have been a setup. "Hey, Oboro," Mubi called out, "they're your tags, what do you think?" Oboro favored the kunai with explosive tags, but waved to Kagari first. "More oil," he said. "Then we can have a barbecue." Kagari flicked his hands through the jutsu and braced, spraying the oil from his mouth over the three trapped ninja, and as Mubi lifted his crossbow. Oboro set his hands in the right seal and channeled his chakra, setting off the explosive tags. As the clearing was engulfed in flames, a roar of fire dragging the air inward for a moment. Mubi took out the directions Aoi had given him. Now to see where Aoi wanted us to meet up, he was distracted momentarily, by three popping noises from within the flames he didn't recall seeing anything in the clearing that would do that. The scroll with his directions was snatched from his grasp by a feminine hand, while another hammered him in the gut, and a hurricane of chakra powered through him. The last thing Mubi heard before consciousness abandoned him was Hinata's soft voice. "Arigato, Ames-san, we needed that scroll." Kagari couldn't see well through the leaping flames, but he thought someone had appeared on the branch next to Mubi, and was about to investigate when the swarm of insects rose from under him, engulfing the hapless ninja and muffling any noise he might have made. The crackle of their lightning chakra discharge lost in the noise of the fire in the clearing. Oboro was startled by the popping sounds, and the white smoke that replaced the three Oha ninja in the clearing immediately informed him of their actual nature shadow clones. As he began to form the hand signs to the Kawarimi no Jutsu, expecting himself to be attacked at any time, he felt three sharp points against his belly, and sharp pain in both hands, which had been pierced by three exceedingly sharp claws made of some strange alloy that emerged from the hand of the male ninja in the orange jacket. "No hand seals," Naruto said quietly, "no jutsu. Please don't resist, you're in no shape for it." The AIM ninja could only agree. The scroll was sufficiently detailed as to where the AIM shinobi were to meet the clients, but did not reveal the path this Aoi was planning to take to get there. Naruto was barely able to make out a scent on the scroll, but it belonged to the crossbow-wielding shinobi. Hinata's Byakugan seemed their best bet for locating the treacherous ninja, but she had to have him in range after divesting their prisoners of any weapons and equipment before tying them to a tree with ninja wire. Hinata was a little generous, or she was imitating Anko, as she left an emergency medical kit sitting on a log on the opposite side of the clearing from the bound ninja. Kagari had a number of Senbon, which Hinata claimed, while Oboro's explosive tags were taken by Shino, and Mubi's crossbow and bolts found their way to Naruto. Leaving the secured shinobi to wake on their own, Team Uzumaki raced through the trees. Blank. Oboro looked around at the clearing. They'd been nice enough to bandage his hands so he wouldn't bleed to death, but the bandages, in combination with his injuries, meant he couldn't make hand seals, nor could he effectively attempt escape. Mubi would likely take quite a while to wake, the girl's eyes screamed Hyuga at him. So it looked like he was just going to have to wait for Kagari to recover. Oh, well, he thought, it could be worse, it could be raining. In the distance, there was a rumble of thunder. Aoi heard the three ninja racing towards him from the trees. He quickly hid, and observed as his genin landed, but something was off. They didn't move quite right, he thought. He'd been an academy instructor in Konoha for a long time, and as the shinobi below him moved around, taking a break from the attempt to catch up to him, he noticed things about them that weren't the same as his team. The one that looked like Mubi was constantly adjusting the fit of his crossbow, the way it sat. Mubi had that down to an art. Kagari's replacement moved differently, like a woman. And Oboro's imposter didn't have that habit of stretching out his neck while resting. If they weren't his genin, that meant they'd lost and that these three were simply going to have to die. The hail of Senbon needles that poured from the trees was not entirely unexpected, and Hinata's cry of poison as the trio dropped their henge transformations was all the warning Naruto needed to cover both his wife and his best friend with enough shadow clones to keep them from injury, although doing so left him open to the deadly steel rain. The burning sensation as the Senbon struck confirmed it to be a severe poison, probably intended to be lethal in minutes. Dropping to one knee, he began pulling out the slender steel weapons. Deliberately trembling his hands a little. His Sokai Katsuryoku bloodline was already neutralizing the toxin. Hinata and Shino had ducked behind trees, and although he was tempted to signal the plan to them, Aoi would understand such signals as easily as their intended recipients. With a look towards Hinata, a puzzled demeanor that he hoped she could see through, he collapsed. As Naruto fell, Hinata almost darted out after him, but forced herself not to leave cover. Naruto was down, and she wasn't sure how quickly his bloodline burned through poisons, or even how effectively. But the Ri was nothing to be done about it at this point. Her Byakugan was active, and telling her where Aoi was and that Naru-kun's breathing was steady, unchanged. He hadn't been that affected after all. He was trying to deceive the former Konoha ninja, and her reaction had to be as real as possible. Shino. She called out. Can you tell if Naruto's okay from there? He was hit, but I didn't see how many Senbon he took. Shino spotted the fallacy. With her Byakugan, Hinata could have counted all the Senbon, and the insect wielder quickly made the connection. I'm afraid not, he replied, releasing a large number of his Kikaichu to circle the area. This kind of ambush really bugs me. We should have left the mission to those 3 Chunin from the exams. It was an improvised code, and relied on his teammates understanding his references, but with Aoi right there, they didn't have much choice. You're right, Hinata replied, but you know Naruto, always in the middle of things. She'd gotten the message, and hoped that Naruto did too. Blank. Aoi jumped down from the tree he'd hidden in. The fool in the open had no chance against the toxin on his Senbon, but they didn't know that. Taking the Raijin from his belt, he poured his chakra into it, and the crackling blade of golden lightning appeared. He said as he poised the blade above the blonde. You two had better step out where I can see you. The poison on the Senbon is relatively painless, but the blade of the Raijin is nowhere near as pleasant, and I can take my time if you don't step out where I can see you. As an example, he touched the sword lightly to Naruto's back, and the boy convulsed as the lightning of the sword poured into him, and Hinata spotted something Aoi hadn't, not knowing what he was looking for. Naruto had pushed out the bone metal spikes on his back, and his ribs had grown small spikes at the front that kept contact with the ground. Naruto wasn't getting hurt anywhere near as much as Aoi thought, and she knew Shino wouldn't be able to see any clues, so it was her turn. As the girl stepped out from behind the tree, Aoi leveled the Raijin at her. En saw her eyes. She was a Hyuga, but that meant she knew exactly how many Senbon had hit her fallen friend, and the responses after that had the feel of some kind of team-based code, now that he knew to be suspicious. Whirling about to his left, he saw the Kikaichu and flickered his left hand through a series of one-handed seals. Gukaku no Jutsu. The fireball tore through Shino's swarm, and the Aburame Chunin winced, feeling the lives of so many of his allies vanishing forever. Then Aoi spun and lunged with the Raijin, thrusting directly at the Hyuga girl's heart. It never got there. Boy who'd been lying in the open all this time had surged to his feet, claws of odd metal emerging from his hands with a meaty snicked, and lacing around the blade of the Raijin, pinning it in place. The lightning was surging into the brat, but it wasn't having any it was hurting him, and the smell of burned flesh was there, but the young Chunin was ignoring it. Hinata saw the spikes that came from her husband's heels, and saw the lightning energy crackling through the bone metal, grounding out in the earth beneath him, as he yelled out. Now, Hinata slipped to the side of Aoi, her eyes wide. As the traitor to her village reluctantly released his prize, and with the cessation of his chakra, the Raijin, bladeless, fell to the ground, as did Naruto, groaning as the spikes on his heels pulled loose from the dirt. Hinata's focus narrowed to Aoi, and every move he made he was going for a different weapon, maybe not one as good as the Raijin, but still. Uzumaki art, the young Kunoichi said. And Aoi's eyes widened. He knew that name. Gentle Storm, 8 winds, 64 thunders. No one else there could see how time seemed to slow for her, although Naruto's whisker marks had flared blue. And he could feel the speed at which she moved as he pushed himself up far enough to watch the finale. The path to the 64 prime Tenketsu were wide open to her eyesight as she struck. Her chakra hammering with the elemental force of a thunderstorm while leaving little physical damage, as she pretty much destroyed the renegade's chakra network, strike after strike, starting G with his arms and overwhelming him in short order. As the battered and powerless form of the former Konoha shinobi crumpled to the ground, Hinata dropped to her knees. That was more draining than I thought, she noted, panting a little as her Naru-kun levered himself off the ground and made his way to her. The faintly burned smell he gave off was fading as his Kekkei Genkai mended the damage, and he lowered himself to sit beside her. Shino, too, sat down, although on a nearby rock. My primary colony took quite a hit, it's at 60%, and my secondary is at 80%. If we can avoid needing to do this again. Naruto nodded. His vision was still a little blurry even with a lightning affinity, letting that much power flow through him had really hurt. As soon as I'm not seeing double, I'll seal him in a prison scroll. It'll hold till we get back to Konoha. __. Travel back was at a more leisurely pace, and the captain from Nami was happy to deliver them to a port in Hai no Kuni. From there it was a matter of days to return. As they crested the hill to see the gates of Konoha before them, Naruto embraced Hinata. They were home. Ibiki was happy with the souvenir they brought him, although Rokusho Aoi not so much. The suggestion that he share breaking this traitor with Anko won Naruto the Kunoichi's forgiveness for the pranks. Tsunade was pleased to receive the Raijin, and took them to a training ground to show them why it was considered a treasure of Konoha. What size blade did Aoi make? She asked. Approximately the size of a katana, by my estimation. Shino supplied. That's because he didn't have a lightning affinity, nor did he have large reserves of chakra, Tsunade explained. My great-uncle used to say that Raijin's size was based in those. I myself don't have a lightning affinity, but my reserves are larger than his. The blade she managed to generate was a good foot longer than Aoi's. When offered the chance, the three Chunin jumped at the chance to see how big they could make it. Since all three had the affinity, it was decided that Shino would go first. The Raijin in his hands was somewhere between the Hokage's effort and the size of Aoi's. But a large part of Shino's chakra flow did go to his Kikaichu. Hinata focused on the weapon, and her blade resembled the sword Zabuza used before Naruto had truncated it. When Naruto lifted the hilt, he managed a blade of twice that size easily. As she locked the Raijin away, Tsunade hoped that Naruto never needed to take up this blade and that he never needed to use the Kyuubi's chakra through it. Bring him to me, they were ordered. I have no patience for his wants and desires. Go into that pitiful village, find him. Break the seals binding his curse mark and bring him to me. I will have those eyes. And so the remainder of Orochimaru's elite set forth. Their target was Uchiha Sasuke, and there was no room for them to fail. The three who'd survived the Chunin exams and the botched invasion were joined by their predecessor, who had been recovering his strength for just such a need. Kagaya Kimimaro was again leading the Oto elite. Time was short. Sasuke sat in the tree contemplating the future. His brother was no longer a factor, caught and blind as he was. And rebuilding his clan was a matter of his own choice now. He still trained hard and the missions he was selected for were a decent challenge, but there was something missing. He had no one to measure himself against, not really. Kiba was a good friend, a decent second in command, but his progress was in a direction that Sasuke couldn't duplicate, lacking a partner like Akamaru. The last mission had been fairly easy. And the three AIM nin who had shown up were woefully unprepared. Sakura had dealt with one of them herself. It actually surprised the young Uchiha how much he noticed her, once she finally stopped chasing him. She'd begun to knuckle down and study medical jutsu and genjutsu, and was performing exercises intended to expand her chakra reserves, and her growth since the Chunin exams was already surprising. He lay back against the trunk as he watched the academy students emerge from their classes for the day. There was a familiar pattern down there every now and then, but a small group of 4 cadets seemed to have pretty much become the self-appointed protectors of the playground. As they paused for a moment at the lighter earth near where that SHRK freak had been taken down, Sasuke realized who he was trying to measure himself against, and the shock nearly had him plummet from the branch. Naruto. Ever since his abduction all that time ago, Naruto had been improving. He was getting stronger so fast that no one realized exactly how strong he really was. Sasuke recalled the way Naruto had been treated in the basic schools, and how a lot of the village had kept treating him. Right up until the Chunin exams, and Orochimaru's attempted invasion. After that it was like a lot of adults were waking up from a bad dream, and seeing what was actually in front of them. He jumped down from the tree, and started to walk in the direction of the Uzumaki district, as people had started to call the neighborhood next to the Hyuga estate. Naruto had flatly forbidden any kind of massive walls like around the old Uchiha compound, saying it promoted pig-headedness and arrogance. Individual yards were better. As he passed an alley, no different from any other, he felt a dart strike his neck, and knew no more. Hokage-sama, it's horrible. Shizune was almost panicked at the news she bore, and as Tsunade's brow furrowed in puzzlement, her first apprentice blurted out the rest of it. Sakura reported in. Uchiha Sasuke didn't show up for training like he always does, and the Anbu and Inuzuka trackers have found signs of a disturbance. We think he's been kidnapped. Blank. This couldn't have happened at a worse time. Most of her Jonin were busy on other assignments. Kurenai and Anko were supervising the academy field trip, Kakashi was on another mission. And someone waltzes into Konoha and abducts the last of the Uchiha, taking down the gate guards on the way out. They were just lucky the kidnappers were more interested in escape than witnesses. Or she'd have 2 dead Jonin on her hands. Tsunade wasted no time in mustering the troops, calling in a fresh Chunin to head this squad was a necessity she'd have preferred to avoid. Nara Shikamaru. Your mission is as follows. Sometime last night, Uchiha Sasuke was taken from Konoha, presumably against his will. You are in charge of assembling a team to get him back by force if necessary. I have no Jonin available. And there's only a handful of battle-ready Chunin. She handed him a list. You may select your retrieval squad from these, as well as any promising genin you are aware of. Any questions? For once, the lazy Nara was serious, without a scrap of hesitation. No, Hokage-sama. He was already forming a team in his head. A glance at the scroll showed that 2 of the 3 Chunin were available. Shino was off the active duty roster until he replenished his colony's losses, apparently. Otome, Naruto and Hinata were eating breakfast as Shikamaru arrived. The Hokage has a mission for you 3, he said, and time is short. Let's go, we need to get a couple of others. They went with a grim silence. Ginkumo-kura Street. Il wasn't used to the way this Hittite sat, but he knew what Shikunshi-sensei would want him to do. If the only person to beat me at shogi says he needs my talents, who am I to say otherwise? Shaking the last chip from the packet, Shikamaru was braced and ready as Choji sailed past him, snatching both packet and chip. As his best friend chomped down on it, Shikamaru explained the situation. They all ran for the scene of the crime. So whoever these goons are, they got in, snatched Sasuke, and got out, taking down 2 Jonin swordsmen to do it. Naruto double-checked as they arrived at T. He alley where the Anbu had traced Sasuke to. They'd have to be strong then. He sniffed the air, breathing deep to catch any scent in the area. I've got his smell, but it's like they dunked him in something weird. Smells of grease and old blood. There were 4 of them. One's a girl and they all have some kind of strange smell to them, like Sasuke's curse mark actually. Kura and Shikamaru glanced at each other. And the same question ran through each of their minds, although the Nara Chunin was the one to ask it. Can you follow their sense? Naruto glared at them. Does Tsunade-sama hit like an elephant? In her office, the Hokage sneezed, and Shizune made a note to get her some cold medicine, just in case. The 4 of them had paused to rest. Jirobu had set down the giant bucket-shaped container that hid their captive from the world, but the solid darkness inside it would have been off-putting enough on its own to cause questions. Even if those 2 Jonin hadn't caught them red-handed dosing the Uchiha boy and slapping Orochimaru's seal-breaking tag on his curse mark. They'd been pushed hard. ND actually had to draw on the second stage of their curse marks. Jirobu was the best off out of them, with Tayuya a close second, but Kidomaru and Kimimaro were both wiped. The multi-armed shinobi and the bone wielder had been the ones hardest pressed in that scuffle, and while Kidomaru was recovering nicely, Kimimaro's illness was taking its toll on him, dragging out his pain in a coughing fit. That brought up blood with each racking convulsion. Yet, they dared not stop for long. Shikamaru had laid out the pursuit plan, with Naruto on point. He was scouting out the trail. And Shikamaru was next in line to adjust the plan and issue commands as needed. Then there was Kuro with Choji and Otome flanking him, for a combination of traps and heavy hitters. And Hinata brought up the rear with her Byakugan covering the entire group and surrounding area for a couple of miles. Tearing through the trees at the rapid pace they'd set was easy enough. And it seemed that the kidnappers were making for the northern borders, in the region of Ta no Kuni. They'd been going for a few hours when Hinata called that she'd spotted the Oto ninja, and Naruto halted as they set their plans for the intercept. I can't see Sasuke, Hinata pointed out, but they do have a tub that would be large enough to carry him, that's sealed solid. There's 4 of them, a large man, bigger than an Akamichi. Another with 6 arms, a girl with some kind of metal hat, and the last one has white hair and dense chakras centered on his skeleton. The group looked at Naruto for a moment and he shrugged. He could be the one Orochimaru used me to try to cure, but I can't be sure, the blonde Jinchuriki said. So who gets who? Shikamaru thought for a moment, setting his fingers in the odd position he used to focus his mind. The big guy there has to be more to him than just size. But he's definitely the heavy on their team. Choji, Otome, he's yours. These guys are all at least Chunin level. So 2 genin for one of them is a good plan, and then you catch up once he's dealt with. The guy with the arms weapons most likely, and he probably plays on his resemblance to a spider, Kuro, Hinata. The 2 of you take him down. The girl is probably the least troublesome, so I call dibs on her. I'm fairly sure I can hold her long enough for someone to back me up. That leaves the last one for Naruto to renew his acquaintance with. Other than that, the plan is simple: live, and bring our friend home. Blank. The Konoha ninja were fresher as they continued to close the distance between the 2 groups, and the Oto shinobi had already used their curse marks, a fatiguing enterprise and without sufficient rest, it was telling. In desperation the Oto elite spread out, coming to rest in a scattered formation guarding the tub. As the Konoha shinobi arrived, they were surrounded, and Jirobu struck both his hands on the ground and drove his chakra into a doden. The mud dome prison, catching all the ninja in the globe of dirt, which promptly began to drain away their chakra. I'll finish them, he told his allies, and then I'll catch up. Wait a second. Where'd they go? Panicked, the overlarge ninja began to look around as the Konoha shinobi emerged from hiding in the branches, surrounding their would-be ambushers. Choji and Otome sprang down to the ground. Otome assuming her skin of stone form even as she began the chakra manipulation for Stone Bear, as the plan called for. You might have a little problem with your plans right now, Shikamaru said. How about you undo those seals and let us take Sasuke back to Konoha? It'll be less troublesome than having to fight to the death. Several hurled kunai whistled past the lazy genius. I guess that's a no, as Jirobu charged towards the tree with Shikamaru in it, and Otome and Choji moved to intercept. Kimimaro grabbed up the tub with Sasuke in it and began the dash to the north, with Tayuya and Kidomaru in close pursuit. A quick glance down let Shikamaru see Choji's thumbs up, and the group left the 2 embattled shinobi to fight their mammoth opponent as they continued the chase. As the rest of their group got into motion, the 2 ninja left to fight the massive Jirobu prepared themselves for a hard fight. The Oto nin sneered. You do realize they've sacrificed you, right? He taunted them. They have left the weakest of you to face me, gambling that they can stop the others before I can finish you. Choji snarled. Because he was bigger than most kids his age, people assumed he was fat and thus weak. He was willing to bet that the same people, or the same kind of people, at least, would assume Otome's petite frame meant she was weak too. He was just going to have to show this guy he was wrong the hard way. Yup, Otome said, startling Choji. They left the 2 weakest of us behind, to deal with you. I think that Shikamaru kid was being careful. I can probably take you myself, but he had Choji back me up, cause you can never guess what an enemy is capable of. Your best plans, they never survive contact with the enemy. But to you or the enemy, she braced her stance, dropping both fists to her hips, elbows back, as if chambering for a basic taijutsu attack, and up the cycle. Ing of her chakra to reinforce the muscles, tendons and bones. Jirobu closed and got his hand on her head, beginning to squeeze, and Choji pumped chakra into his right arm for his partial expansion, driving his now massive fist, the size of that tub from earlier, into Jirobu's ample gut. The muscle under the layer of fat, which as he suspected was thinner than it looked, was hardened, so it as like hammering a blow into the oak training posts in the training grounds, but then, Choji had broken those before, and Jirobu hadn't been expecting such an effective hit at this time. As the larger man crumpled, he tightened his grip. If he could kill this girl quick, he could turn his attention to the little butterball and wipe him out. The grisly-sounding snap that sounded made Choji wince. And Jirobu grinned until the pain reached his brain. When he cried out, the girl had reached up and broken his thumb. Forced to release her, the big man stumbled back, using his other hand to quickly set the injured digit as the girl assumed an odd combat stance. The Akamichi boy glanced at his fellow Konoha ninja, her skin gleaming like stone in sunlight as she took the main stance of the stone bear style. Her skin of stone Kekkei Genkai worked well with the chakra cycling techniques she'd described to her new team, and with Hinata's assistance, she'd actually demonstrated one of the style's advantages. Through the cycling of chakra through the physical body, instead of the chakra coils, it became virtually impossible for such techniques and styles as the gentle fist to target the tenketsu and/or vital organs. Due to the constantly shifting shield of chakra that filled her skin. Indeed, she was working on surpassing her father, the stone bear himself. And he realized an other advantage she had right now with her chakra under such tight self-control, it would be very difficult for this Jirobu to pull it away to devour himself. Otome had seen Choji's techniques in their training sessions and on the shared missions, and had idly wondered about the ways such techniques could be blended with the stone bear techniques. She'd come to the conclusion that the increase D area would be too difficult to control the chakra flow over. An idea struck her as their opponent began to attack again, black lines beginning to extend from his curse mark. Stepping behind Choji, she snapped out the basic plan. Choji, human boulder, spin as fast as you can, she said, grasping his shoulders and stepping up her chakra flow. He didn't fully understand why, but the young Akamichi complied. Feeling the extra weight of his teammate as a little extra, while powering towards Jirobu. A little before impact, he felt Otome's hands release his shoulders as she allowed herself to be hurled at the larger Oto ninja at the high speeds that Choji's technique had imparted, screaming out, Uzumaki combination, Akamichi catapult. And flipping and twisting to lead with her heel in a spinning version of the stone bear axe kick that drove the huge man to the ground, a significant divot in his forehead, his eyes already crossed and glazing over. But the sheer power of the maneuver had a price. And the sickening crack as even her heavily reinforced by both the stone bear techniques and her Kekkei Genkai leg broke her thigh had given way at the same time as her shin and tum. Ling across the ground didn't help, if anything it hurt more. Choji maintained his human boulder for a little longer as he ground Jirobu's body into the dirt, releasing the jutsu as he reached a barely conscious Otome. Why'd you do that? He demanded of her. We could have beat him without that kind of move. He was forced to hush by the girl's hand as she dropped her own techniques. Because, by the time we'd taken him down he'd have us both exhausted and hurt, and neither one of us would be able to get the other back to Konoha, she gasped as he lifted her, almost passing out from the pain. She was fairly sure she shouldn't be seeing her bone sticking out of her thigh like that, and barely managed the next words before blacking out. It could have taken days for someone to find us, but this way. Choji looked down at his friend. The girl from Iowa had grown on him, and Ino loved having someone to shop with besides Sakura. Looking in the direction the retrieval squad had gone in, He whispered a few words before racing back towards Konoha. Good luck, all of you, I'll catch up soon. Blank. Kidomaru cursed as he and his companions raced through the trees. The brats split up, he told them. 2 of them stopped to hold back Lardbutt, and the rest are on our trail. Kimimaro frowned. He was weakening more quickly, and with recent events in Konoha. This boy may well be Lord Orochimaru's last chance to get those Uchiha eyes. And you would then recommend? He asked, fighting back the urge to cough. I'll set a trap to catch some, and a bit further on. Tayuya peels away to catch the rest. That should give you enough lead time to get the target to Orochimaru-sama. It wasn't a complex plan, and there was no way to make it foolproof. If only they'd still had Sakin and Ukin. Hinata spotted the explosive tags well ahead of their position, and unleashed her kunai and shuriken to detonate them, and the group landed in the clearing to regroup. It was at that point that Kidomaru's trap went off, and a web of strange silk-like material sprang up around them. As Kitamaru had planned, the pursuers were stuck. But they did not stay that way. Lightning chakra crackled on the soles of Kura's feet, and his kunai lashed out in a blur, severing the silk around Shikamaru and Naruto, while Hinata slapped the wall of silk beside her with a gentle storm strike that blew out a huge section of the webbing for them to continue the pursuit, although Naruto left with a lingering backwards glance as she dire. CTED the same mix of elemental chakra through her feet as through her hands, blasting her way free as she snagged a kunai from the air and began deflecting the rest of the steel rain that poured from the surrounding area. "It's the six-armed one," she called out, and Kura, concealed behind a tree, nodded. Then something shot from the trees at a new angle, a gob of viscous fluid that slapped her hands together before hardening. With no chakra, the silken strands were not vulnerable to her technique, but she still held a sharp kunai. The spider-like Oto ninja watched closely as the girl kept moving. And as she sliced away the silk around her hands, he smirked. The other one was weaker, probably only a genin, while this one he remembered what she'd done at the Chunin exams, and he was certain that she would be the greater threat. Grinning and silent, he activated his curse mark as he triggered the next trap. The silk ropes that lashed out from the trees this time were saturated in black chakra that resisted Hinata's attempts to cut it with the acquired kunai, and she was forced to wield the gentle storm to strike down and break these lines. The arrow that roared past her was barely deflected by her palm striking the shaft. And the friction of its passage burned a line across her palm as it hammered into the tree Kura was behind. The former Kumo genin seized his chance, and leapt out of cover. Landing on the arrow with his feet crackling, and vanished from Kitamaru's sight is a large number of kunai and shuriken that were crafted from a harder version of this silk-like material thudded into the space he had been. Kitamaru was struggling to push himself to activate the second stage of his curse mark even as he heard a quiet voice, calm and imperturbable. Lightning step, T. Thunder breaker. His last sight before he heard the crunch of separating vertebra was the thickly cushioned and reinforced knee pad on Kura's right knee. Afterwards, he wasn't really in a state to appreciate anything. Impressive move, Hinata panted. Her dodging and blocking had eaten away a good-sized portion of her chakra reserves. Why couldn't he dodge? Kura smiled. Lightning travels at roughly 150 kilometers per second. Hinata-san. By the time he'd thrown his weapons, it was already too late. Unfortunately, I have to have a conductive surface to cross, but his webs had to conduct his chakra. Or your gentle storm would not have affected them. After that, it was a matter of opportunity. Did I do anything you would suggest be done differently? As Hinata shook her head, he checked on the Oto ninja. Surprised to find him alive, if unconscious with his neck and spine broken. I can look after this one, Hinata-san, you go reinforce Shikamaru-san and Naruto-sama. Blank. Tayuya stood on the tree branch, her blood covering her right hand as she pushed herself into the second stage of her mark's power. Seeing the two shinobi chasing them, she slapped her palm against the branch, summoning the abominable monstrosities that were effectively her puppets as she lifted her flute to blow a shrill and discordant tune. When both ninja dropped, covering T.'s ears in obvious signs of pain as the second one dispersed in a cloud of smoke, she paused and the shadows flickered as Shikamaru slammed the butt of a kunai against her skull. Nodding to Naruto, as he withdrew reels of ninja wire from his pouch, he began to secure the Otokunoichi. Tsunade looked over her reinforcing team. You are to reinforce and support the retrieval team. Now get going. Ino, Sakura, Kiba and Akamaru took off running, even as Shizune delivered the news of Choji's return with an injured Otome. Naruto struggled to his feet as the chase finally ran out of forest. Only a few miles north lay the Valley of the End, but Naruto wasn't about to let it get that far. He threw everything he had into catching the burdened Oto elite. Kimimaro seemed to realize this, and set down the tub, not noticing that the seals holding it contained had begun to smoke slightly. Enough, he said in his cold voice. My master demands that I return with this body for him, and I'll not let some pitiful shinobi child stop me from carrying out his wishes. The pale man reached up to his shoulders as two bones extended through the flesh, and pulled loose the bone swords from his own body, assuming a stance that spoke of kenjutsu expertise, even as Naruto raised a kunai in each hand, and charged. The initial clash was telling. With Naruto leaping back from the blades his foe wielded, with deep gouges in the metal of his kunai, and deep cuts to his forearms that were already beginning to heal. Well, Hat answers the question of whether it's the same guy or not, he thought, and hurled both kunai at the onrushing enemy, who deflected them both with the sword in his left hand. He paused a moment to stare at the boy in front of him. That was futile, he remarked. All you have managed is to throw away your only weapons. They would not have saved you, but they might have prolonged this. And now you face my blades. Naruto shrugged as his opponent closed the distance, slicing the next kunai, Naruto's last, in half. How do you do that? The Konoha ninja asked. Your swords are bone, and most bone isn't that strong. My Kekkei Genkei is the dead bone pulse, boy, Kimimaro sneered. It allows me to shape and extract my bones for this purpose, and there is no way for you to break them. The chakra that runs through me makes the bones as strong as tempered steel, making each bone the equivalent of a katana. You are doomed. Give up now and it shall be quick. He closed with a few spinning steps, almost dancing, and lashed out faster than Naruto could move, the sword in his right hand sweeping towards Naruto's neck faster than the young shinobi could react. Blank. Kura glanced up as the backup team reached him, drawn by the scent. Do you think we can stabilize this guy? He pointed at his unmoving prisoner, bound to a makeshift backboard with his own silk. He might know a few things. Ino nodded. Sakura, you and Kiba get going, I can handle this part. Turning to the prisoner, she smiled, an almost evil, almost certainly vicious, smirk. We don't want to lose any information he has before we get him back to Konoha if he dies, after all. She raised her hands. Yamanaka clan jutsu, mind walking. Hinata reached the edge of the forest, and immediately saw Naruto, even as the enemy shinobi swept his sword in the arc that was intended to decapitate her husband, and her heart skipped a few beats. If that man killed her Naru-kun, he would not survive long enough to do anything else, even should it kill her to do so. The sharp snap of bone called her attention back to the fight, rather than her vengeful thoughts. The broken piece of bone blade that spun away and dug, point down, into the open field drew her focus, but she saw the entire scene clearly. Kimimaro was surprised at the bone metal blade that had erupted from Naruto's shoulder to intercept his sword, snapping it clean at the point of impact. That shouldn't have happened. He didn't want to resort to the curse mark either. It would shorten his life too much. He would never survive it, and there was no one left to take the Uchiha boy to Orochimaru should he fall. He discarded the broken sword and returned the other as he leapt backwards. Even as Naruto formed a blade on his other shoulder, as well as from each elbow and his kneecaps, with an armored bone metal mask forming about his brow and cheekbones, and plating spread across his forehead. Then the boy unsheathed his claws. What kind of monster are you? The Oto elite asked, a touch of fear rising in his voice. Naruto's answer was not comforting. The kind your master created trying to cure you. Before discarding me to die as useless, never realizing what he'd done. I should have died. I didn't. Instead, I took that which was killing me, everything that had been done to me, and I refused to die. My bloodline kept me alive, and reached out for what it could use to help me survive, and remade me. And now, I choose not to be the monster your master proved himself to be. The one he would have made me, and did make you. If he's waiting for Sasuke, then he can wait until the stars burn down to ash. Kimimaro reached to the back of his neck, and with a terrible ratcheting sound. A grisly wrenching noise that seemed designed to inspire nausea, pulled out his own backbone. Naruto grinned. I guess I can't call you spineless at any rate. But are you sure to? Throwing away all those bones you keep pulling out is good for you. Even as he spoke, the younger shinobi was pushing wind and lightning chakra into the bone metal, and as his foe lashed out with the backbone like a whip. He jumped over it, as his shoulder blades grew the edged spines and his back sprouted its spikes. Kimimaro shifted direction and his spinal whip turned and struck upwards at the airborne blonde. Naruto drove an elbow blade through the bony lash, severing the top third of it, which scattered away in fragments. The rest of the whip, however, struck into his side, opening a long gash that bled freely. As he hissed, and the wound began to close, Naruto could feel some malaise, some illness, deep within the bone of the lash, trying to latch onto his own skeleton, but his Sokai Katsuryoku snuffed it out in seconds. particularly quickly as it was by no means his first exposure. He punched forwards with his claws, and Kimimaro attempted to catch at them with his ribcage only. For the Arashi no seemed to cut through the bones as easily as they had done the tempered steel of a sword, and Naruto dragged the claws out the side of the Oto nin's torso, scattering pieces of bone as he went. His back to the tub. Kimimaro realized he had no choice. He had to activate his curse mark and pray it lasted long enough for him to carry out his mission, or he'd die with that mission unfulfilled. Blank. As Sakura and Kiba, led by Akamaru, caught up with Hinata, who stood at the edge of the field as if it were the hardest thing she'd ever done, the SMO. Ouldering seals on the tub could no longer hold, and the wooden vessel exploded, with several large chunks of splintered wood piercing Kimimaro, whose stunned and impaled form inadvertently shielded Naruto, even as the Oto nin died. His internal organs ruptured and failing. As he fell, Naruto noted a long splinter as thick around as his arm sticking out the back of his skull, at an angle that slipped past his skull and into his brain. But no one was paying more than passing attention to that. In the small crater left by the tub's explosion, stood what could only be Sasuke, but a Sasuke drowning. In the unfiltered and concentrated black chakra of the curse mark, pouring off him in waves, killing the nearby grass as he opened his pure black eyes and screamed, a terrible sound of pain and rage. There was nothing but pain and anger in his existence. There hadn't been for a long time, longer than any would have believed possible. A constant shifting agony that burned away at the mind, tearing apart all positive thought. His teammates became tools rather than friends, friends became potential enemies, anyone who had something more than he became a real enemy, for taking what should have been his. And although he fought the change in his feelings, in his very self, he was losing. From desperation, he opened the Sharingan and everything got worse. From the moment the paper bearing the seal breaker had made contact with the triple seal around the curse mark, it had been siphoning his chakra to fuel the destruction of those 3 seals, of any seal in fact, other than the ones Orochimaru had placed. So it was that Sasuke relived the memories of the night his brother had killed all his own clan, and a different perspective arose. A memory. Itachi was not as automatically trusted by why his family and clan as everyone outside the Uchiha may have believed Sasuke had been. The killing blows that had been delivered had been from someone they'd trusted, or the killer would not have gotten close. The Uchiha had been conspiring against the Hokage, to reclaim their rightful power and place as they saw it, and someone destroyed them in a single night. The rawest, most burningly agonist realization hit Sasuke at this point. Itachi had not been in the Uchiha compound that night, he'd not set so much as a finger in the district that night in fact, but he'd still killed all of the Uchiha somehow. Which meant he'd had to get someone else to do it for him. That person, whoever they were, had been little more than his tool, his weapon against his clan, and the reason he'd survived as not because his brother had been unable to kill him, but because of this very moment. It hadn't been Itachi who'd been slaughtering his clan, it had been Sasuke, his brother's puppet and stand-in. Of course he wouldn't have an effective weapon destroy itself. Orochimaru had developed the curse marks as a means to accomplish 2 goals. The first was to increase the power of the bearer. And all that power had to come from somewhere, so the mark converted potential lifespan into chakra, a prohibitively effective technique that vastly raised the bearer's abilities. Potentially even to Jinchuriki levels, but to do so it ate away at their life at increasingly exorbitant cost. The imbalance then had a corrosive effect on the bearer's judgment and sanity, their sense of right and wrong. Darker deeds became simply a tiny price to pay as the mark progressed. The power of the Uchiha Sharingan had a similar effect if used too powerfully or for too long. The second goal was to lower the resistance and inhibitions of the mind bearing it, to make it easier for Orochimaru to take that body should he need to or should the whim strike him. Together, these traits merged within the boy's body, tapping into all the rage and anguish, everything negative that Sasuke was only just beginning to overcome, and overwhelmed his fragile psyche. It was all he could do to hold on to a single memory. A single thought, a single ray of hope. Deep within all the fury and pain was a tiny core, an image of a girl with pink hair. As Kimimaro collapsed, dead as a doornail with the splintered chunks of the tub the Oto elite had their prisoner in, all the rage and anger of the boy, all the pain and anguish began to pour off him, burning the life from the grass around him to fuel the black chakra flames that roiled and danced about his form. His eyes, pure black, swept over the area around him as he turned, and seeing Sam. One who had a power that should have been his attacked. Naruto barely avoided the attack, a stream of black lightning that tore up the ground where he'd been standing, and a stray ribbon of power brushed against his arm, tearing it open in a gout of gore as he was flung end over end towards the tree line. He glanced at the injury to assess the damage, noting idly that the wound did not seem to be closing, as if the chakra that would have gone to healing the injury were burned out or blocked. That can't be a good sign, he thought as the dark Sasuke charged, and closed the distance as Naruto kicked back to his feet. As Hinata appeared and lashed out with gentle fist strikes, which had no effect, in gentle storm, with the same result, the dark Sasuke reached out for Naruto. As her husband was attacked, Hinata had raced in to intercept Sasuke, and the two shinobi she'd left to watch took a second to glance at each other, as Akamaru whimpered and cowered deeper into Kiba's jacket. Akamaru's in no shape to help them, Sakura. And I'm not good enough to beat Sasuke when he's holding back, the Inuzuka said to his teammate. We'll go for more help, you back up those two and try to stop him, or at least keep him in place. As Kiba dashed back along their trail, hoping he'd find someone who could help, Sakura raced towards the fight. The black flames scared her, even more so when he realized even Naruto wasn't healing as fast as he usually did. Normally you could see the injuries healing before your eyes, and although the blonde's wounds were closing, it seemed a long and drawn out process compared to his usual gone before he realized he'd been hurt pace. Despite the protection of the chakra used in her fighting style, Hinata's palms had been a little scorched by the black flames surrounding Sasuke, flames that had been devouring her chakra as fuel until she deliberately shut off the flow of it for a few moments. Naruto hammered into Sasuke from the side, bone metal plating his striking surface's knuckles, knees and elbows, having drawn in his claws in order to pummel some sense into his fellow shinobi. The black flames hurt, and tried to consume the blue energy of his chakra. It was getting painful to maintain conflict as the two traded blows, and Hinata fell back a little, breathing hard, as Sakura leapt past her and lashed her hand into the opening created. Naruto landed a knee strike to intercept Sasuke's flame-covered fist, catching the attack with her hand and stopping the attack cold long enough for the blonde shinobi to force the Uchiha back. The sting and burning sensation in her palm, however, were not due to her hand catching fire. As Sakura stared for a moment at her unmarked palm, she began to think, both faster and harder than she ever had before. She had not been the top-graded kunoichi because of her actual shinobi skills, but because her academics had been nearly off the charts. Naruto's attacks were striking the black chakra and being absorbed like the kick he performed now. With his bone metal-plated heel, it should have broken Sasuke's jaw, and driven the Sharingan user's momentum sideways across a fair distance, but Sasuke barely noticed it, and Naruto was getting burned as he did. Hinata had similar problems, and the two of them were acting like partners should in every single assault they launched. None of it was work. And Sakura came to the realization that they couldn't stop Sasuke. These black chakra flames weren't going to let them hit effectively. Blank. Ignoring the hiss of burning flesh and the smoky smell that lay siege to her senses, instead wondering how Naruto, with his far more sensitive senses, was managing to keep going, Hinata got a grip on Sasuke's left arm. It was his weak arm. But she found herself hard-pressed, and wished that ninja wire would have helped her, even that she had some with her. The sudden jerk as Sasuke stopped in his tracks startled her. Naruto had apparently had a similar train of thought as he'd pulled off a virtual mirror image maneuver, and he did have ninja wire, and he spooled it about the Uchiha's wrists, where it promptly began to heat up even as he anchored it in kunai that he hurled to the trees, the wire proceeding slowly up the spectrum through reds of brighter hues, approaching yellow quickly as Sasuke, who had to make a coherent sound other than grunts and roars, struggled and strained against his bonds. It surprised the both of them when Sakura simply walked up to Sasuke and wrapped her arms around him. Unharmed by the black fires flaring from his flesh, planting a solid and very real kiss on the lips of her crush, shocking him into immobility. Pulling back with a murmured, "I'm sorry," she looked into his eyes, and saw the pain and agony. The unequaled morass of despair and fury that it was impossible to bear without breaking. She saw his eyes, the red Tomo-marked Sharingan eyes, as he croaked out in a shattered voice. "Forgive, you gotta be stopped, before I kill someone," he swallowed with difficulty, fighting back the impossible tide of every negative thing in his life, holding it all at bay with the one shining moment. One that was deteriorating now that the black flames of the curse mark knew what to destroy. Thank you, Sakura. Then his eyes went totally black once more as Sakura raised her hand, sheathed in chakra, and then, with tears pouring down her face so hard that she could not see anything, shattered her own heart by driving her fist through his. Blank. The detonation of chakra did not go unnoticed, and the backup teams from Konoha that had been mustered and dispatched as soon as they became available raced through the trees. It was Kakashi who found them first, although he was soon joined by others, Guy, then Anko, then more. Sasuke's body had been badly damaged by the black flames, and was barely recognizable. Sakura was unresponsive. Her right arm was gone, burned away to ash in an instant, all the way to her shoulder. Her eyes didn't focus right, and the initial diagnosis by Shizune, leading the first medic Ninti to arrive was of shock-induced catatonia. In comparison, Hinata and Naruto got off extremely lightly, although they were rendered unconscious, with mere burns that were slowly mending as the two were entangled. Hinata in her husband's arms as the Jinchuriki had apparently shielded her. The worrisome thing about that was the threads of Yuki that danced between the two, repairing the injuries that were somehow devoid of the regular blue chakra that all living things contained. This was a very strange, and very dangerous situation, and they had to get everyone back to Konoha, as soon as possible. Orochimaru was gritting his teeth, only barely containing his anger as he watched the vast number of Konoha shinobi going over the ground where the fight had taken place. Fed up with waiting, his impatience was a factor in his many failed experiments, too, not that he'd admit to any form of imperfection. The renegade Sannin had slipped out the valley of the end and located the site of the battle, but he found it far too late. The shinobi had already taken away the bodies and survivors from the fight that Orochimaru could see signs of still scored into the landscape around them. He again restrained his destructive impulse. It wasn't worth it to lash out with no real reward here, risking capture if any of these shinobi were stronger than they looked and began to slip away. He needed more information. None of the three survivors of the battle against Sasuke were waking up, Tsunade noted. Looking over the charts and reports, she saw that Sakura's problem was not physical in nature, despite the injury that had taken her arm. Even now Yamanaka Inoichi was attempting to gently sift through the girl's scattered memories. His report of the fight was stark, and as regards the pink-haired girl's mind. She's hiding, Tsunade-sama, the Yamanaka had explained. It wasn't so much the shock of her arm being destroyed, as it was her realization that Sasuke was already too far broken and had to be stopped, and that as powerful and strong as Naruto and Hinata had become, they weren't able to do it, while she wasn't had to. He sighed, knowing the minefield he was about to walk into. I'd imagine that you had a similar episode after Dan. Tsunade's glare snapped up and locked onto the Mindwalker's face. That's none. She paused a moment, then collapsed back into a chair as she looked at the young Kunoichi. No, she sighed. You're right. What repercussions can you see from this? If she recovers from the emotional trauma of having to kill her own teammate, the boy she may well have loved, and who apparently thought enough of her that she was the only one he'd ever let in, you mean? The blonde Junin shrugged. All she really has left is being a shinobi. Her father's working on the police force here, and her mother's on the council representing the clanless shinobi. But neither one will ever fully understand what she's going through. I'd suggest keeping her as Kakashi's genin. He'll understand what she's going through, like no one else ever will, and probably as signing them to some minor ambassadorial duties for a while. If Danzo managed council duties with one arm, she should manage at least assistance duties. If there were some sort of prosthetic for her, that would probably help her out, too. I'd not try to disguise it though. If she were to associate it with her old arm, she may well do herself an injury. He shook his head. That's all, if, mind you. As for when, I have no idea. I don't even know if she'll remember it. The Hokage nodded, and she put on the hat, the only one spoken of thus in the village anyone could have. A hat, the Hokage wore the hat and left the room. 3 doors down she came to another room. Jiraiya, Shizune, she spoke to the 2 experts who watched over the room's 2 occupants in the one bed. A report and some tea, please. As her former apprentice made the tea, Jiraiya began. It's Yuki, all right, the pure stuff, too. The thing is, his seal is locked down tight. The way it's designed, this stuff can't be. The fox's chakra, but it has to be, there's no other explanation. It seems to be acting in some unique way, and I have no idea how. It's almost as if Naruto himself was guiding this energy in whatever it's doing. But he's unconscious, so that can't be it. Shizune handed over the teacup, which had a single stalk floating upright in it. As Tsunade blinked at the omen, the medic nin carried on from where Jiraiya had left off. Their wounds are healing slowly, and being specifically targeted by the Yuki to be rebuilt. It's the only way to explain it, but there may be side effects we can't predict. Whatever those black flames were, they would consume the chakra within a living thing to fuel themselves, but in the case of Uchiha Sasuke, and I suspect anyone in his situation, it's aims to burn through their potential chakra first. When I examined the body, all the potential lifespan was burned out by the black chakra. That gave Jiraiya-sama some ideas about the function of the seal, which may allow us to remove the one on Mitarashi Anko. Turning back to the beds, she pointed to their burns, which were, even as they watched, visibly recovering. Art techniques and medical jutsu were useless. They need a chakra system to work with. The black chakra burns out that system. What's happening here? It looks like their systems are being rebuilt by Yuki, and there's something else. Something we just can't understand. Shaking her head, she gestured for the Toad Sage to take up the reins of the conversation. Since Jiraiya seemed reluctant, Tsunade decided to prod for information. Does this have to do with why they're in the same bed? Nightmares again. She could handle nightmares, she thought, but the spy master was shaking his head. I wish it was nightmares, but the truth is, if Hinata is taken from the Gaki's arms, she starts to crash. Her vitals drop, and she starts to die. It looks like toxic chakra shock, but faster. As Tsunade stared, Shizune finished her report. It's almost like she's become dependent on the Yuki to live, she said, but unlike Naruto and his passenger, she doesn't generate Yuki herself. We, and I use that term collectively about the medics and doctors here, except maybe you, have no idea where to even start to deal with this. Blank. Otome sat in the wheelchair as Choji and Ino guided her down the corridors. The main Uzumaki bloodline was still present in the Hyaku Hoseki line, but the something extra they had was settled into the skin of stone. The more rapid healing from the Katsuri Oku. Only Naruto had the supercharged version. The Sokai Katsurioku meant that she was only going to be off this leg for a couple of weeks, although in an emergency she could be healed quicker. Her state at the time of injury had exacerbated the break, and the doctors recommended she allow it to heal naturally. To say that she was not best pleased at this turn of events was understating the case. Naruto and Hinata were still in this sleep. It had been 3 days and everyone else was debriefed and brought up to date on the situation. While the mission had technically failed, the they were sent to rescue dying in the course of the mission. It was emphasized that this was no one's fault except the man who'd placed that curse mark in the first place. The analysis of the mission and the after-action reports, as well as mental health assessments for all involved, were all dealt with swiftly, and everyone besides the Uzumakis and Sakura had been sent home. Kiba was temporarily placed on Team 10 for missions. But Shinshi-sensei had no problems with that. Kiba had taken one look at the man's smirk and gulped. Ishiguma was waiting outside the hospital as his daughter and her friends emerged. As they reached him, he spoke. I heard about a strange new maneuver, he said, causing both his daughter and the young Akamichi to stiffen. This Uzumaki combination may be a good idea. But obviously we will need more than one such option to make it a true path. And we will have to work on the theories behind it to eliminate such a cost as it currently has. His gesture took in her leg, plastered from hip to toes. But this, Akamichi catapult, most effective, and impressive. I am proud. Choji and Ino seemed about to verbally protest the mild way this was said, when Tome placed a hand on the hand of each nearest her. This is my father, she explained as they hesitated. This is his equivalent of Naruto-sama's wildest cheers and exhortations, with a parade down T. He's center of the village for good measure. Bowing as best she could in her current condition, she replied to her father. I thank you for your attention, Otu-sensei. You honor me. Ishiguma wasn't a man for big emotional displays. So the hug both surprised and confused her. "No, beloved daughter, you honor me," he replied. "My greatest desire is that one day, not too far off I think, I might be proud to be known as your father. Blank, underscore, blank." This was a first, even for Kurama. Not once in his 1,000 years of existence, although he grudgingly admitted to himself that in this case, he was uncertain of the exact span of his years, so 1,000 years simply meant a very long time had one of his hosts managed to bring someone else into their mindscape while they were both unconscious. When they'd appeared, he could see the damage they'd both taken, and it was terrible. The girl, his host's mate, for Naruto's scent was all over her in such a way that there was no other possible interpretation, was badly hurt, almost as though something had seared away the very pathways of her chakra network. From what he could tell, the same was happening to Naruto, and even as he watched, he'd seen the damage slowly, oh so slowly, spreading in both of them. Sighing, the fox looked at the boy, the young man he corrected himself, to whom he'd actually given his name. Under the direction of the two chakra presences, as long as they'd lasted, the power of the Kyuubi no Yoko had been wielded for a purpose other than destruction. It had felt odd, very odd, but how it had been far more satisfying to build the boy up than the many deaths and vast swaths of destruction the Biju had caused over his long, long life. He sighed again as he looked at the damage. He could repair the boy and make him immune, and indeed, he'd been doing so. He'd also done the same things to the girl Hinata. He'd even managed to iron out the discrepancy between his chakra and her own. But there was something else wrong, something he'd not foreseen. Once he'd reached a certain point as he rebuilt her system, that very system became dependent on the very Yuki repairing it. If she was to live, he would have to give her some way to produce her own Yuki, whether by sealing another Biju or lesser demon into her, which the Gaki would never forgive him for, or by changing them both, making them into either full or half-blooded demons. It was tempting to push it far enough to make them demons, a sort of celestial get-out-of-jail-free card as full demons could not contain other full demons without one devouring the other. But that would leave him weak and vulnerable to the one who'd manipulated him into attacking Konoha twice. And that was not an acceptable outcome. So he brought them closer. Dragging them next to the bars of his cages, he began to shift what the Yuki was doing. If he wasn't careful, they'd wind up full kitsune, and that would definitely give the game away. The first time he'd done this had taken enough Yuki to put him to sleep for 3 years. This would take significantly more. Unconscious in the private room, where Shizune slumbered nearby, ready to act if they woke, Naruto's hand moved, and the Yuki that trailed behind it began to paint a seal on Hinata's belly. Blank, underscore, blank. Shino arrived at the hospital to visit his teammates. Kurenai-sensei and Anko with him, where Tsunade met them at the doors. The council had decided that, on reflection, the purple-haired special Jonin was never, not ever, permitted to teach or lecture at the academy again. Since this had been part of what the woman had been aiming to accomplish, she was happy. The rest was to further the legend of Anko, which seemed OTED more to terrifying small children and not so small. There were more than 50 full-grown men and women who had nightmares about the kunoichi and her snakes than about any actual deeds. One of the children, an obnoxious civilian child, apple of his father's eye, obviously, had spat when Anko told him to collect the group's water. "I don't have to listen to my own mother," he'd said, "so why should I listen to you?" Anko's sadistic smirk had nearly broken the brat on its own, but her follow-up speech finished it. "Because your parents aren't here to stop me putting snakes in your bed." He boy had been a proper angel for the rest of the trip. By the time they'd returned, the whole rescue mission had been over with for the past few days, and they'd decided to all come in at the same time actually. Anko was likely only here because Tsunade had ordered her down here to talk with Jiraiya, something about new information on the effects of the curse mark, and a possible method of removing it. The Jonin had been embarrassingly enthusiastic. "If he can get this off me," she'd announced, "I'd have his baby." Then she'd realized exactly what she'd said, and death threats were issued to all in the room. A laughing Tsunade had nodded, calling it an S-rank secret, to make her feel better. They knocked on the door, more to be polite than in hopes of their friends being awake, and heard Shizune as she startled. The door then opened and the four of them entered, only to freeze at the sight before them. By and large, the couple in the bed were the same as they'd always been, but Shin-O's Kikaichu were telling him something was different. The young Aburame had figured that much out the second he saw the whisker marks on Hinata's cheeks, perfectly matching those on her husband's, the black, hard nails. So much like animals' claws, and the pointed, fox-like ears they both had in place of the ones they'd had last night. Tsunade broke the silence. This could be quite a problem. Hinata stretched a little as she woke. A familiar warmth against her, she opened her eyes and saw the Hokage standing there, with Kurenai, Shizune and Shino, staring at her. Wondering what was going on, and she reached up with her hand to rub her eyes free of sleep and stopped. The difference between her fingernails during the fight with Sasuke and now was significant. Solid black, more firmly anchored, and more rounded than flat. They resembled nothing more than claws, such as you'd find on a dog or a wolf or a fox. Glancing down at Naruto's hand where it rested on her belly, she saw the same thing, a fact that laid her ears back. Reaching up, she felt at the pointed, red-furred ears on each side of her head as she twisted around to look at Naruto's face. This in turn woke her husband, who began to rub at his still-shut eyes. His ears identical to hers, allowing for the size differences between them drooping a little, displaying the black tips she was now certain adorned her own ears as well. It was the opening of his eyes that made her gasp, just a little. The color of the blonde Jinchuriki's eyes was unchanged, but their shape that had definitely changed. The cat-like slit pupil of a fox's eyes was there, plain to see. And his eyes met hers and she caught a glimpse of her own eyes save for only the color, a rich amethyst shade, her eyes were the same. In a moment of panic, without thinking of their company, Hinata thrust her left hand into the waistband on Naruto's shorts, sighing in relief when she failed to find a fox tail, and squeezing her husband close until Kurenai cleared her throat. Reminding the young shinobi couple that they weren't alone, bringing a fierce blush to both of their faces. Blank. Ino stepped through the doors, returning to Sakura's room after helping her teammate Otone leave the hospital. The pink-haired girl was still her friend, despite the rivalry they'd had over Sasuke, and Ino had a vast degree of sympathy for Sakura. Even if their mutual crush had started to notice his teammate a little more. The mental trauma of seeing him die would have been truly awful, although Ino had thought Sakura was a little stronger than this. What had happened to him that it did this to her? The blonde carefully fed her catatonic friend, who dutifully and automatically ate what was placed in her mouth. Ino had thought the cesspool in Kidomaru's mind was bad enough, but even as she dragged the memories of the six-armed man from his mind, she'd been insulated to a large degree by the training her father had given her. And Sakura had no such release valve. Ino wished she could do something for Sakura other than wait, but for now, that's all she could do. Still, the dull, almost lifeless gaze of the pink red Kunoichi was worrying her blonde friend, and Ino was not the type to sit still. The panic that the Uzumaki couple felt at finding their new changes was fleeting, and Naruto, for one, thought the whisker marks on Hinata's face to be adorable, distractingly so. In fact, the various medical procedures to determine what was happening were apparently insufficient. As all Tsunade and Shizune could detect was that the two of them were in fine form and ready to fight, but their transformation, as minor as it seemed, was totally unexpected. Hinata was found to have a similar increase to her senses and healing rate to Naruto's, as if someone had managed to transplant his bloodline limit into her, almost a limit breaker, if you would have it so. A moment's experimentation revealed her to still have the Byakugan, but the change to her eyes was reflected here by the entire eye becoming that vivid amethyst purple. It looks like both of you have already made a full recovery. Which was worrying me, Tsunade told them. Large sections of the chakra network in Hinata's hand and arms and legs, and the same for you Naruto, had been burned away, is the best way I can describe it. Because the chakra coils were destroyed, the chakra flow wasn't getting where it had to go, so there was no healing, either naturally or through jutsu, that we could assist with. Worse, it was slowly eating away at you, spreading the damage. The only thing that stopped it was the Yuki of the Kyuubi, and we have no idea how he managed to do any of this. He would have to They rebuilt a lot of your chakra networks from scratch. We could actually see that happening at the time. She sipped at the cup of tea Shizune had supplied. Jiraiya took the chance to speak. What were Ritas then was the way the two of you seemed to need the Yuki to survive. Since Naruto has the fox in his seal, we weren't as concerned for him, but as far as we knew, Hinata had no such resource to draw upon. He looked them up and down. But what's happened is something I never would have expected in longer than the Kyuubi no Yoko has existed. He met the curious gazes squarely. It seems, in order to give you two the ability to survive the reconstruction of your chakra networks, the Kyuubi has pretty much given you the ability to generate your own Yuki, although exactly what you can do with it is completely unknown. But the side effects, your chakra reserves have increased, both of you, and in general your chakra is more potent. Physically, you'll be a bit stronger and faster, tougher too. But you'll have to get used to it. There's a serious downside to it all, though. The physical changes are obvious if you're looking at them, and while you're more powerful, there's a lot of ALS in certain places that the two of you simply can't go any more shrines and temples, especially. So you're saying we aren't human any longer? Naruto asked, a catch in his voice. Hinata rapped her arms around him as they waited for Tsunade's verdict. PFF'd. Of course you're still human, the Hokage said. If anything, you're more than human, but the human part is there, because we can still see Naruto and Hinata. The ears and eyes are going to take some getting used to though. It could be worse, Naruto remarked. We could have woken up with tails. Blank. She opened her eyes to a full-color view, unlike the dull gray that had coated the world for so long. Looking down, she saw the long blonde ponytail of Ino, and the dish of pudding that the other girl had fed her, apparently. As Ino had no signs of eating it herself on her, she went to reach out to shake her friend's shoulder, and froze. Where did my arm go? She thought frantically, almost panicked by the loss. The shoulder was sensitive and tender, but the ghostly sensation that her real arm should be there, her hand flexing in front of her, was almost agonizing. A memory flickered. Of a flare of black fire that turned white as she pulled her hand back from her mind, refused to go any further, and there was a foggy blur in front of whatever had happened. Gritting her teeth, she poked and prodded at her memory, managing to lift the edges of the fog and peer underneath. Her scream of pain and despair woke Ino, who was up instantly and holding her best friend close as she cried, huge racking sobs. From her mother's explanations as a therapist, this was a good sign, especially as the pink-haired girl was now able to focus, wrapping her only arm around her friend as she cried herself out. Sorry, Ino. Sakura mumbled, right on the edge of hearing. I don't deserve a friend like you or Kiba, or even Naruto. It was all me. Sakura, it's all right, the blonde said, puzzled by her friend's words, but determined to be supportive. All the enemy ninja are dead or captured, so there'll be justice for whoever killed Sasuke. You wait and see. As Sakura stiffened at her words, Ino wondered why. Pulling back to see the fear-stricken look on the other girl's face. Sakura had frozen up. Ino didn't know. She didn't even suspect it was a possibility. The one-armed girl drew in a sob. I can't say it, Ino. She mumbled, her voice a little croaky from disuse. You better step inside and see it for yourself. She pointed at her forehead, then remembered her missing right hand and pointed again with her left. Wondering if she'd ever get used to that, as Ino performed the hand seals to mind walk. Naruto's Henjutsu proved to be enough to conceal their fox-like features. Even Hinata's Byakugan couldn't see through the transformation, which was a major clue right there. A little investigation showed the transformation to be an actual physical if only cosmetic change. Hinata's own change was the same, too, as if their new bodies were playing along with the appearance they wanted to project. Well, that's one new talent you've discovered, Jiraiya said as he walked them home. There were angry glares here and there directed at Naruto as they passed, and although Jiraiya's glare was enough to make the handful of hostile civilians back down, Naruto was forced to wonder what was going on. Jiraiya refused to explain until they were under the Uzumaki roof. They stopped as they passed Ichiraku's and Naruto glanced to Hinata, who rolled her eyes then nodded. As they sat to order, Ayame and Tyuki seemed to brighten up at the sight of their favorite customer and his bulging wallet. Ino pulled back from her friend's memories, shocked, horrified and furious about what Sakura had done. She'd known that Sasuke was dead, there was no one who didn't in Konoha, but like many people had assumed it to be the hand of Naruto that had done the deed. Learning that it had been Sakura had brought those three emotions to the fore, but her father had always said for her to look twice at everything. Shock and horror were understandable, she supposed, as finding that Sakura was the only one who could do the deed was a terrible fact. Ino doubted she could have brought herself to do it. The anger was not, somewhat surprisingly, directed at Sakura, as she would have thought, but at the universe in general, for forcing the pink-haired girl's first kill to be the one person she would have died to protect. Her first love. It was so unfair, and the tears that sprang to the blonde's eyes as she hugged her friend to her were as much for Sakura as for Sasuke. Sakura looked on the loss of her arm as a fair price to pay. Since she doubted she'd ever be able to look at the hand that had killed Sasuke without feeling the urge to have it not be part of her, to remove it. Even if it meant the end of her career as a shinobi. Not something she looked forward to, it showed everyone that she was willing to sacrifice herself for the village as she finally drifted into a true and healthy slumber. Held close by her best friend, who mourned with her, she idly wondered who would be telling her it was all over. It was here that Tsunade found the pair, Ino cradling her friend gently as the Hokage entered. On seeing the sleeping Sakura, the old woman smiled. Nodding to Ino as Kakashi and Kiba joined them, Tsunade waited as the young Kunoichi woke her friend. The dejected Sakura looked up at the Hokage and wilted. At least it showed that they valued her loss. It seems obvious to me, the Godime Hokage said, that Team 7 has struck a major problem. You are down one member, and we'll have to take care of that soon. And another has suffered both physical and emotional injuries that will take time to deal with. I have two options I can pursue here. The first, and frankly least palatable, is that I disband Team 7. Sakura's heart sank. She'd been right, she knew it, but that would be spitting on the sacrifices that the members of that team have made. So I am pursuing the second option. As of now, the two surviving members of Team 7 are given field promotion to Chunin on my authority as the one under the hat. Sakura's gaze snapped up and locked onto Tsunade's face as she spoke, a wild, unbelievable hope coursing through her, as the Hokage continued. Further, I am ordering Jonin Hitaki Kakashi and the two Chunin of his team, together with Chunin Naruto to undertake the first diplomatic inspections of Sunagakure no Sato to maintain their treaty with us. While there, they are to seek out means, resources and training for Chunin Haruno Sakura that would restore her to full duties as a kunoichi of Konoha. I recommend speaking with Suna's puppet master Core, as Sakura's incredible chakra control, and the phantom feelings of her missing arm, may permit a form of prosthetic to work. I believe it's worth looking into. The others all filed out, and Ino waved to her friend as she left, promising to return the next day. Tsunade was the last in the line, and paused as Sakura spoke, soft and hesitant. No, Hokage-sama, why so much for just one kunoichi? She asked, uncertainty and self-doubt plaguing her. The Hokage smiled as she looked over her shoulder. Because when it comes down to it, the big picture that everyone keeps telling me to look at it's made up of lots of little ones. People keep forgetting that. Blank. The addition of the Crimson Yuki to Naruto and Hinata's systems created a few discrepancies. For one, the violet chakra that resulted was more potent than the blue chakra of the average shinobi. It was more concentrated, if that was the word, and the couple needed to refine their chakra control again, to deal with the changes. Luckily their elemental affinities remained the same. But they had to start from scratch, relearning most of their jutsu all over again, mastering again the skills they once wielded so easily. Was it really only a week or so gone? Hinata found that she could perform a Rasengan but only once the resources required for it to be effective pretty close to drained her chakra reserves, even if they were growing. Maybe in 5 or 10 years she could master it. But until then she decided she would rather perfect the gentle storm. Even there she had a whole slew of new problems, as the Yuki in her chakra caused the output of her strikes to fluctuate. As the sheer number of training posts she reduced to splinters could attest. Naruto's problems were similar in nature, if not in scope. As the Jinchuriki and host of the Kyuubi, he was scrutinized closely by Jiraiya. Inspecting the seal on his belly especially, finding that Naruto's own Yuki was gently picking away at the seal. All he could do was repair the seal, a patch job he was unhappy about. Given that the Kyuubi was dormant for some reason the Toad Sage could not even guess at, he was unsure exactly how long the seal would hold. Naruto, be careful, he warned the young man. I believe it will hold for the next 10 years, and if I can manage to patch it often enough, I can maybe stretch that out by an extra year or 3, but someday, it's going to fail. When that happens, the fox will be free. The original design of the seal bound your lives together, but with your changes I just don't know. The only place that might have the information I need is the great library of Uzushiogakure in Uzu no Kuni. It probably won't be there now, but I can start to track it down. Much as I might want to take you along, I can't take you both as you are. You just don't have the control you need. But I'll move as fast as I can to get the books I need and get back here. I'll see you when I return. Blank, underscore, blank. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the park, watch. As the academy students began debating over the lecture he'd just given on the management of the village. The things a child could see clearly that adults overlooked sometimes overwhelmed him. As his grandson and his friends started asking about the sanctity of the clans, autonomy, and the limits that were placed upon it, others in the class discussed how and why new clans formed and old ones were lost or restored. The importance of bloodlines and Kekkei Genkei was also raised and talked to death. Clearing his throat, the professor, as the former Hokage was still known, reclaimed the eager attention of the future shinobi. There is no perfect system of government, he said. But as a young Chunin has been heard to say, perfection is stagnation. We must always seek to better ourselves and the world around us. Not for ourselves, but for those who come after us, that they might dwell in a better world than we did. He loved teaching. Blank, underscore, blank. The cell that Danzo had occupied for the last few months was designed to hold powerful shinobi, with seals built inside the walls to drain away any focused chakra, keeping the occupant from using any jutsu or bloodline limits. The only good thing about it was that everyone save a handful selected when the cells were constructed had the same problem. It was a comforting thought to the old Warhawk till he discovered that Jiraiya and Tsunade were both among that handful. The slug Sanin's examination of him quickly found what he'd kept hidden since the Uchiha massacre, the reason his personal pal had received a sudden upswing at that time: the stolen eyes of the dead Uchiha and the purloined cells of the Shidaime Hokage in his arm and eye socket. The removal of these ill-gotten gains had been without the benefit of anesthetic. And quite painfully done, too. Now Danzo really was as he looked, a one-eyed, one-armed man, a cripple who had once been a shinobi. Jiraiya had taken a large sampling of Danzo's blood, too, likely to unburden those that had been sealed to root, and thus to Danzo. All in all, the losses and setbacks he'd suffered meant that Danzo would never be the one to lead Konoha to supremacy over the world. That his village seemed to be getting so strong with such weakened methods had told him that his methods would allow them to conquer the world, and prove to the Raikage that Konoha was far superior to his thieving little pit in the mountains. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could see that, and now the very village he'd sacrificed so many to serve, not himself, of course. That would be asking too much. He couldn't lead the village if he was dead, could he now? Was sentencing him to a traitor's fate, all because he saw a weapon that was loose and tried to control it. Blank, underscore, blank. Danzo's mind did not have a one-to-one connection with reality. That much was easy to see, especially for the figure that looked in at the door, then disappeared again. Only to reappear in front of a spiral-masked man in a black cloak with red clouds on it. It would seem that Danzo's have all been taken and destroyed, sir, the scout said. Even the one in his head. Other than your own, I doubt there are any viable Sharingan eyes left in the elemental nations. Dismissing the spy, the Akatsuki member known as Tobi snarled. The only Sharingan left were his own and Kakashi's, which threw a very great wrench into his plans. His own eye was insufficient, and he would have needed either Itachi or Sasuke's eyes to succeed. Now, with no Uchiha, he would have to find another way to start again. Fortunately, there was a perfect, ready-made puppet in the Sandaime Raikage, angry and irrational, just begging to be used. Blank, underscore, blank. Tsunade looked over the medical reports of her favorite couple, and compared them to the reports on the two ex-Kumo Jinchuriki and Konoha. She hadn't publicized their identities. But the Raikage had listed them as such in the Kumo bingo books, after refusing to retract the prices on Team Kurenai's heads. Each of the diplomats had been listed as traitors to Kumo. Backdated to the time of the Chunin exams, not even the Tsuchikage in Iwa who'd sent Tsunade a copy of the publication with a note that read, "Looks like all that comes out of Kumo is thunderstorms and D. Fiction, was placing any faith in the old man running that village. The Raikage seemed to have developed some serious blind spots in his worldview, not unlike the village council had, now that Tsunade thought of it. Looking up at the massive form of I, she began to speak. All of you are in perfect health, it seems, she said, laying the papers back down on the desk. B and Yugito are showing none of the signs of instability that were evident in Gaara, so their seals seem to be doing an excellent job. Now, since you asked for political asylum until the situation in Kumo can be resolved, I've assigned you a local escort. Some genin who understand the customs of your village and their Jonin sensei. They may seem familiar to you, and they are free to discuss with you their reasons for choosing the leaf Hittite if they wish. One of them in particular is of much interest to us, both for his gift at strategy and his unusual Kekkei Genkei, something we have dubbed his five-fold mind. You'll be accommodated with the team and their sensei as well, and I hope you can get along with them. I nodded. He'd never expected this outcome from the way the relations between Konoha and Kumo were strained due to the first Hyuga incident. After the second one, which the team had flatly decided was a suicide mission meant to dispose of them and refused to do, thankfully, and the problems with the bingo books. It had become obvious that the Raikage was not playing with the full deck. It looked like all the 5s and 10s were missing and that remaining a Kumo Nin was an iffy proposition at best. A shinobi expected to be expendable, but they at least wanted to be spent for a purpose, not discarded on a mad scheme guaranteed to fail. Thank you, Hokage-sama, the dark-skinned ninja said. My team and I will discuss your counter-proposal and return our decision to you. For himself, he would have loved to go back to Kumo and set everything right by force if needed, but his tle brother and the girl as good as his sister had seen the way Konoha's Jinchuriki was treated now, despite the stories of his childhood and the abduction, and he wanted that equality, that indefinable quality of life that seemed so elusive for the people who were demon prisons, for them. It wasn't a decision to reach in a day. Blank. Naruto looked at the two seals he placed on the wall. The one to bind mortal chakra, the other to hold back Yuki. They were simple things, a common seal in intermediate fuinjutsu, intended for prisons and secure rooms to keep ninjutsu and summonings, and genjutsu. He realized, from manifesting within the seal's confines. As Hinata and he began the self-imposed training, switching which seal they targeted each hour, they strove to break through the seals. By separating their chakra into the blue chakra and the red Yuki. It was to this scene that Kurenai arrived in their courtyard, just as Hinata succeeded at breaking through the demon energy seal. Producing a blue flare across her new whisker marks as she did. Naruto broke the other seal with a similar flare in red a few moments later. They were happy with their efforts, somewhat. But felt they had taken too long. 5 minutes in a fight could be lethal. But it was a skill that could only improve with time and practice. The Hokage has sent for us, and Shino will meet us there, she told them. And as they worked the jutsu to conceal their new features, she sighed. They weren't quite 14 yet, and they'd been forced to grow up so fast, but then again, changes they'd engendered in the village had been vast. Sure, some of those were at third hand, but the bolstering of their shinobi ranks and the alliances with Shio and Suna, as well as the grudging yet respectful truce with Iwa, were almost directly the results of the actions of her team, something to be proud of as they outgrew her. Maybe she should step up for another team this year at the academy. The atmosphere in Tsunade's office was tense, and the members of Team Kurenai glanced around carefully. The occupants were their team, the Hokage herself, Sarutobi Hiruzen as her advisor. Shizune to represent the hospital, Ishiguma for the Uzumaki seat on the council, and finally the red-headed girl from the Oto elite, albeit grumbling and reluctant. Shizune led off without hesitation. A blood test and genetic workup has produced unexpected results. Naruto-sama, she started, emphasizing the suffix to his name. Combined with further interrogation and intelligence, we believe we have enough to put together a mission, one that has repercussions for your clan as a whole. We have found that this young woman is one of your clan. Genetically, she's an Uzumaki. A survivor of Uzushiogakure. Jiraiya has successfully removed Orochimaru's curse mark from her, and is even now removing Mitarashi Anko's. We have released her into Ishiguma's custody and training. Your mission is B rank. with a possibility of escalation to or maybe even S rank, depending on exactly which shinobi you encounter. Tsunade rose from behind the desk. To Yuya's sis. Terra is secluded at one of Orochimaru's southern bases, and we believe that part of his research is an attempt to duplicate the Uzumaki Kekkei Genkei. Your mission is to rescue Uzumaki Karen, destroy any samples that Orochimaru may possess, along with any research notes, and deny him the resources of this base. Reduce it to ash and salt the earth, Naruto-san. Shino, Kurenai and the Uzumaki couple glanced at each other. And Naruto smiled. As you command, Hokage-sama, the young clan head replied. Old Snake Lips will never know what hit him. Staring out across the water, Naruto stretched. It was a clear day. And he could make out the coast of Umi no Kuni in the distance. The journey to this port town at the southern end of Cha no Kuni had been slower than they'd expected. The standard shinobi mode of travel, leaping through the trees from branch to branch, was complicated by his and Hinata's new form of chakra, as was their ability to utilize chakra to climb trees and walk on water. Fluctuations in their chakra flow were enough to disrupt those exercises. The shinobi couple were driven back to the basics in this matter, a state of affairs they were decidedly less than pleased about. The previous evening had seen them striving to balance their chakra enough to climb a rather large and sturdy oak, yet where they didn't slip or stick, they blasted chunks of wood to splinters. It still needed a great deal of work, as did the water walking. It was just as well that they'd brought several extra changes of clothes, with the failure rate of the water walking exercise, and the leaf floating exercise, which was considered so basic, either shredded the leaves or launched them skywards hard enough for them to catch fire. Hinata, however, came up with an idea that was rather unusual, but showed some promise skating. The idea was that, since they could possibly destroy a great number of trees before mastering the climbing exercise, she estimated that at their current rate, they'd have to change the village's name from Kanahagakure no Sato, or the village hidden in the leaves, to Taikigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the plain. Likewise, they didn't want to be stopping to change their clothes every time they tried to cross a river using the water walking technique. No matter how much Hinata and Naruto might have enjoyed this, it would slow down their missions plural. Because to cover their Konoha granted B to S rank, as yet to be determined by whoever they encountered, Tsunade had, in her role as Hokage, given them another mission, an ambiguous C rank, to find out what was interfering with Umi no Kuni's payments to Mizu no Kuni for naval protection. Since the payments weren't arriving, the Mizu Navy was no longer obligated to defend the traffic from Umi. Of course, first they had to get there. The only thing that had kept them from running late on their schedule had been the increased speed and endurance that the Uzumaki shinobi had gained from their transformation. Thus, skating the concept of pushing just enough chakra through their feet to lift them from the ground, while at the same time making that chakra smooth enough that they could skate along on it at least until their control was good enough to travel normally. Thus they'd practiced chakra control as they traveled. While he doubted his own control was good enough for the water walking exercises yet, Hinata had much better control, and better yet, she was able to see what she was doing, and adjust it accordingly. Her being able to tell him where he was making I stake certainly reduced the number of times he was sent flying by a mistake in the exercise. Grinning at the view, Naruto went back into the inn to find his wife. Blank. Kurenai spoke quietly with the man before her, the captain of a ship headed for Umi no Kuni. That should be enough for our passage, Captain, she said, indicating the stacks of ryo on the table. So what is making you so very reluctant? Monsters, he replied flatly. I saw one of those ships that was destroyed once they'd found it. Something had taken a huge bite out of the side of it. I could see the teeth marks. And whatever it was, the mouth was at least as wide as I am tall. The captain was a giant of a man, too, at least 7 feet tall. That meant a big creature. I can get you to this side of the main island. But from there you'll be on your own and probably stranded until the monster or monsters are destroyed. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Monsters. The grizzled man rose. I've seen many things none would believe in my years on the sea, he replied. But never have I seen in nature a creature that didn't come in male and female anyway. We leave on the morning tide. He gathered up the money. Do you have an objection with a short stop along the way? The red-eyed Jonin asked. Blank. Hinata scanned the compound ahead with her Byakugan. Empty, she stated, as she ceased the flow of chakra to her eyes. A sniff or two of the air, dusty and damp, redolent with salt, and she spoke again. It's been abandoned for years. There's a down the left passage that smells somewhat familiar, although I can't tell why. As Shino sent a wave of Kikaichu to scout the corridor in question, Naruto was performing the hand signs of the summoning jutsu. Snapping out crisp words as he did. Kuchio's no jutsu, mongoose triplets. With a small cloud of smoke they appeared, each of the 3 mongoose summons roughly the size of a wolf. Ricky, the oldest triplet, had a blue jacket and a black collar with a bronze bell on it, while his brother Tiki wore a yellow jacket and a black iron bell. The youngest triplet, and the only girl, Tavi, wore a red jacket and gold bell. But also had a red ribbon tied around her head like a Hittite. She was the one who did the speaking. What you need is for, Ni-san. Naruto grinned. This place was set up by Snake Lips, guys. He explained, gaining their immediate and total attention. All mongooses were curious and playful, but one mention of the S-word snake had them become serious, efficient engines of speed and devastation. We need scouts who can handle the traps he might have set up, and I couldn't think of any better team than you 3. We have this side covered, here he pointed to the left side of the complex. And if you guys can cover that side, he indicated the right, then I'll get you all some shrimp ramen before I send you home. Deal. 3 high and clear voices rasped. Onded as the mongoose summons left little mongoose-shaped clouds of dust behind. Such a deal. Blank, underscore, blank. Team Kurenai was thorough. After finding nothing, they set expel. Osive tags and incendiaries to reduce the base to ash and rubble. With the eager assistance of the mongoose triplets, the work went swiftly except when the time came to activate the tags, the fluctua. Tions in their chakra meant it took a few tries for Naruto and Hinata to set theirs off. As the 4 of them 7 counting Naruto's summons strode towards the beach and the waiting ship, the Destro. Yet compound blazed fiercely behind them, fiercely enough to reduce even the stones to gravel from the heat. Blank, underscore, blank. As the 4 shinobi sped across the main island of Umi no Kuni. With Hinata and Naruto finally managing to achieve sufficient control of their new chakra for arboreal travel, another Konoha team was arriving in a far drier land. There on the border a guide was waiting for them. A familiar-looking blonde whose hair was in 4 short pigtails and who carried a massive fan. So you would be the inspectors from Konoha? She asked, standing a good distance back from the border. I'm here to get you to Suna. Sabaku no Tamari, at your service. Her voice held no great warmth for the Konoha ninja, but nor was she openly hostile. We'd better get moving. Desert travel is a little different to what you're used to. To make the best time, we're going to use a technique we call sand skimming. It's similar in nature to the water walking techniques, you have to take into account the differences between sand and water and their similarities. Once we have that down, what else do we have to worry about? Shikamaru asked. Sakura was unable to bring herself to step up and speak. Her missing arms seemingly having taken a large portion of her confidence with it. Desert survival is something we rarely needed in Hai no Kuni. Tamari raised the rner of her mouth in a half-smile that acknowledged the dry humor in the young Chunin's sarcastic statement. In the desert, the best place to carry your water is inside yourself. Water jutsu or sev. Airly disadvantaged here unless you know the real trick of their use. Never travel during the height of the day unless there is no other choice. Midday kills, and midnight is cold enough we'd have snow. If there were enough water in the air for it. We travel at night, select watches for the day, keep an abundance of water sealed somewhere on our persons and a fair amount of food and salt too. My advice. Always have a knowledgeable guide. She said, smiling slightly. Now, once you've got sand skimming under your belt, we'd better get moving. Blank, underscore, blank. Naruto stew. On the beach looking towards the docks where the ships were being loaded. This was the 4th gold shipment that Umi no Kuni would attempt, they were taking no chances they didn't have to. Scraping. Together the amount required for AC rank had apparently strained the island nation's budget, but they had warned the Hokage that there was a chance, and likely a good chance at that the mission could wind up being more dangerous than they estimated. Naruto saw the girl emerging from the shack at the far end of the beach at the same time as he noticed the children. He couldn't think of them as anything else. Even if one or two were a year or so older than he by the look of things picking up rocks and sticks. A low growl came to his attention, and even as he realized it was his, he was approaching the would-be thugs. At that, he was a touch late, as the ringleader hurled a stone and yelled angrily. "Get lost, freak. We don't want you here, you monster. Blank, underscore, blank." Isaribi saw the rock leave the boy's hand, and her eyes widened. Again they were attacking her because she was different, and with her bandages covering large sections of her body, she couldn't really deny it. With what had happened to her, she could have killed them, easily, as they all helped with the fishing at some point or another, but all the girl really wanted was a cure. Some way to reverse her unasked-for condition. Clenching her eyes shut, knowing she was unable to avoid the rock, she waited for it to hit and waited. Cracking open her left eye, she peered around. He'd been sure that rock was going to hit her. There in front of her stood a boy of about the same age as she, wearing a long dark orange coat with black flames about the hem, and a red spiral square in the middle of his back. His left hand was extended, gripping the rock that would have struck her, and her eyes noted a plain gold band on his third finger, the ring finger. He squeezed the rock hard. As the children began to berate the stranger for interfering with them dealing with the monster, and she knew he'd hate her now. As he looked over his shoulder, she met his gaze with her own as he took in her bandages and their odd placement about her body, bracing herself for the rejection and hate. "Where?" he asked, shocking her, and surprising the would-be mob. "All I see is a girl who needed help. My Hinata Heim would never forgive me, heck, I would never forgive me if I didn't help those I could." Turning back to the children gathered ahead of him, he snarled, and the Hittite ate around. His neck gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. "I've seen and fought real monsters before, and the worst ones they were as human as you children, and as judgmental of anything that didn't fit their narrow views." With a final squeeze, the rock, only sandstone, but still a rock, crumbled in his fist. Dropping the fragments, he left, and Isaribi wondered what his game was. Blank. In the shadows of an alley, two figures watched this scene play out. The stockier of the two turned to the taller and thinner man. "That's the Uzumaki brat from the exams, isn't it?" At his partner's nod, the first man grinned beneath his mask. "So that means we get a shot at destroying him, and probably those other freaks in his team, too. Go tell Amachi, and I'll let little fishy Ribi know what her orders are." The two quickly parted ways, and the stockier man smirked. He might well enjoy this job for once. Breaking a Konoha nin down for research material, as Amachi called it, would just be fun. Blank. Naruto spoke quietly as he reported to the red-eyed Jonin. She was angry, but not at the villagers. "Well, maybe a little, but she wasn't about to attack them," he said. "She's the odd one out around here, not treated particularly well. She reminded me of me, a bit, and she smelled like a sea creature. There's a depth to the salty scent that you don't get unless you are one. I don't know, she just smelled fishy." The light slap to his shoulder, a playful gesture, knocked him over, and Hinata gasped, then began apologizing profusely. The small amount of time since the event that had transformed them meant she still wasn't completely used to her new strength yet. Naruto took it in stride, laughing and waving it off. The two of THM had recently reset their gravity seals to 6 and 7, with Hinata being at 6 and rapidly catching up to her husband. Jiraiya had told them to be careful adjusting them to anything higher than 5, as most humans including. Much to their sorrow, Metagai and Rock Lee couldn't handle the strain on their internal organs. Of course, they deactivated them for the water walking exercise, or when aboard a ship with their current level of control, falling into the water with that much extra weight would hinder their ability to swim significantly. And the ocean was a little damp. Sakura stared at Kankuro. It was disturbing in a way, almost disconcerting. The slightly older boy wasn't wearing his war paint. "What?" he asked, indignantly. "Is there something wrong with my face? Does it not cover the front of my head like it should? Is it not sufficiently face-shaped?" His sarcastic questions dragged Sakura from the near trance she'd entered on seeing the Suna puppeteer. She'd spaced out, not even hearing the Suna medic nearby introducing himself. "I'm sorry," she ventured. "If you're this good-looking, why the paint?" She covered her mouth, shocked at the words she'd just spoken that had sounded like something her inner Sakura would say. The pink-haired Kunoichi thought quickly and hard. She hadn't actually had any conversations with herself since that incident. Even in her mind she shied away from the thought that she had killed Sasuke. I've heard that question before, the dark-haired Suna ninja said. The simple answer is, because of the handsomeness. Girls are always about the looks, never about the skills. With the paint, the first thing they see is the puppets, and anyone who can't see past the dolls that I play with isn't someone worth knowing. Sakura's reaction surprised him, a little, given her attitude during the Chunin exams. She simply nodded. That makes sense, she said. She looked at the puppets' hat were arrayed against the young man's wall. These are well made, if that helps, she noted. Tsunade-sama, the Hokage, suggested that a combination of puppet mastery and medical jutsu might help with my handicap. Rolling his eyes, Kankuro reached for an unattached arm blank of about the right size. I'll go out on a limb here, he replied, and guess your attempt at humor is supposed to disarm me. Sakura groaned at his puns. As she scanned her mind for others. Making fun of her own disability was a coping mechanism, but it was one that was working. With Kankuro making it into a contest as he measured the arm against her. This might not be as bad as she'd dreaded. It didn't work. I'll just have to shoulder the burden, but on the other hand, the situation is a little humorous. It was. Kankuro's turn to groan as he searched for other arm-related puns, and Tamari watched the duel of bad humor with something akin to astonishment. The ocean was smooth, relatively speaking. With Team Kurenai aboard, the ship began its journey to the turnover point where the Mizu vessels would take the cargo the rest of the way. Naruto and Hinata were meditating at the bow, twitching each muscle a fraction as they tested their strength with neither weights nor seals to burden them. After their training they felt extraordinarily light and fast, and it would take time to get used to the switch between the two. With the stern of the boat covered by Shino and his Kikaichu beetles, Kurenai stood by the helmsman's station, coordinating. With the heightened senses of hearing that each of her Chunin possessed, she could speak normally, hear, and they would still hear her. It was a decent deployment in case of ambush, but if this whole thing was set up by who or whatever was destroying the ships. Naruto snarled, and Hinata privately agreed with him. Out here on the open sea, the smell of salt was so strong, so overpowering, that someone had to be nearly too close in order to smell them at all. It was strange to her, getting used to this new and distracting sense of smell, so much more powerful than she'd ever thought. Her respect for Naruto grew even more, and as for Kiba, well, she still respected him. How did they manage to sift through all the smells they found? Naruto's only hint of what was about to occur was the slight rippling of the water ahead. He heard it just as the ship shuddered to a dead stop, rocking the whole vessel lengthwise on its keel, as Naruto sprang to his feet, extending his arm so Hinata could catch hold of it as she too leapt up. Both drawing themselves to the deck with the tree climbing technique. The tentacle that came over the edge of the ship, a translucent watery thing with a number of thicker lumps in it, rendered these valiant efforts futile as it swept them heavily from the deck, toward the rocks to port, not that far from what looked like a large rocky island. The tentacle belonged to some weird creature. And standing on top of that creature was a man in a white lab coat and a gray suit beneath it that resembled the ones Naruto had last seen on the proctors at the Chunin exams. Speaking of which, he knew that smell. He crashed into the grip of a man who promptly stretched his arms around the Jinchuriki, entangling and trapping him, as his stockier partner grabbed at Hinata's arm and pulled her from her husband's grasp. Yoroi and Misumi, Naruto thought, wishing he'd been able to identify them a few moments earlier, even as Misumi placed a rebreather across his own face and dragged the blonde shinobi into the depths. With Naruto's current buoyancy, they swam like a brick of gold very, very fast, but only straight down. Naruto. Hinata cried out, seeing her true love disappear into the water, even as a young woman with scales and fins leapt from the water to lash out at Shino, while Kurenai was kept busy fighting the sea monster. Literally a monster that seemed to be made from sea water and the man guiding it. Her captor chuckled villainously. Yoroi seemed to be enjoying this as he grabbed the girl with his other hand, and initiated his chakra-draining ability. "Don't struggle, pretty thing," he leered, although she couldn't see what his face looked like under the veil he wore. "I'll take better care of you than that boyfriend ever could." Now that he's good as dead, but to be on the safe side, I think'll drain all your chakra first. Do you feel that, the massive flow of energy from you to me? Hinata was puzzled, and let it show. No. I don't feel anything. And about that, are you sure it's chakra? The confused look on Yoroi's face was lifted by the burning sensation that began in his hands and slowly spread up his arms. Following the pathways the stolen chakra had taken as he dropped the girl and began to scream. What did you do to me, Uaarrgh? Hinata looked at him with a glacial expression, cold and unforgiving. An understandable expression given his threats. Me? Nothing. You did this to yourself. Didn't your mother tell you not to take things that weren't yours? She repla. Ed as the heavy man's screams grew to incoherency. If you'd asked I'd have told you, my Yuki is toxic to your chakra coils. She drew some of her chakra, she had plenty left, and gathered it in her hands as she attacked. Gentle storm. Cerebral hurricane. Driving her palm dead center into Yoroi's forehead, she watched dispassionately as the other shinobi skipped across the waves before sinking into the deeps. Beneath the water, Naruto had managed to get a good lungful of air before Masumi dragged him under. Feeding chakra into his skeleton brought forth his spikes and blades. And since he didn't want the ninja on his back escaping easily, the bone metal wielder barbed them as they sprang forth. Unfortunately, the elastic ninja felt the blades emerging, and kicked loose of Naruto before the skeletal protrusions could reach him. Naruto would have cursed, could he afford the air? This environment favored the enemy, he could see, and although the skipping splashes overhead indicated Yoroi's defeat, and thus his Hinata Heime's victory, the blonde Jinchuriki had to focus here and now. His elemental jutsu wouldn't help here. Fire was useless underwater. Lightning was as much a danger to him as to his enemy, and wind simply had nothing to work with. Slashing with his claws was going to be futile, thanks to the water resistance, and his bone metal significantly hampered his movement options. If he tried to surface, Masumi would have him again, and if he didn't, he'd run out of air. He hoped the others were doing better than he. Shino ducked and dodged as best he could, but this girl was both fast and strong. If she'd had any shinobi training at all, or if her heart had actually been in this, he would have been in big trouble. As it was, she was simply attempting to grab him, likely to hurl him into the water in the hopes that his own colonies would finish him off. Exerting his chakra, the young Aburame sent out his beetles. With the girl's scales and her amphibious nature, the likelihood they'd have the time to drain her chakra was minimal. Instead, his beetles were for something else. Aburame Haijutsu, Kikaichu Shock Storm. The calm, passionless voice gave the girl a moment of the chills, and Shino's beetles sparked with his lightning chakra even as his earth chakra insulated them from the side effects of the jutsu. With a sharp crack of light and noise, and the sudden smell of ozone, the altered girl went down. Far too easy, Shino commented as he turned to aid his sensei, even as Hinata sprang back over the railing. Amachi was raging. This wasn't supposed to happen. Orochimaru-sama was supposed to come here in a month's time to see the progress Amachi was making. And possibly give the go-ahead to break that redhead he'd left here, the one who kept whining about finding her sister. Annoying, but tolerable. Now, he had these ninja interfering with his testing schedule. And preventing the acquisition of funding this research wasn't cheap, by any means, and generally ticking him off. That woman was interfering with his Yumibozu's senses somehow, an impressive feat. Given that it didn't have any perceivable sensory organs, and holding it in him back. If he rose above the deck to guide it, she threw kunai at him, and if he didn't, she kept hurling explosive tags that kept the sea monster from destroying the vessel. Watching Isaribi taken down so easily wasn't helping, as it meant he needed better base material for the war. Rears he wanted to perfect before he made himself into one. That purple-eyed girl jumping back onto the ship didn't bode well for the fate of Yoroi, so that one wasn't good material for the task either. As he frantically conceived and discarded plans to fight, he smirked. Who'd have thought that useless Masumi would be the best suited? Masumi was wondering what was going on up there, and if he'd be able to finish his enemy in time to claim a piece of the action from Yoroi. Since Kabuto's disappearance, they'd been very low-rung men on Orochimaru's ladder, hence this assignment. And now he got to kill this brat. Orochimaru would definitely have a reward for this one's body, it was just a matter of getting hold of it. With his rebreather good for 15 minutes. Masumi would be easily able to drown this little monster if he could figure out what he was up to. Naruto had extended his claws, and was building a Rasengan in each hand, against the resistance of the water. With some side effects. He couldn't push wind or lightning chakra into his claws down here, so he tried to find and push in some fire-aspected chakra. The bubbles boiling around them indicated some success. Even if it wasn't the wildfires he'd have managed were he above the water. Bending the shape of his claws with his chakra, the young shinobi formed a guiding spiral with them. They would revert to normal once he stopped channeling his chakra into them, but that was more than fine by him. The dual Rasengan were tugging at the water around them, drawing it into a pair of maelstroms. Vortexes of destructive water currents bent on destroying that which they trapped, and the renegade ninja was dragged in as well, his elongated limbs a disadvantage now, as he was left with the choice of losing limbs or being pulled along. Naruto grinned, taking advantage of the air pocket the currents forced into existence between them to roar out his new attack's improvised name. Rasenjutsu. Double maelstrom fists. Blank, underscore, blank. Kurenai was tiring quickly. The genjutsu she was using on this creature was chewing through her chakra reserves fast, and it was still all she could do to get it to miss more often than not. Shino's Kikaichu were of little help against it as she strove to find a way to beat it. Hinata, she called out, see if you can isolate and strike this thing's vitals. Quote, the younger Kunoichi activated her Byakugan, idly wondering if she was going to have to call it something else now. The Shigan, maybe. Purple eye. It might nay. Add some polish. As she scanned the creature, she noted a lack of chakra coils. It was as though the entire creature were a chakra-based construct, or a summons, but there were 7 centralized pools of chakra that should be vulnerable. Pushing her violet chakra into her hands, she lashed out at the tentacle as it rushed past, unleashing the gentle storm. The pulse of energy burst through the creature, disrupting the lumps. The chakra centers, causing them to explode, and the sea water that made the tentacle to splash across the deck. Unfortunately, the 6th center had detonated before the chakra pulse could reach it, cutting off the tentacle before the energy could disrupt the whole creature. But Hinata had bought a little time. Even as the creature began to regrow its centers, spirally ing each out at the end of its own tentacle, Hinata relayed the information she'd gathered. It's some kind of summon, she called to Kurenai and Shino, as the 3 shinobi ran to the rail and looked over at the lab coat-wearing ninja researcher. Amachi snarled. He'd been fooled by those purple eyes, but that girl had to be a Hyuga, to see and target the chakra centers like that, but even they couldn't cause such a pulse. At least not that he knew of. Obviously he needed more up-to-date data, and dissecting these fools should get that information for him. As he braced to attack, he caught a glimpse from the corners of his eyes of 2 whirlpools forming, one on each side of his Yumibozu, and noticed a sense of dread. Blank, underscore, blank. The double maelstroms that Naruto unleashed upwards, forcing the hapless Masumi through a terrifying and apparently endless figure-8 pattern as they drove him relentlessly up, past the surface in a twin waterspout that also tore through the center of the sea monster as it threw the highly resilient rogue ninja into the air, high enough that coming down on the ocean was as good as landing on solid granite. Amachi was thrown in to the water in an attempt to avoid the attack, only to find that the water wasn't there and something hard slammed into his gut as it grabbed him from mid-air as it catapulted from the ocean floor to the waiting ship. A fraction of a second ahead of the returning ocean. As Naruto landed on the deck, the winded researcher slung over the shoulder he'd driven into the man's belly, even as Masumi plummeted screaming to the ocean. A scream cut short by a loud crack as he slapped face first to the surface. The Jinchuriki straightened up, dumping the man across his shoulder to the deck. Look, Kurenai-sensei, he said. A real and fox-like grin upon his face. Instant answers, just add fear. Sakura strained her control, moving her chakra sluggishly into the artificial arm. The wood had been harvested from the same trees that supplied the chakra-sensitive paper that revealed elemental affinities, and was specially treated before being put to this purpose. Kankuro had carved ornate channels into the wood as he assembled the limb. And those channels held chakra-sensitive metal, to act as an artificial chakra system for the intended recipient. Then over that he'd plated more wood, and Saku read the whole thing with leather and plates of steel. The shoulder had been tricky, trying to find a way to both pad the joint and connect a chakra-based link that enabled her to use it After all that, she now had to get used to the feeling of the arm so she could move it around. There was no way for him to replace her sense of touch, though, so they'd also been working on her left-hand skills. He pink-haired Kunoichi was struggling with her chakra, and showed it, finally letting the arm dangle limp in its harness. Although it was possible to secure the artificial arm to the shoulder in a permanent fashion, it was deemed by the puppet maker himself, Kankuro, to be better to finalize all the adjustments and complete the regular training before that happened. After a few moments' rest, and a quick drink of water, Sakura set herself to practice again. Blank. With the information that Kurenai had ensured Amachi was only too eager to provide the threat slow roast the man's bollocks without removing them first was particularly effective. The small group of shinobi, with both their prisoners in tow, entered the research facility hidden on the island. It was the work of minutes to find the cells with a guide, however grouchy that guide may have been. As Hinata unlocked the doors to release the surviving prisoners, Amachi grumbled about losing research material, until Kurenai offered to let him research his own double orchidectomy, and the bound researcher cringed in an attempt to protect his apples. Naruto began scouring the copious notes that Amachi had taken. "There's a lot here on making these aquatic people," he remarked, but there's no sign of any attempt to cure or reverse the procedure. He saw the girl's shoulders slump as he spoke. "I guess he was just going to kill anyone who turned on him. Enhanced strength, speed, the ability to transform back and forth at will. I'd guess he was planning on perfecting the process and using it on himself. Any failures would be disposed of, read that as killed, once they were of no use." "Naruto," Hinata called out. "I've found her." The young ninja wasted no time, following his wife's voice down the corridors to a cell that held a young woman, a girl really, of about their own age. Her outfit had clearly seen better days, and there were bite marks all up and down her arms, not scars, but recent enough that they hadn't fully healed. "Karen, is it?" Naruto asked, and the nervous-looking girl nodded. "Tayuya couldn't make it, sorry, one of Orochimaru's plans backfired on him. And she was caught by the target Konoha. They sent us to get you and bring you home." Karen looked at this boy, barely her own age, if that. That sick and twisted Amachi was their prisoner, It meant they were good enough to take him down, and from what she'd heard, those two ninja Orochimaru had sent here to keep an eye on him were out of the picture. Home, she stammered. "Where's that supposed to be?" "In a village that didn't help when Uzu no Kuni was destroyed by Iwa and Kuma once the Yellow Flash was dead." "What makes you think I'd go along with that?" Naruto glanced across to Hinata, then back to Karen. "No better alternative. Besides, it'd be different, you'd be with family." The girl snorted. "What, now I get to share a cell with my sister? Real nice of you." Hinata smiled sadly. "Well, if you really want to." At the pale shade that spread across Karen's face she almost laughed. "But we thought you'd both like to live with your clan." The stunned expression that swept across the redhead's face was amusing, and Naruto turned to Kurenai. "Sensei, are we all set?" The Jonin nodded. "Shino's sealed the notes and his Kikaichu are setting the tags as we speak. Most of the prisoners here made a break for freedom, but I used prison scrolls on a few there in the bingo book for things like murder and worse." Having been Kurenai's genin, they knew very well what she meant by worse. Making a mental note to have Karen receive a full medical check from Tsunade herself, he turned to her, the girl they'd just rescued. "So would you like to come and at least talk to Yuya-chan before you make a decision? Until you make a choice, I'm sure we can look after you. There's more than a few unused rooms at our place," he said, extending his hand. Karen was hesitant, not entirely trusting. "Why should I trust you? Who's this family you claim I'd be staying with? There's no Uzu shinobi in Konoha that I heard of since the Kyuubi killed the last one." Naruto stood, rubbing the back of his neck as Hinata giggled, a light tinkling sound that sent shivers up his spine. "Good ones. That would be to Yuya of course, but there's a few others, as she wouldn't be enough on her own," he replied. "But our clan representative on the council spoke up in her favor, and the clan head has given her a room, so there won't be much more effort adding you to the deal. In fact, she traded information on Orochimaru to get this mission going for you, even if it wasn't in the clan's interests to do so." As Karen stared at him, torn between fear and anger, fear that this was all a hoax, a lie. That would be used to dash her hopes and humiliate her, and anger that they'd used to Yuya and the influence of clan and family to taunt her like this. Naruto paused to watch. When she'd schooled herself to patience, the anger a little stronger than the fear, he went on. Family and clan are here to save you, Uzumaki Karen. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, this is my wife Uzumaki Hinata. Our teammate Aburame Shino and our Jonin captain, Yuhikura and I. We're here to bring you home to the Uzumaki district in Konoha. It was one shock too many, and the girl's eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted. Blank. Yugito and B looked around carefully. Due to their current status in the Kumo bingo books, B had been so upset by the declaration his father had made that he'd lost interest in making up raps, something that I and Yugito were thankful for. Neither was wearing their Kumo Hitai 8, and now the two Jinchuriki were exploring Konoha, or rather, the non-shinobi sections of Konoha. As Kumo shinobi, they hadn't expected access to any of the ninja areas, so receiving such permission as to look over the Konoha Academy had been a surprise. As they watched the various children practicing with kunai and shuriken, knowing they were being carefully watched by Anbu, a precaution any cage would have to take, they were mildly surprised at how they were being treated. They'd recognized their guides, the team that the Raikage had sent to the Chunin exams with secret orders to steal a Byakugan child from the Hyuga's main house. Yugito had never quite understood aspects on both sides of that conflict. Why hadn't the Raikage simply entered into negotiations with the elders of that clan to expand their influence into another village? With a very little amount of effort and some compromise, it could have been mutually beneficial. Of course, there would have been issues of loyalty, with the clan spread out between two villages like that. But a treaty or two with Konoha, whose biggest proponent of war had been that Danzo fellow, and that would have been settled. She shook her head for a moment. Of course, the Raikage felt the open war was the way to measure a hidden village's strength, but they were shinobi. Open war was supposed to be the last resort, not the first. B was looking around, too, noting the blend between function and fashion. Utility and appearance, that was all around them. He waved over their guide for the day. Suzume. Her sister Fukuro was helping some Inuzuka at the academy today, in fact he could see her from where he stood. Demonstrating the benefits of animal partners, and explaining the responsibilities. The diminutive kunoichi didn't look very dangerous, but then neither did one of those tiny blue-ringed octopuses from the tropics. Yo, girl, where can I unfurl? Just lay about and let it all hang out. He winced. Apparently not making up rap was going to be harder than he'd thought, although, if he thought about it, that one had actually felt better than the ones he forced. Maybe it was that the subconscious stuff bounced better. I just mean, we need some space, to let our minds go and fall into place. Yugito was slack-jawed inwardly, at least no sense in letting it show just yet at B's sudden facility with the way the words fit together. Then she twigged to the concept. He wasn't trying to rap any longer, he simply did. Somewhere to sit and think would be nice, thanks, she agreed after she'd recovered. Somewhere peaceful, I think. Suzume nodded. This way then, she said, leading them towards the biggest landmark in the village, the Hokage Monument. There's a big park up there, she continued, pointing, as well as several training grounds. There'll be somewhere suited to sit and discuss what you want to do, how to share your burdens, whether or not Kumo or Konoha is trustworthy. I mean, the choice we made might not be for you, so you may even need to think of alternatives. As they turned to go, they were approached by a quartet of youngsters, with a couple of extra tag-alongs drifting behind them. Among them was a Hyuga girl. Yugito sighed. This was going to be awkward. She knew it. Excuse me, Kumo-san, Hanabi said, speaking directly to B. Could you explain something for me, please? Why does the Raikage want the Byakugan so bad that he'd kidnap my sister, or me? Why would he steal it like that? She'd been nervous when Kono-kun had suggested this way to find out, but there were times that the cute boy, I did not just think that. She railed at herself. Before admitting privately that he was, and his direct attitude made strides that more lateral thinking could not. As the huge dark-skinned man crouched, bringing his eyes to her level. Even if his sunglasses hid them, she felt a knot in her stomach. My old man, who had the plan, I don't think he's right, B said. Sorry to say, I don't hold sway of how he's gonna fight. Don't think he's well. That I can tell, but what I'm gonna say, I apologize, and tell no lies, I won't let him take anyone away. The last line seemed a little rushed, but emphasized. Yugito put her gloved hand on B's shoulder. Hanabi frowned as she thought about this, and looked around at the people who all stood ready to fight if this was a ruse. Deciding the big man was honest, she nodded, and smiled. A shy smile that lit her face up like a sunrise, at least according to Konohamaru. Thank you, Kumo-san, she said. I am sorry to have bothered you. As she turned away, B looked up at Yugito, who nodded. This village had treated them far better, even knowing what they held, than Kumo had, perhaps because of the examples of what a Jinchuriki could do and be, thanks to that Uzumaki boy Naruto, she thought his name was. B's voice caught the attention of the children and the shinobi standing ready. Oh little sprite, that ain't quite right, foe, what you done ignite, is Yugito and me, the killer bee. Our Konohas tonight, we got no name, no claim to fame, but we shall stand and fight. Where does our bro, him you should know, he does it 'cause it's right, be wrapped, his full heart in it. The words just coming out smoother now, he wasn't concentrating on them. So check it out, we roar and shout, and set our goals much higher, to show that we can live as free, and carry your will of fire. Then something happened that had never happened before, at least to be. There was applause. Blank, underscore, blank. Uzumaki Naruto was enraged when he found the experimental notes pertaining to Karen. He was still a little upset when they activated the explosive and incendiary tags, and overfed them with as much Yuki as chakra. They were, fortunately, a goodly distance away. On a ship carrying them away from the island when he did, and the island ceased to exist. It was doubtful anything larger than a grain of rice remained, and it would have been a very small grain of rice indeed. The shockwave from the explosion was visible in the air, by the 1001 kami, and even a few miles distant was strong enough to shake the ship like a terrier with a rat. Oops, Naruto said from the deck, where he'd landed with Hinata on top of him. I guess I may have overdone it a little. Blank, underscore, blank. Tsunade glared at the scroll in front of her. It was a message from the Raikage, laying out a list of demands in order to avoid a war between Kumo and Konoha. Item 1 was turning over all Kumo traders and Jinchuriki in Konoha, at that. Since that would have included Naruto, this was a no-brainer. She was racking her brains to try to come up with a diplomatic way to say, go to Jigoku, when she scanned the next line. M2 demanded the turnover of untainted samples of the Sharingan and Byakugan to Kumo, and even went so far as to say exactly what such was defined as. Apparently the man didn't believe that Sasuke was dead, or Itachi blind. The only reason the last surviving Uchiha continued to draw breath was the steady flow of information to Ibiki and Jiraiya about the Akatsuki. Throwing the demands into the fire, she picked up a second message. This one from Iwa. Despite the loss of Ishiguma and Otome to Konoha, having them adopted into the Uzumaki clan was a step up in their status, garnering a portion of the healthy respect granted Uzumaki Kushina during her time fighting against them. Unoki, the Tsuchikage, was a shrewd old man who held a grudge as though it was carved in stone, but he was anything but a fool. And since Konoha had 3 of the 9 Jinchuriki within its walls, and as of yesterday, their shinobi ranks as well, he was contemplating a peace treaty that would supersede the one already in existence since the end of the previous Great Shinobi War. He'd even delivered his own intelligence on the probable locations of the other 4 Jinchuriki. Konoha already knew where 3 were. And he wasn't going to expose his 2 to the possibility of being poached from under his nose, which cast a fairly large shadow, if Tsunade remembered right. Sabaku no Gara in Suna, she already knew that. The Sandy's host was the previous Mizukage, who was dead now, dispersing his biju. The others were Utakata of Kurigakure no Sato, who was in a self-imposed exile and likely on the run from Kiri Hunter Nin. And then there was the one in Takigakure no Sato, Fu. At first Tsunade wasn't sure why the old man thought she was collecting all the Jinchuriki, but a few minutes of thought allowed her to see why he might think that. It was all a coincidence, but no one would ever believe that. She really wished there was some other way to protect her people, but it seemed her choices were vanishing fast. Blank, underscore, blank. Unaware of impending wars, Team Kurenai raced through the trees, with Hinata carrying Karen while Naruto did the same for Isaribi. The 2 of them were Perhaps oddly to their passengers due to their being the smaller two of the team, the strongest physically, not something that either could have boasted as little as 2 months ago. The gates of Konoha were not that far now, beckoning the travelers home. Ichiraku's was busy tonight, with several teams returning from their various missions. Even Team Kurenai was due back that day, in W. Air likely at the Hokage Tower even now delivering their report. As she thought this, Sakura took up the chopsticks in her left hand, her cloak thrown back over her left shoulder, while still concealing the right side of the kunoichi. Iyame had thoughtfully supplied a bowl that was able to be affixed to the countertop through the use of a suction cup, and the pink-haired girl had become fairly proficient with her formerly bad hand. She'd heard of people being equally good with both hands, and the word for them was ambidextrous, from some foreign tongue where dexter meant right. Apparently Eve Ryon was thought to be good with that hand in that culture. So did that mean she'd become ambisinistrous? Sinister meant left in that same language, after all. Hey Sakura. The familiar voice of Naruto rang out. And the girl so named turned. There were Naruto and Hinata, hand in hand, smiling to see a friend. She found herself smiling weakly, and thinking on the past as the couple sat down beside her. Glad to see you got back, too. The blonde Jinchuriki said. We managed our mission for the Hokage fairly well, and we managed the clan mission, too. You were part of the Suna inspection team, right? What news about Gaara? Sakura smirked. Gaara has been much better since he started sleeping regularly, and since he can get sleep, apparently the Aikibi has less of a hold on him now. Tamari was flirting with Shikamaru. If you can believe it, it only took 3 or 4 games of shogi and another few of go before they really got serious. I spent most of the time I was there with Konkuro and this medic called Usagi. I can't quite recall, he wasn't much help until the end when they fixed it in place working with this. Somewhat self-conscious, she brought out her new arm from beneath the cloak, revealing it for the first time in Konoha outside the Hokage Tower. Naruto whistled low and long as she did, and Hinata was also impressed. The plates of wood and steel bore a sheen of lacquer, and each piece had been carefully shaped and fitted. To Hinata's eyes, as she wielded her newly named Zenmi Shigen, loosely translated to all-seeing purple eyes, the arm held chakra pathways and not tenketsu. Those were fragile things compared to what she saw here. Nodes was the only word that fit. The arm was obviously artificial, and just as obviously a work of art. Even the lacquer had been infused with a certain degree of chakra, and patterns beneath it. There was a cherry tree at Sakura's shoulder, trailing, falling, petals down her arm to the crimson lacquered knuckle plates. The chakra that Sakura used to move the arm was no more than she'd have used moving the real limb, and Hinata could see that it was a fraction, and a tiny fraction at that, of what the arm could bring to bear. Sakura's earth chakra would be able to strengthen the wood and metal of the arm immensely, too. The pink-haired shinobi smiled as the Uzumakis examined her arm. You think it's cool now, wait till you see what it has tucked away. She said. With all the little tricks we managed to work into this, I can never again say there's no tricks up my sleeve. Blank, underscore, blank. In a hidden cavern, before a huge and ugly statue, the remaining members of Akatsuki gathered. Their leader had called them together to discuss what the changes in Konoha would do to their plan. Quote, should they continue to gather the Jinchuriki at this rate, said the man with a triple-bladed scythe, they'll have done our work for us, and we can just swoop in, destroy them and take the Biju all at once. I doubt that, Hidan, replied the one called Sasori. If they get all 6 surviving Jinchuriki, then the odds are good that they'll pursue the Sanbi when it regenerates in the next few years. On top of that, they destroyed 2 of our more powerful members. Itachi was taken down by that Hyuga girl. Sorry, she's in Uzumaki now, isn't she? And Kisame apparently was overmatched by the Kyuubi's vessel. I don't think we can win if we wait that long. We have to strike soon. Deidara, formerly from Iwa, nodded. He hated agreeing with Sasori on anything, but when he was right, I don't think 2 of us will be enough. He said as he added his opinion. Even if one of those 2 is Pain. We really need 2 for each Jinchuriki. Pain, bearer of the Rinnegan, nodded. We cannot afford for them to acquire more of the Jinchuriki, or they will grow too powerful for us to take. For now Hidan, Kakuzu, the 2 of you are to seize the Nanabi Jinchuriki while Deidara and Sasori acquire the Aikibi. We cannot extract the Biju yet. But we can imprison their hosts until we need them. Blank, underscore, blank. Naruto woke with Hinata in his arms, and in the distance heard Tayuya and Karen, whispering. Trying to keep the noise down. Isaribi was at the hospital being examined by Tsunade and Shizune while the notes on her transformation were explored for clues on reversing the process. So far, the process was incomplete, according to those very notes, and would have to be completed or the girl would eventually grow ill from the incompatibilities between her body's differing natures. The upside to this was that she'd gain the ability to switch back and forth to a fully human form and the Kaima, or Sea Devil, form. Beyond that, there was as yet no cure. Of course, T wouldn't stop the greatest medic nin in the elemental nations from looking, and in the meantime, Isaribi was being taught the shinobi arts. As the couple emerged from their room, their door chimes sounded. And Naruto went to see who it was, even as Hinata began to prepare their breakfast. The Anbu outside the door wore a lion mask, and spoke quickly. Hokage-sama is calling for Uzumaki Naruto and Hinata to present themselves at the Hokage Tower at 1 hour past noon. It seems the reward for a task well done is another, more difficult task. Good luck, Uzumaki-san. Naruto turned that over in his mind as he ate silently. With his Hinata-chan matching him bite for bite. Not so much the message as the method of delivery. There had been respect and a little awe in the Anbu's voice and mannerisms. It was something new to Naruto's experiences involving the village at large. He'd received it in small doses from Tsunade and Shizune first, and Hiruzen and Jiraiya, and it had been gradually dragged out of Hiashi and Neji. But from people he'd never met. It was a good feeling. It took the urge he'd always had to stop people monsters like Orochimaru from hurting others and magnified it by 100 times. Making it both a need and a source of untapped strength. It was empowering, and satisfying. Blank, underscore, blank. In Tsunade's office, a scroll bearing an offer of alliance sat. Waiting on the messengers who would deliver it. A tiny thing, to carry the burden of a shifting destiny, a moment that could and likely would change the fate of a world. Kakashi Fei. LT the burn as his team pushed themselves hard, training in speed at the same time as they raced back to Suna. His pouch contained the scroll bearing the modified terms of alliance, including the Ord. That would allow their preferred ambassadors to re-enter Hai no Kuni. He glanced back at his team occasionally, and Kiba was the only one who seemed reluctant in any way. Mostly, that was because he was away from that Fukuro girl. The former Kumo Kunoichi, whose team had been given a mission to Tori no Kuni, an ironic task, given the names of 3/4 of the team involved birds or possibly an omen, and Kiba was worried about her. From the way the girl was acting around the village, it seemed she felt the same way, and both were too oblivious and nervous, a big change for Kiba to notice the other's feelings. Kakashi chuckled inwardly. Everyone had noticed Hinata's crush on Naruto before his abduction almost 5 years ago, except Naruto, and somehow Kiba and Fukuro both managed to fill both roles. Shikamaru seemed eager to get there. That could be to challenge Tamari to more strategy games, or it could just be to get there with enough time to properly nap. Since the blonde son, Kunoichi was one of the few people that could give the young genius a decent match at his favorite games, Kakashi would have put money on the former. Sakura's attitude was a surprising one. It wasn't just an eagerness to be away from Konoha that was motivating her, he could tell. She seemed more driven to get there than to get away. Even though the white-haired Jonin had seen the work of art that her arm was now. He did not delude himself that he knew all the secrets it contained. On top of that, her chakra control had been deemed good enough that she could learn some puppet mastery techniques by Konkuro. She had some medical jutsu under her belt, and of course an instinctive feel for Tsunade's strength-enhancing technique as well, but this Sakura had expressed an idea for designing puppets that could be directed for emergency medical conditions, such as a mobile stretcher, rather than a collapsible stretcher that relied on other ninja to carry it, so that a medic nin could get an injured comrade to medical attention without compromising a unit's fighting strength any further than necessary. Tsunade had given the girl a separate mission scroll to pursue such plans in concert with Suna's medics and puppeteers. Sharing out the benefits of that research to both villages, and now the pink-haired Kunoichi was chomping at the bit to get started. Although, Kakashi mused as he returned his attention to their travels. She and Konkuro did work well together, and he did bring her out of her shell with those atrocities of humor that most people called puns. That they also look fairly good together doesn't hurt. Blank, underscore, blank. Naruto and Hinata were in the vanguard for their team as they sped towards the borders of Taki no Kuni. Like Team Kakashi, they were carrying a diplomatic scroll, an offer of true alliance, along with classified intelligence as an offer of good faith. Of course, none of the shinobi carrying the scroll knew the exact details of the intelligence. But that was to be expected. As they traveled, Shino watched his friends closely. The easy closeness the Uzumaki couple shared was enviable, although he was unsure any girl would be willing to overlook his internal colonies unless she were another Aburame, and even then, it was a careful dance to find someone whose colonies were as compatible as their hosts. The level of dedication the colonies required was not easy to match. Idly, he turned over in his mind all the girls that he knew, both in and outside the clan. Hinata wasn't even considered in love and married already, but the others. Tenten was older, and seemed more interested in Neji than anyone else, but she was also focused on her shinobi career. Ino was emotionally hurt by Sasuke's death, and Choji seemed to be the one who was helping her the most there. Sakura, his Kikaichu complained about the frequency of her voice as far back as the academy, so he doubted that would happen further. Ino and Sakura reacted badly to insects. Among his own clan, his closest in age female cousin was in the same class as Hinata's little sister, and the others were either younger or already attached. There really would be someone out there for him, but Shino felt lonely, an odd sensation for an Aburame with two colonies. Kurenai was gauging her team's abilities as they sped along. At the last campsite, she'd witnessed Naruto and Hinata both setting their gravity seals to 10 before they began sparring with each other, and it had still taken them 3 hours to tire themselves. Admittedly, that was without heavy jutsu use, as they didn't wish to send up a flare to advertise their location, but they were still in motion and very close to full-on fighting for that time. When she'd asked about their seals being set even higher, she had been surprised at Naruto's answer that it wouldn't be safe. Anything over a 5 isn't safe for most people at any time, Kurenai Taiko, Naruto had said. Using the new term of address that had replaced sensei, when it was discovered she had nothing left that she could teach them. It starts to tear ligaments and muscles badly enough to scar at that point. As Hanyu, Hinata and I don't have that problem, of course, but there's more than that to it. Our physical threshold has no upper limit in theory, but our surroundings are not so lucky. If we were to use these seals for anything over a factor of 10 in an unprepared area, we'd be destroying it with every step. On top of that, it's just a theory, but we'd have to step beyond chakra to Yuki. And that could alter us more than we already are. Tails and stuff. So we're holding ourselves to 10 until we can figure it out. Of course, we are wearing weights now. Kurenai smiled nervously as she'd passed the branch the Uzumakis had pushed off from for their latest leap. Despite their chakra extending out beneath their feet to strengthen the surface they set foot on, their footprints had still been crushed into the branch's surface. And they were still learning more. Blank, underscore, blank. Hidan and Kakuzu looked out over the valley. The bloodthirsty cultist could see nothing out of the ordinary. And turned to his companion, not friend, because neither of them wanted any, nor ally, despite their matching goals to serve the leader. In point of fact, Kakuzu had Act 2. Ally killed Hidan a couple of times when he was pushed too far. So, he said, where is this village? Following the other, Akatsuki's pointed finger showed the Jushinist the waterfall. Behind it was a solid cliff. And a massive forest with a canopy that spanned the horizon. There was also more than a little woodland at the base of the cliff, but nothing that matched the mercenary missing nin's descriptions of the great tree. I don't see it, Kakuzu groaned. With Hidan's version of immortality, it was likely he'd have to spend centuries with an eternal moron. That's the point, he snapped. The great tree makes up a large part of the canopy above the falls, and the forest around it conceals the crater in which it sits. There's only one way in or out that doesn't change the waterfall cave. It wouldn't be Takigakure no Sato if the village wasn't hidden in the waterfall. Blank, underscore, blank. A similarly argumentative pair were slowly trekking across the sands. So, you don't have one of your little meat puppets there? Deidara asked, incredulous. Why not? Sasori rasped out a reply. Because the Jinchuriki roundup that Konoha seems to have embarked on has thrown off all our plans by a considerable margin. I was going to infiltrate in the next few months to plant a sleeper, but with the way things are we'll have to fight our way in. That's going to be a pain for our leader. Deidara groaned at the puppet master's pun. Old habits died hard it seemed. Why did Suna puppet masters like that infernal form of humor anyway? Was it the satisfaction they got from twisting the language around until it danced to their tune, like any of their other puppets? So, I blow us an entrance, and then we wipe out as many shinobi as get in our way, and we snatch the Ikibi and scram. Is that the plan? We should probably fine-tune it a little, but that's the basic idea, Sasori replied, and the two Akatsuki continued their journey. Blank. In far-off Kurigakure no Sato, the new Mizukage opened the large case which held what was left of Samahata. The blade which devoured chakra had been in the hands of Kisame since the blood. Hersti monster had left their lands so long ago. Now here it was with 3 great holes gouged through it, close enough to be the same hole. It had been a mortal blow, both for the blade and its wielder, whose head had also been returned with it. As she looked again at the shattered sword, Meiterumi glanced at the open Kumo bingo book nearby. Pass the word, ow, she ordered. No shinobi under my command is to go after this young man. I don't care how much the Raikage offers, he's off limits. Encounters in the field are strictly limited to observation and intelligence gathering. Considering the penalties and sanctions that Tetsu no Kuni had assessed against Kumogakure, she doubted the Raikage had that much ready coin to pay the bounty, anyway. Explosion was not the first sign of trouble. Suna scouts had spotted the 2 Akatsuki agents miles out, aided by jutsu that used the principles of the mirage to see a great deal further than others might expect. Sakura and Kankuro had raced towards the entrance to Suna, each carrying 7 scrolls. Sakura had been working on her new ideas, and Kankuro had seen some potential in them, and taught her how to construct them, as well as adjusting her artificial arm and its hidden surprises. They arrived at the gates even as the Akatsuki did, and stood and stared at the 2 S-rank criminals that were ready for a fight. Glancing at the walls of the hidden passage between Suna and the desert outside, Sakura spat. This could be a close fight, she said as Kankuro hauled out his combat puppets. And the bulkier figure facing them began to pay closer attention. I blame the narrow minds of our enemies, Kankuro replied. However, before Sakura could speak, their foe did. Our timing may be a little tight, Sasori rasped. Deidara, think you can confine our target alone, or is it too much of a squeeze? The blonde missing nin from Iwa exploded. Why do all you puppeteers have to make those execrable puns? Couldn't you find some other form of humor? He screamed, pulling out a clay sculpture and adding chakra to enlarge it into an odd bird and leapt aboard as it began to fly, drive, opping an array of explosive clay spiders as big as a man's head as he passed. None of them would be able to counter this explosive masterpiece. Sakura's arm emerged from beneath her cloak for the first time that fight. A small hatch in the palm opening as she did, and aimed her open hand at the escaping Akatsuki as a stream of Senbon was launched by a pair of chakra-powered wheels built into the arm and hand. Each of the blonde missing nin's spiders being nailed by at least a half dozen as he released them and detonating them prematurely, which set off the bird he was riding. Kankuro, on the other hand, had brought out his puppets. Crow and Black Ant, using them to shield the 2 Chunin from the explosion. Others around them had time to enact their own defenses, or to evade the blast, but it rained sand and pieces of stone and likely Deidara for a few minutes. As the smoke cleared, the other Akatsuki grunted. The flying debris had torn holes in his cloak, revealing large sections of wood, not unlike Sakura's arm, beneath the now tattered garment. Stupid Deidara, he muttered. Who in their right mind rides around on that much explosive? At least he went out with a bang, Terran. The rags of the cloak from himself revealed the scorpion-like puppet body underneath. Since I don't have the time to play nice. He was interrupted by the wave of sand that hammered into him, and eager to crush the limbs of his puppet-like body, even as a razor-sharp arc of wind-aspected chakra removed the last third of his tail. HMPH. Too many insects for my taste. I'll just have to withdraw for now. As the missing nin went to leap back from the conflict, Gaara stepped past his brother and the Konoha Kunoichi, and Sakura recognized Kakashi and Kiba's voices from behind them, responding to Shikamaru's from above. Where he and Tamari glided on her fan as the shadow wielder called out strategies. The grip of the sand Gaara was directing ripped the legs from the wooden body even as the Akatsuki collapsed on the sand. The snap of hidden catches was extraordinarily loud as the body before them burst open down its back. The apparently young man who leapt from the body began to run, at impossible speeds, away from Suna. Gaara's control of the sand around him wouldn't allow that, however, and pulled the fleeing puppetmaster's legs deeper into the desert sands, even as a hatch opened. In Sasori's arm and sprayed a hail of Senbon, not unlike Sakura had earlier. There was no thought on Gaara's part as his sand automatically jumped to protect him, but with his vision obscured, even for a brief period, he couldn't direct it. Tamari couldn't use her fan either, not without dropping herself and Shikamaru to the ground a good ways down, and so couldn't push the needles aside. The other ninja, including Kakashi and Kiba, along with Akamaru, of course, ducked to one side or the other of the passage, and were thus safe that way. Kankuro had no such protections, no such defenses, and a good number of Senbon headed his way. He couldn't even interpose his puppets from their current positions in time. Sakura moved. Somehow she tucked Kankuro's head under her left arm as she pushed chakra recklessly into her body. And used it to trigger another feature of her artificial arm as she pulled the Suna ninja down with her, slamming her right elbow ahead of them as several plates of her arm sprang out to form a shield. Keeping the hail of needles from her and Kankuro. Shield of cherry blossom steel. Blank, _, blank. They'd missed him, but not by much. When the bird detonated, he'd used the Kawarimi no Jutsu to swap places with some poor sap of a Suna nin, and even at that he'd taken a measure of the explosion, losing his entire left arm to the blast. It looked like he had two options. First, he could conceal himself, and assess the threat these people possessed, and maybe even distract them from Sasori's plan, probably by blowing up some insignifica NT landmark like Suna and snatching the Ikibi Jinchuriki in the chaos. Second, he could run away, after gathering suitable intelligence on these defenders. The big problem was, either way, only one of them was likely to get away. Blank, _, blank. Sasori turned as he recovered his footing. Sand skimming or no, giving Gaara more sand to bury him with was not a good plan. Dividing the enemy was. So his spray had two targets. If only that blasted Yura hadn't been killed during the invasion of Konoha, he could have made him take out the sentries, and this fight would have been so different. When the girl's arm had first shown up, he'd wondered if there was somebody else who'd stumbled over his flesh to puppet apotheosis, but discarded the thought when a flying shard of rock had clipped her cheek in the explosion. Puppets don't bleed. Then her action in protecting the Suna puppeteer had revealed her arm was more than a one-trick pony, as the saying ran. The shield had been very impressive. And as it collapsed back into the arm's plates, he had to admit he was impressed. Opening his robes, he pulled out the first of his scrolls, whipping it open and deactivating the storage seals as he did. Even as the spike-headed cable usually coiled in his torso dug into the stone of the cliff near the passage entrance and lifted him over the incoming spears of sand that Gaara was directing. The figure that appeared from the scroll struck Kankuro mute with fear for a moment, before he cursed volubly. Crap, he muttered, and only Sakura was close enough to hear him. Dusting the sand off her side as they stood. That's the Sandame cage we never knew where he'd gone all this time. This is really bad. Blank, _, blank. Deidara had discarded his Akatsuki robe and the scarred Hittite, sealing them away quickly as he snatched some headgear from a nearby store. The civilians who ran it had fled at the first signs of trouble, and the Hittite of a fallen shinobi completed the look as the blond man slipped into place among the Suna ranks, his missing arm replaced by a hasty sculpture of his detonating clay. He was starting to run low on that, too. Having enough left for one bird or 8 spiders, besides his pre-prepared, big finisher. He just needed to see what Sasori's chances were, though, as the pair had never met this kind of trouble before. Their specialties had their place, and they could cover each other's flaws, but this was strictly speaking, a first for them. While they had been trained and briefed incredibly well, there was no one left in their organization with any actual experience in fighting Jinchuriki, that he knew of, except possibly Kakuzu. No one was sure how long that ninja had been alive. Still, Sasori bringing out that puppet was a bad sign. If he also brought out the 100 puppet performance, Deidara would just cut his losses and escape. Blank, underscore, blank. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air as Team Kurenai reached the valley where they were supposed to meet their escort. Glancing at each other, knowing that this was a bad sign, they began to move forwards, heading for the secondary rendezvous. A clearing somewhat closer to the center of Taki no Kuni, picking up speed as the sounds of battle rang through the air. The clearing itself was not empty, with T.O. men in tattered black and red cloaks who were fighting hard against several ninja with the Taki Hitai 8 on their brows. The taller of the two was clashing with a teenager, around the same age as the Konoha Chunin, with green hair. Clad in a white, midriff-bearing top and pants combo. She was struggling, flagging fast, and fighting as if she was scared to use everything she had. Her foe had no such problems. And although fighting her had not been a free ride, he was overwhelming her. The other Akatsuki was strange as he hurled his triple-bladed scythe, swinging it by the long cable attached to the haft and barely scratching the frantically evading Taki shinobi. A quick tug sufficed to return his weapon, as he grinned, and he licked the blood from the blade in a disturbing way, laughing as he did. Stepping into a strange diagram stained onto the earth beneath him in blood. His skin turned black to accent his gray hair, and white lines formed on his skin, loosely matching up with his bones, Naruto guessed. What he did next was insane, for as they watched, he activated a spring-loaded blade in the rod at the other end of the cable on his side, and then, crying out, "All glory for Jashin-sama," drove it through his own heart, stiffening and collapsing backwards as he did. 3 was a scream as the last Taki ninja, with the exception of the girl fighting the other Akatsuki, died. Blood fountaining from a stab to his chest that had no explanation. "This is going to get tricky," Kurenai said, recalling the short descriptions from the bingo books. "These two don't generally leave witnesses." The missing nin still standing, Kakuzu, she thought his name was, lashed out with a rapid strike that hammered the green-haired girl against a tree, an action that strained her ability to remain conscious too far. And she passed out, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Naruto stretched out his senses, trying to see if she was still alive, even as Hinata's Zenmi Shigen spotted the sea-olauer of her chakra as it faded back to blue from a deep, verdant, forest green. She also saw the assailant had multiple cauldrons, the centers of chakra that poured it into the rest of the system. Although 2 of his remaining 3 seemed to be linked in a very strange way, almost as if they didn't really belong to him. He also showed signs of having had 2 more such outside cauldrons which had been destroyed recently. She glanced at her husband and nodded, confirming his guess, even as a thin, soft wave of chakra washed past them, and the remaining man turned in their direction. "Hidan, you idiot," he said in a very harsh and angry tone. "Get up, we're not alone here." What happened next was assuredly not what anyone expected. The second Akatsuki, the one who'd stabbed himself, apparently killing himself to kill the Taki ninja, sat up and complained. "What do you care, Kakuzu? We'll just kill them all for Jashin-sama's glory, and then we drag that demon bottle back to the leader, and it's done." "We can't do that, you fool," Kakuzu replied, wishing he could afford to kill this nuisance a few times himself. "2 of them feel like Jinchuriki, and you know Konoha has been trying to catch them all for themselves." Kurenai couldn't see this going well at all. "Shino, you and I get to stop the tall one." Hinata interrupted her. "That's a bad idea, Kurenai Taiko," she whispered. "He has more than 1 cauldron. So he'll just rip through your genjutsu like a kunai through rice paper. You and Shino would be best set to deal with the other one, but be careful, I can't see any chakra in him at all. Naru-kun and I will hold off this Kakuzu, and you can help us once you've dealt with the other one." Neither of the young shinobi couple waited for the plan to be confirmed, and Kurenai had to admit that their argument made sense, even as all 4 Konoha ninja burst from the trees to join the fight. Kakuzu saw the way the Konoha shinobi had split up and cursed. He recognized the T-blasted Uzumaki couple that had put paid to Itachi and Kisame, and recognized their power, even it felt like 2 Jinchuriki now, but why couldn't he feel the Kyuubi? The girl beside him was the container of the Nanabi. And even though she was unconscious, he could sense the demon, tucked away, deep inside her seal. So not sensing the demon in the boy was troubling. On top of that, how had the girl become a Jinchuriki? It was supposedly impossible for someone above a few months old to receive such a seal as would hold one of the Biju, and the fact that she felt like one had Konoha had 2 Jinchuriki all along. And did that mean the leader's intelligence was faulty? The gleam of purple where the girl's eyes were confused him a little, but not enough to lose focus, and even as Naruto formed the hand seal and called up scores of Kage Bunshin, sending them into battle to test the Akatsuki shinobi, Kakuzu pondered, didn't the brat marry a Hyuga? A Hyuga? The missing nin's eyes snapped to the girl. And sure enough spotted the slightly bulging vein-like chakra coils feeding her eyes. She had to go first, before anything else happened. There was a bright side, though if he and Hidan could win this, they could collect quite a bounty here. Blank, underscore, blank. Hinata and Naruto saw the realization hit Kakuzu, his reaction screaming out that he knew she saw the extra cauldrons which, if Naruto was recalling the information forced into his head by Tsunade so long ago, meant that there had to be some kind of extra organ there to generate them a simple replacement was melded into the original chakra network in the case of transplants, and that organ had to be capable of keeping someone alive, which meant a heart or brain, most likely hearts, as brains are supposed to bring residual memories and impulses from the previous owner of the organ. Reaching out with his whisker sense, which he'd had more experience with than Hinata, he pushed out his own chakra towards their enemy. Tasting the resonance returning from him. This guy was strong. His chakra reserves weren't in the same league as Kisame, for example, but he had a lot of power available. Even after fighting for who knew how long, and he had strong affinities for water, fire and earth with traces of wind and lightning, as if he'd had those affinities and they'd been burned out or something similar. Even as Naruto was brining his bone metal claws out, Hinata was moving in the defensive motions of her gentle storm style, flowing like water from place to place as needed, and although their foe wasn't giving any chances for her to counterstrike, she was managing to hold him off. There was something wrong with his chakra network, too, and she delved deeper, trying to spot the exact difference. But the slight dip in her focus was enough for one of Kakuzu's attacks to get through her defenses. The strike didn't hit, however, as Naruto's claws, powered up with wind chakra, sheared through the arm, severing the limb and sending it off at an angle to the intended strike, and giving the Akatsuki ninja pause for a fraction of a second before he leapt back, reassessing the situation, even as black thread-like tendrils emerged from both edges of the wound, reattaching the arm as if nothing had happened. That was a major clue for Hinata as she muttered what she found. It's almost as if he has 3 separate chakra systems, Naru-kun, she said. He definitely has 3 different cauldrons and they're all attached to his main network. He can probably live through losing 2 of them. Naruto finished her train of thought. But all 3. Let's see what happens. Tsunade glared at the messages before her. One had been sent from Takigakure, and the other from Sunagakure, and neither carried good news. They had been sent by summoned creatures, a much faster and more desperate method than the usual messengers, and a clear sign that things were not going well. Taking rely a moment to glance at the active duty chart on the wall. The Godime Hokage pressed a button on her desk and snapped orders into the intercom. Shizune, I need a messenger hawk ready to go in 5 minutes, attuned to Maida Guy. And send for Team I immediately. She was already scrawling the message in a broad, clear hand, to redirect Team Guy towards Suna to reinforce Team Kakashi, while she went over what orders she'd give I and his team for this mission. These Akatsuki were really getting on her last nerve. Blank, underscore, blank. The iron sand the puppet controlled was a problem, Sakura realized quickly. And not one that was easy to overcome. She could feel the magnetic field that shaped it into the vast number of spears that then rained towards them by the pull on her arms, shoulder and knuckle plates, and was running her old school lessons on magnetism through her head. There were a number of ways to break up a magnetic field, but only a few of them were sting. But the secret wasn't to attack the sand, she realized, but the puppet leaping upward. She clung to the wall of the passage as she signaled to Shikamaru, and the lazy strategist nodded, tapping on Temari's shoulder as the two dropped to the passage floor. Gaara's sand had grabbed at the iron sand, pinning it in place as best he could, even as Sasori lashed out with hidden blades at Kankuro and his puppets. Sakura crouched, pushing chakra into her legs at the same time as she poured it into her arm, the earth-aspected energies strengthening both the material and the muscles of twisted cable inside the artificial limb. The opening was incredibly small, as Temari combined her wind scythe jutsu with a hasty flame-thrower technique from Shikamaru, directing the resulting super heat. Fire at the mass of sand and powdered iron that hung between Gaara and the puppet cage, fusing it into a single immovable lump, one that disrupted the magnetic fields with its very existence. Nikiro's puppets were being shattered as Sakura launched herself up the wall of the passage, charging towards the puppet from behind the massive lump of glass and steel as it fell, and struck hard. Pushing more chakra into her fist, she slammed it into the center of the puppet, right on top of the kanji on the chest, the character for iron, and scattering the pieces of the puppet far and wide. In doing so, however, she was scratched in several places by fragments of the now broken construct, and the thin purple film on some of the sharper pieces entered her bloodstream. It hurt, it burned nothing she'd ever experienced before, and all the strength she possessed fled her limbs as she fell to the sand below. As the girl fell, to be caught by the now puppetless Kankuro, who promptly fed her a broad-spectrum antidote. Sasori wasted half a moment regretting that he hadn't perfected his latest poisonous concoction, which would have rendered the antidote useless, before turning his attention to the remaining shinobi. And the gathering Suna ninja, equivalent to Konoha's Anbu, and pulled a scroll from his back, unraveling it with his left hand as he opened the right side of his chest. The scroll released 100 puppets in red cloaks, and the opening in his torso released a similar number of chakra strings, and even as he called out, "Performance of the 100 puppets," Shikamaru's shadow stabbed into his own, freezing him to the spot before the strings could connect, allowing Kankuro to steal control of 2 puppets, armed with what looked like chains, and begin to confine the motionless marionettes. "Hurry!" yelled the lazy strategist. "I can't hold him long, he's too strong. Blank. Deidara had seen enough. He'd been quietly working his clay spiders or a bird. He still hadn't decided, until Sasori's 100 puppets were brought out. Shit, he thought harshly, that's a bad sign, and the leader won't want to leave anything for questioning. Oh, well, it's Sasori. I never liked him much anyway. The clay bird appeared, and he leapt onto its back, staying well above the fighting, and taking advantage of the momentary surprise to dash past both defenders and puppets alike, pulling out his big finisher as he raced over Sasori's head, and activating it as he threw it over his shoulder. To say the explosion was big would Avenue been like referring to the ocean as a little damp, or midday in K's no Kuni as a little warm. The detonation didn't just drive the very sand of the desert in waves, but also reached a sufficient temperature to turn it to glass. Not a pure, clear glass such as Suna glass blowers could produce, but the dirty, cracked and bubbled stuff that could be found after a lightning strike. Sasori and his puppets absorbed the shock wave unprotected, consumed by the detonation's heat and force, and Gaara barely got a barrier of sand in place to protect those in the passage, one he had to continually replenish as the heat from the blast converted the sand into glass from the heat. By the time the destructive blast had finished, the passage into Suna had been sealed with a solid glass barrier some 20 feet thick, or thereabouts. And Deidara had gotten away. Of Sasori and his puppets, not a single trace would be found. Kurenai gave up the genjutsu as a bad idea. It just wasn't working. As whatever kept this Hidan going in place of chakra pretty much ignored her attempts to connect her illusion techniques to it. On top of that, she and Shino were constantly forced to dodge the scythe that the missing nin wielded with abandon. He didn't even seem to care about the depth of the blow, or where it struck. Struck by an inspiration, she poured most of her chakra into her next genjutsu. A simple illusion that had a unique trait. For all that it couldn't affect a large area, it didn't alter the senses of her target, but instead created an actual visual illusion, in this case. As she dodged the next scythe sweep by an extremely narrow margin, she actually felt the cloth of her right sleeve part, but the blade missed the skin. She created the image of blood on the scythe. On seeing this, the Akatsuki ninja immediately caught the scythe and quickly licked the blade, tasting nothing. Shino, the Konoha genjutsu mistress, called out, "Why do you think he did that?" On-the-fly analysis was more his strong suit than hers, and she would be a fool not to take advantage of that fact. Yuhi Kurenai was many things, but fool was decidedly not among them. The blood must be needed for something, the young Aburame said quietly. Perhaps to form some kind of metaphysiological link between the donor and the recipient, most likely through T. He use of whatever form of energy he uses instead of chakra. It isn't chakra or yuki, both of which Hinata could sense, and I doubt it would be Shen, or divine energy, but to get that effect we observed earlier. I wonder Kurenai Taiko, I have an idea. Dodging a slash from the frustrated side-wielding maniac, the Jonin Kunoichi nodded, giving her subordinate the go-ahead, and Shino only. Ashed a massive wave of insects that swarmed the missing nin as he flailed wildly with his scythe, and even as Shino began a set of hand signs, Hidan burst from the cloud of Kikaichu beetles and rushed the Chunin, who brought out his own weapons and began a defensive dance as he bought time for his insects to return. No sooner had the Kikaichu swarm returned than Hidan's scythe slipped past Shino's guard, tearing at his arm and drawing blood before Hidan leapt back, licking at the precious liquid, savoring the coppery tang that told him it was really blood, even as Shino dropped to one knee and clutched his arm. And the Akatsuki shinobi stepped back into his ritual circle as his flesh once again turned black, and the white lines over his bones, and the section of white over his face, appeared. As the strange man removed a collapsing blade from his robe, he laughed maniacally as Kurenai moved to help Shino. "Prepare for the afterlife, you little shit," Hidan screamed, not wanting to PR along this ritual too much with the Jonin still running loose, as he plunged the spike into his own heart. Blank. Hinata had managed to pinpoint what was wrong with this man's chakra system. He didn't have any tenketsu. The chakra came from the cauldrons and simply circulated through a legion of extra fine coils that resembled nothing so much as threads. That caused her a problem, as without tenketsu, her usual targets were gone, and with the way those threads kept shifting around, she was fairly certain they could replace and replicate themselves fast enough. That the only really vulnerable points would be the hearts. Kakuzu moved fast, knowing that a Hyuga, even if she had some kind of henge to disguise her eyes, could well unravel the secrets behind his power, and charged at the girl. His assault was pure taijutsu, and he knew she was too green, too unschooled to withstand it, but at the same time he wasn't going to make the mistake of underestimating her. And he drove his leg forward in a snap kick of devastating force that struck something hard and immovable. Naruto stood before the missing nin, his arms crossed before him, plated with bone metal that extended up from his wrists, now receding back into his arms as the Jinchuriki released the chakra shaping the plates, with Kakuzu's foot at full extension resting on the cross. He swung both hands across and outward, severing the leg as the missing nin jumped back, threads reaching out and reattaching the limb before he landed. Then two large bundles of the threads pushed up above the shoulders of the Akatsuki ninja, each bearing a mask representing some animal. The mouths of the masks dropped open as they aimed roughly at the Uzumaki couple as they stood before him, and as the red-mouthed mask seemed to gather fire in front of it, the brown-striped one fed earth, in the form of stone and dirt, into the flames, and Kakuzu unleashed a seal-less jutsu, even as Naruto and Hinata frantically raced through the hand signs for their own jutsu. Yoten, pyroclastic wave. The Akatsuki bounty hunter roared, and a gout of superheated lava shot towards the two Konoha ninja, where it met their answering defense. Sweden, tidal wall. Hinata yelled, raising a massive wall of water that she sent coursing towards the lava stream, and Naruto plunged his hands into the water, calling out, Raiden, static separation. As it passed, the water, charged by lightning, continued to barrel towards Kakuzu, who raised a water wall of his own, disrupting the lava stream as it went, and turning to vapor on the way. The clouds settled around Kakuzu, as he dropped his water wall, seeing the near-transparent fog as no threat, and the fire mask opened its mouth again, and the fire gathered once more for the lava technique. The explosion certainly took the man off guard, a massive blast of flame that slammed the Akatsuki heart thief to the ground even as the detonation consumed the two masks and the hearts behind them. Although Kakuzu was fast enough to put himself in a reversed water prison, preserving his life for now, with the other masks ripped away from him, until he had the time to replace the missing hearts. He was the weakest he'd been in years. Glaring at the two Chunin who'd brought him to this, he snarled out his question. How? Basic chemistry, Naruto answered. TTER believe I paid attention about how to make things explode. When you run the right electrical current through water or steam, you get two colorless gases, very excitable ones, that will explode with the slightest spark which you so thoughtfully supplied. You're still in over your heads, child, sneered the bounty hunter. If I can't capture you, I'll just have to kill you. According to my sources, the Kyuubi, whichever one of you is carrying it, will regenerate in the next 10 years or so. No big loss. He raised his hands and started a very potent jutsu. He hadn't needed hand signs for decades, and now, blank. The first sign Hidan had that something was wrong, was the lack of bleeding in the boy. Despite the blade piercing his heart, the boy wasn't reacting at all except to burst into a swarm of insects surrounding a log as the real Shino emerged from the trees, startling the Jonin woman. And the pain, while much of a rush as ever, wasn't fading, and he was starting to feel cold. The injury wasn't healing, either, Jashin. The zealot asked, as blood gouted up his throat to pour from his mouth. What's happening? Why have you forsaken me? The young Aburame spoke up. I apologize if I worried you, Kurenai Taiko, but I needed to see if the signature of the source would have a negative feedback effect on the wielder of the jutsu. Add my Kikaichu harvest some of his blood when they swarmed him, and they smeared it on his blade when I substituted for the bugs in the log. It seems that his jutsu sacrifices another's potential lifespan to extend his. But now he just sacrificed himself, forever. The loop is constant now, and what would be recovered is taken away just as fast, leaving him with his original life force which, Nce Hinata-san told us he has no chakra of his own, is none. Still, if you would be so kind. Kurenai raised her hands and flickered them through the signs of a jutsu. Kaden, Phoenix Fire Storm. In moments, there was nothing left of the Jashinist, and the two raced over to their teammates. Sweden, Grand Deluge. The massive outpouring of water, a veritable torrent on a primordial level, cascaded towards Kakuzu's opponents, and he turned towards his prize only to hear a calm and collected young man's voice. Doden, shattered ground. The earth beneath his feet rumbled and split, splintering into a deep pit that sucked away all the water, courtesy of that boy in the dark glasses, even now standing between Kakuzu and the Jinchuriki he'd been sent for. Who was being woken by the Konoha Jonin, and stared groggily at the Aburame and his beetles who even now buzzed around him. As the Akatsuki ninja fell, plummeting into water that was waist-deep. The three members of Team Kurenai glanced at each other and nodded. There was one jutsu they all knew, and now they flickered through the hand signs in perfect synchronization. Kakuzu was stepping up onto the surface of the water as they finished and unleashed the jutsu, with one foot still below the surface, and his threads emerging from every parting point in his body, absolutely drenched, and there was nothing he could do. As three voices called out as one. Raiden, lightning spear. The roar of the thunder accompanying the lightning was deafening, the flare of three lightning bolts that blended as one washed the area in a light so bright everything was in some shade of white and all shadows were banished, and the scream of the one called Kakuzu was never heard at all. The aftermath was a real drag, mused Shikamaru. It was going to take days, if not weeks, for the Sunagaku craftsmen to clear the passage enough for the Konoha diplomats to return home with their reports. Although a messenger hawk would be dispatched to deliver a preliminary report. The arrival of Team Guy outside the glass barrier hadn't helped, either. It hadn't taken long for the Konoha back up to find the gigantic glass flower that had been left behind by the massive explosion, and crossing it had been a simple task if a hot one. The midday sun in Kei's no Kuni heated the glass to a scorching temperature, nearly enough to burn their feet through their sandals. It was quickly determined that it would be far more efficient to simply carve out a new passage some distance from the glass. And the young Nara had been the one to suggest it. The Suna Ninja Council had stepped up and nominated a Godime Keisuke Gara, of all people, but he'd turned down the position. I have not earned it. The Ikibi Jinchuriki had said. I do not possess the skills or patience for it, nor the experience. Should I be offered the position of Rokudime at some future time, perhaps I will feel differently. But for now, no. The council had reluctantly released their plans for Gara's ascension to the post, and had instead been persuaded to consider another, a man who was known for his neutral stance. But had refused to leave Gara unburdened by some duty, and appointed his team to diplomatic duties, and when Team Kakashi had presented the scroll lifting the protocols against Suna Ninja in Hai no Kuni. That was their first assignment. Kankuro was further ordered to follow up on the Medi puppet designs in the village with the best medic nin in the elemental nations Konoha. blank. Deidara was not looking forward to his report. Just a week ago, he'd thought this would be easy, and bragged and shot off his mouth, and now he was foe. RCED to tell everyone they'd failed against a single Jinchuriki, even if said Jinchuriki had been backed up by several skilled, if unknown, ninja. As he spoke to the people still in the chamber, he looked around. Considering that the location of this stronghold was closer to Suna than to Taki, and that the other Akatsuki pair preferred walking, he was sure they would be here as projections, if nothing else. But the absence of Hidan and Kakuzu could be attributed to a number of causes, such as a close pursuit, so he didn't pay it much mind. This is troubling, said the leader, turning to THE member who most resembled some kind of Venus flytrap. Zetsu, locate the other two. If they're having trouble with pursuers, assist them, and get the Nanabi back here at once. Blank. I stared at the carnage that had been wrought inside Takigakure, great swaths of destruction and devastation. Many of the shinobi here had been killed, and those who remained were no friend to the green-haired girl. Fu. The elders of the village were adamant, and the two biggest supporters of the Taki Jinchuriki were dead, at the hands of the two Akatsuki. His team had arrived mere minutes after the two Akatsuki had been dealt with, and there was little left to do but to clean up. Fu and the exhausted team Kurenai had needed someone to watch over them as they rested. Naruto and Hinata had recovered the fastest, of course, although the green-haired Jinchuriki wasn't that far behind. Killer Bee had whistled low at the accomplishments of the younger shinobi. Dang, boy, you done kicked ass. I guess your first score is a pass, he'd rapped, prompting Yugito to jab his ribs with her fingertips. Naruto had merely nodded, and snuggled closer to Hinata. The mass memo. Real for the fallen Taki ninja was the next day, and the elders had looked over the proposal of alliance with Konoha before rejecting it. The monster is the source of the trouble we just went through. One particularly odious old woman said. We have stricken it from our shinobi roster and it will be executed to ensure no one ever uses it against us. The four demon-touched Konoha shinobi nearly lost their tempers at that. But fortunately I came to the rescue. If she isn't on your roster, she can't be one of your missing nin, right? He asked, nodding at his brother, who grinned and waved his hand behind him at Team Kurenai's Chunin. So if we just found a strange girl on our way to Konoha, and adopted her, then you couldn't call out anyone for her, unless you wanted to go up against THE strongest hidden village in the elemental nations worth the name. Am I right? The elders nodded reluctantly. That may be true, but first the Jinchuriki would have to escape our village's cells. Kurenai had seen her two Hanyu Chunin sneak out, replaced quietly by two of Shino's bug clones under henge illusions to seem like the young couple, so she was somewhat expecting what happened next. Taki shinobi stumbled into the chambers, shouting as he did. Honored elders. The Jinchurikis escaped. Two demons helped it, they broke through the doors and then they all went up the great tree, trying to escape along the branches to reach the outside. The panic that commenced covered the re-entry of the two Uzumaki ninja, who switched with the bug clones, raising Kurenai's suspicions, even as one of the more level-headed elders took charge. Enough. He pointed at the new shinobi. Escort these outsiders from the village, and make sure they leave Taki no Kuni. Everyone else, organize the search and pursuit teams. He paused and looked over at the shinobi who'd raised the alarm, the one he'd just tasked with removing the foreign ninja from his nation. Which way did these demons go? The shinobi swallowed. They were heading south, so they might have been heading for Hai no Kuni, but that might be a ruse. If the trail were to vanish, most trackers would keep going in an attempt to pick it up later. But if they instead go somewhere else? I couldn't say. I'm just a Chunin, sir. No matter, the elder snorted. I doubt they'd actually be going to Konoha now. But those are the shorter branches. And from there they have easy access to such villages as Odo, Suna and Iwa. You have your task, Chunin, perform it. With that, the elders swept out, ignoring the Konoha entourage as they trailed behind the Chunin. They managed to maintain the pretense long enough to be halfway to the border before Fu dropped her henge of a nondescript Taki Chunin, and Naruto filled them in on the events and the plan. If their search parties are ahead of us, they can't find our tracks properly, so I sent a few clones along the branches with orders to disperse once they cleared the edge and left a bit of a trail towards Iwa. After that, Fu hanged so we could have them order her to escort us out, although that was a bit of a gamble, but the way they were treating us, I figured they wouldn't want strangers around while they dealt with their dirty laundry. Since they already removed her from their roster, that means she's free to choose where she wants to go. Fu herself put her own opinion in. Konoha is as good as any and better than many, she said. If they don't want me, then at least I'll get the chance to think about where to go. Blank. You're not going to like hearing this. Zetsu snarled at pain. Hidan and Kakuzu won't be coming back. They were beaten. Somehow they killed Hidan, and were able to make it stick. On top of that, they took down Kakuzu as well. Admittedly, they were both weakened somewhat by the assault on Taki to get the Nanabi, but dead is still dead. The leader of the Akatsuki swore to himself. If it hadn't been for Tobi stumbling across the Rokubi Jinchuriki in Cha no Kuni, this would have been a massive problem. They couldn't seal the Biju into the statue yet, as it needed the previous 5 Biju to warm it up, to the point where the statue wouldn't simply explode, and each Biju would take progressively longer to seal. 3 days for the Ikibi, 5 for the Nibi, 7 for the Sanbi and so on. But the whole situation was bad. Right now, Konoha had over half of the Biju, a balance in power he thought he could use. Were it not for a single glaring fact, Konoha had never started a war, despite their comparative power being greater than the other great hidden villages, but they had a distressing tendency of finishing them. The only time in the past century that Konoha had been the aggressor had been the strikes of retribution for their fallen ally, Uzushiogakure. It was looking more and more like the Akatsuki would have to strike at Konoha directly, and that would require time and planning. The end.